former life. He's talking to his friend and mentor Gyatso, someone who we can tell he clearly cared a lot about. Aang talks about how overwhelmed he is at the thought of being the Avatar, and Gyatso assures him that everything will be alright. We cut back, they keep exploring for a bit, they find Momo, a little pet to go with their big pet. Things are going great, until... oh shit.
Firebenders? They were here? Gyatso.
Oh, man. Come on, Aang. Everything will be alright. Let's get out of here.
This is a really important scene for the beginning of a Nickelodeon show that up until this point has been pretty lighthearted. Seeing your main character, who's just a kid, find out about the death of his entire people and then freak out and have to be calmed down by his friends. It's a really powerful moment that can only happen because the writers held on to this reveal until the time was right to reveal it. So now let's talk about how Netflix handled the pilot. Instead of starting the show on our main characters, we open on an epic chase. This is streaming, baby! We gotta put a fight scene within the first 10 seconds or people are gonna turn it off and go watch Love is Blind. If you don't brutally murder someone right now, I'm taking my ass to free feed. But you know what? I'm fine with this cold open. I understand you're just trying to grab people's attention, and a quick little action sequence that shows how ruthless the Fire Nation can be is not the worst way to do it. But it should have ended here. You say this line.
This isn't about the Airbenders. This is about one who lives among them.
But the Avatar is yet to be revealed.
Which is why we have to kill them all.
And then we cut to present day to the three main characters, similar to how the cartoon did. I actually think that would have been a really effective opening, because if you've never seen the show and you just watch the Fire Lord say, we gotta kill all the Airbenders, and then you cut 100 years into the future and you see an Airbender that survived, you'd probably be like, how did that happen? I'm gonna stick around to find out. Instead, we come back from the title sequence and we're still in the past on the day of the aforementioned invasion. I guess we're just gonna do the whole show chronologically, lest anyone be confused. We meet Aang and Gyatso and see them stand and talk for a while, and then we get to watch some people sit and talk for a while, and we cut back to Aang and Gyatso, and they do more standing and more talking, and then Aang flies away, and a whole bunch of murder happens. Oh my god, so much murder. I'm talking several uninterrupted minutes of murder, because remember, this is a show for grown-ups. Cartoons are for babies. We got a bunch of dead bodies in this one. What's crazy to me about this entire sequence is that while they're so insistent on showing something that I honestly think had more emotional impact to just see the aftermath of, they make no attempt to show us any aspects of Aang's personality. I mean, don't get me wrong, the writers take the time to explain Aang's personality to us. He and Gyatso tell us all about him.
I know who I am. I like to play airball and eat banana cakes and goof off with my friends. That's who I am.
I feel bad for this kid because he seems like a very good actor, but the writers keep giving him lines that make it sound like he's about to burst into song.
Monks don't even trust me to feed the baby bison, and I'm supposed to save the world?
Why can't I just be a kid? But this isn't even the worst example of tell, don't show that they do in this episode. Remember I told you about how Aang finds out that all the Airbenders are dead, how he stumbles upon the corpse of his former best friend, surrounded by all of the firebenders it took to take him down? Here's how they do it in this show.
Most of them had just arrived for the Great Comet Festival.
The Great Comet Festival. The last time that the Great Comet was seen in the sky was 100 years ago.
Someone just tells him about it.
Everyone in the village knows this story, but you don't. Just as you don't know that airbenders haven't been seen in generations, and that the Southern Air Temple was the first to fall, because you've been trapped in that ice this whole time.
Gran reads out loud the entire opening theme for like 2 straight minutes while he has to just sit there and give reaction faces before running out of the room crying. And then he's sad for like 10 seconds and then everything is fine. No time to mope, buddy. You gotta do another walk and talk. This is infuriatingly bad writing. You took one of Aang's most impactful moments from the beginning of the show and turned it into someone else's monologue. It's so weird to me when shows are clearly in a rush to establish as much information as possible, I guess because they think people will get confused and turn it off if they don't have their hand held through every interaction. But it feels counterintuitive. I think what gets people to continue watching something is mystery. You don't need to answer every question information I have within seconds of me having it. You can reveal information in small doses and slowly add to it piece by piece. That's what's going to compel me to keep watching something, not paragraphs of expository dialogue whenever you feel like you've got some lore blanks to fill. It's also weird to me that they still try to recreate the air temple moment in this episode, even though it's not new information for Aang. He goes and sees dead Gyatso, who was evidently much easier to kill this time around, and still goes bananas and still has to be calmed down, but it doesn't really make sense because he already knows about this.
All my friends, they're all gone.
It actually feels like kind of an overreaction considering he barely gave a shit about it earlier. Also in the original, Katara is the one to calm Aang down while he's in this state. She tells him that she knows what it's like to lose someone you love, but the world needs him and they're here to help no matter what. It's a great moment for the three of them because it gives closure to Aang's past while bridging the gap into this present journey they're about to go on. In this version, Katara just watches while we see a bunch of flashbacks from earlier in the episode, in case you were looking at your phone during that part.
You are my friend.
I really don't understand the obsession with Gyatso in this version. He is an important character, but more so as a memory for Aang, like a symbol of what he lost. He's not that relevant to the present day journey they're about to go on. What matters the most is their relationship. Their friendship is the foundation that this entire series is built on. So I think you're doing a huge disservice to that by taking interactions away from Katara and Sokka so you can give them to a guy who died 100 years ago. They do this multiple times in the show. They keep bringing Gyatso back instead of giving that valuable screen time to the more important characters. They even do this in the opening title scroll in the pilot episode. In the original, Katara is the one who does this voiceover, which kind of establishes the show as being from her point of view. And the very iconic lines she says at the end,
"But I believe Aang can save the world,"
actually tell us something about her. They tell us that she's optimistic and believes in her friends no matter what. So they actually managed to add characterization into a sequence that is at its core exposition. It's a very efficient use of dialogue. In the remake, they take this away from Katara so they can, again, give it to a character who died 100 years ago. And that's not even mentioning the fact that everything that's said in this version of the title sequence gets repeated multiple times throughout the episode. It's a very inefficient use of dialogue.
The Avatar, the one person with the ability to master all four elements. The Avatar, the next master of all four elements.
Only the Avatar, the one person who can master all four elements.
Only the Avatar, master of all four elements. But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
When the world needed the Avatar the most, he vanished.
Episode 1 shouldn't feel as rushed at the end as it does. It's roughly the same runtime as the 3 episodes it's adapting, so it's not that they didn't have the time to tell the story, it's that they misused the time they had. They add in all this stuff that probably would have been better if it was just kept a mystery. They waste so much time repeating the same information just from different sources, and they replace interesting character development moments with vague mumbo-jumbo.
Bending is about energy and balance. By feeling the energy around you, you can find balance. By finding balance, you can feel the energy.
Aang, what the fuck are you talking about? Remember, energy is balance, which is energy, which is balance. Whoa, thanks, Aang. I'm water bending now. And I'm internet bending. Ooh. Sorry about that. This portion of the video is sponsored by Opera, the faster, safer, and smarter way to browse the web. If you've ever wondered why it takes me so long to make videos, it's because most of my job is writing, and while I'm writing, I like to have 97 different tabs open for every thought that pops into my head. A really cool thing I can do on Opera is sort my tabs into islands, so when I want to shift gears away from my 25-minute Amazon journey and back into working, I can just click one button, hide all of that, and now I'm not thinking about it anymore. It's a super helpful tool for visually organizing my time online. Opera has a free ad blocker built into the browser that you can toggle on and off with one click, which is great for those websites that yell at you when you have one and you need to quickly pretend that you don't. There's a built-in music player on the sidebar that works with all the big streaming services like Spotify and Apple Music. And it's great for when I'm working on my laptop and don't have a second monitor. I don't need to open a separate window just to change a song. You can also use the sidebar to go on Messenger apps or scroll through social media. And I think it's really cool that when I'm watching a YouTube video, it'll automatically move it to the corner of the screen when I open open up a new tab. If I'm not multitasking at all times, then what is even the point of having internet access? Upgrade the way you browse the web, download Opera for free using my link in the description. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring today's video. Now, before I continue just getting mad about every single aspect of this show, I do want to answer a more general question of like, what should we expect out of an adaptation? Because it may sound like I'm trying to say that this should have been a one-to-one recreation of the original show, when that is not the case. You can and should be able to change things. Why even bother spending all this money to make something that looks worse if it's going to be exactly the same? But those changes need to enhance the story. They can't be at odds with the spirit of the show or fundamentally change a character. So that brings me to episode 2. In the months leading up to the show's release, I kept seeing aggregated quotes about it from cast members, from the creators, and every time I did, it made me a little bit less optimistic about what we were going to get. One of those quotes was how the creators of the show very nobly got rid of the sexism that Sokka had a little bit of at the beginning of the cartoon. Because that was 2005, and we're a lot smarter now. Obviously, I don't need to tell you that there are tons of movies and TV shows from 20 years ago that absolutely have not aged well. But I think you're missing the point if you try to lump this show in with those. Sokka is an overconfident but misguided teenage boy who grew up isolated from the rest of the world, where he has been tasked with being the sole leader and protector of his entire village. As a result, he begins the show with a pretty dated sense of what men and women should be expected to do. He's constantly making belittling remarks to his sister, he meets the warriors on Kyoshi Island and is relieved to see that they're just girls. Here's the thing though, the show is not glorifying his behavior. In fact, they're very much doing the opposite. Because you know what happens right after he says these things? He is immediately proven wrong. He underestimates Suki and the rest of the Kyoshi warriors, and they kick his ass. He's so embarrassed by this that he comes back with his tail between his legs and apologizes and begs to learn from them. It is meant to be a humiliating and humbling experience for him, one that also props up the women around him. It's vindicating for Katara, who's had to deal with this bullshit her whole life, and it establishes Suki as a badass. It's not unchecked. It's not something that the showrunners are celebrating. His misogyny is immediately met with repercussions. Are we really at a point where we can't even show a character on TV doing something morally disagreeable? Can audiences truly not understand the difference between a real-life human being expressing a shitty belief and that belief being portrayed in a piece of fiction? And look, I'm not here to die on the hill that you gotta keep the misogyny in the show, man. It was so funny. Like, there's other ways for the writers to show Sokka having a flaw that Suki can use to get a leg up on him. So what do they do instead? She walks in on him taking a bath and just fucking stands there staring at him with googly eyes. And then in their training scene together, they have to stop every 10 seconds because of all the sexual tension.
Avoid it. We've avoided a lot of things by living the way we do.
Jesus Christ. Do you see the point that I'm trying to make here? Instead of Suki being this cool and confident intellectual superior to Sokka, who always has the upper hand on him and is always able to shut him down whenever he tries to pull some shit, they decided to just make her so horny she can't function. I gotta say, it's a little ironic that in an attempt to remove sexism from the show, they actually took a more sexist approach to designing her character. They stripped away everything that made her who she was, made her absolutely obsess over Sokka, who doesn't do anything to earn it, and then they have the nerve to act morally superior to the original writers. Also, does anyone in this village respect privacy? Shaking my damn head. On the topic of absolutely destroying strong female characters, let's talk about Katara. Her entire arc in the show is just, man, I'm not so good at bending. And then Aang is like, yeah, you are. And she's like, huh, you're right. I'm actually the best. She is not given any personality whatsoever. Her entire existence is tied to her waterbending ability, which is not what made her such a great character in the cartoon. Instead of showing how fiery and passionate Katara can be, and how her optimism sometimes backfires because the world they're living in is so beaten down, and how she can be a great leader and friend to everyone around her, not just because she's strong, but because she's empathetic and brings out the best in people. They just made her real good at fighting. And that's it.
You are a waterbender. That is who you have always been and always will be.
And she doesn't even need any help because she's so talented. Always has been, in fact.
I wasn't even really trying.
It's just not an interesting choice when compared to how the original show handled her growth. They had this great episode early on where Katara gets jealous of Aang because he's the Avatar and everything just comes so easily to him. But what this showed about her character is that she desperately wants to be good at waterbending, will go to great lengths to be able to do it, and has to work twice as hard as Aang. So when we get to the end of the season and she does surpass him in skill, we know it's because she worked really hard to get there. And that is more admirable than her just being handed this power. I mean, literally handed. Gran just gives her this scroll that in the original show, she went to great lengths to steal. For Katara, her main motivation in season 1 is to get to the Northern Water Tribe so she can find someone to teach her waterbending, something she's always wanted but has never had access to because she's always been the only waterbender in her tribe. And then they finally get to the North Pole, and I guess she doesn't actually need that because instead of asking Paku to train them, she begs him to let her fight. First of all, why are you asking permission? He's not gonna stop you. Just go do it. What is he gonna follow you around and tie your hands behind your back because you're trying to fight the fire? Just go fucking do it. But the point they're trying to make is that she's so powerful, she doesn't even need someone to teach her. Okay. Well, then why didn't she just go defeat the Fire Lord herself? She has this line at one point where she's like, "We need you, Aang. I need you." No, you don't. You don't seem to really need anyone. The fact that everything comes so easily to her makes it so there's no payoff at the end. It makes this line...
You found a master, haven't you?
You're looking at her.
Kinda dumb, actually. All you did was read one scroll that your grandma gave you, and now you're a waterbending master? What a journey, huh? This story will be told for generations. They gave her zero depth in this show, and it's really frustrating. You may notice while watching this show that Netflix seems to have a fear of giving any of the main characters an unlikable trait. God forbid any of these children ever make a mistake or have a redemption arc. They need to start the show already perfect. That is such a boring way to write your characters. It's also a huge disservice to your actors by giving them nothing to work with. One of the foremost characteristics of Aang early on in the show is that he's still just a kid. He's a 12-year-old boy who has been given this overwhelming responsibility of saving the world. It's something that understandably scares the shit out of him, so much so that he runs away. That's how he ends up in the iceberg for 100 years. It's the inciting incident of the entire show. That guilt follows him, and it's a really important part of his growth. But Netflix seemed to be so concerned with having their main character make an incorrect decision that they changed the reason for him flying out into the middle of a storm to him just going for a stroll.
You're right. Just needs to go up where things always make more sense.
I gotta go up where things make more sense. The ground ain't so good for thinking. Don't worry, guys, it was just an accident. He wasn't avoiding responsibility because he's a child who wasn't ready for it yet. He was just getting some fresh air. In the middle of a lightning storm. Okay, great. So instead of him showing signs of immaturity, he's actually just an idiot. Another thing about Aang still being a kid is that he's not always focused on the task at hand. That's something he has to grow into. This is his very first line in the original show.
Will you go penguin sledding with me?
He's constantly getting distracted and wanting to go on side quests because he's a little boy. Of course, it's not like that the whole show, but it gives him a starting point, so by the end, you can see how much he's matured. Netflix Aang, don't got a whimsical bone in his body. He is extremely serious and solely focused on getting from point A to point B. He's not written like a child. He's already the season 3 version of Aang. Netflix, if you want your characters to be able to grow, they need to have a place to grow from. Yeah, he takes the time to deliver his little soliloquies about how much he yearns to goof, but those are just words. We never actually see him do those things. It also makes it so his whole interaction with Boomy makes no sense. Boomy's like, there's no time for fun, Aang. You've got to go save the world. It's like, yeah, he knows that. He's already very good at not having any fun. This is one of the worst written arcs in the entire show because everything they say contradicts what they're doing. Boomy tells him to quit playing games and go do your job as the Avatar. Meanwhile, he's the one holding him hostage, giving him games to play. Aang wants to leave the entire time. Just let him go and he'll do the things you're asking him to. Aang's immaturity also lends really well to the narrative shift that happens in the first season, because for a long time he's like, yeah, I gotta save the world eventually, but first let's go here and fuck around here for a little bit. And then we get to episode 8 and the former Avatar is like, no dude, you actually have to defeat the Fire Lord by the end of the summer, because this comet is gonna come, and if you don't do it before that, he's gonna be invincible.
Mastering the elements takes years of discipline and practice. But if the world is to survive, you must do it by summer's end.
It's this great shift in momentum that adds even more stakes to the equation. It puts a timer on everything. They kind of do that in this one. They give him a vision of the North Pole being attacked, but that doesn't do anything to address the overarching goal of having to learn and master all 3 of the elements. Something that, small note here, he doesn't do any of the entire season. They set that up as one of the main goals in the original first season, and we see a bunch of examples of Aang learning waterbending and before having it pay off in the finale. Aang doesn't waterbend once in this version. He's so behind it's actually stressing me out.
It would have been wise to have focused on your training during your journey.
I swear to God, if they start season 2 and Aang is already very good at waterbending, implying that there was a bunch of progress that happened off screen, I'm gonna lose my mind. And don't try to tell me that I already have. This is me on a good day. As you watch more of the show, it makes a lot of the additions more frustrating because everything has a cost. If you have to cut out character development moments so you have the space to show a bunch of airbenders getting set on fire, you might want to take a step back and reconsider your priorities. It starts to become a little obvious why the creators of the original show left this project almost 4 years ago over creative differences. According to them, they were promised that they would be given the job of guiding the show in the right direction, and they were lied to. Dude, I'm so tired of these dumbass executives who make $2 million every second getting involved in things that they have no knowledge in. Why even hire the original creators of the show if you're just gonna ignore their input and act like you know their story better than they do? Why the concern over making characters unlikable when that was never a problem to begin with? Everybody loved Katara and Sokka and Aang, even with their imperfections. Imperfections are what make characters relatable. And it's like, this was all supposed to be the problem with network TV. Streaming was supposed to be the solution to this. We're not gonna micromanage and enforce a bunch of arbitrary rules. We're just going to trust the showrunners to do the job that we hired them to do. Yet somehow over the course of the past decade, we've just kind of reinvented cable. So, good job, everyone. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to learn that most of the issues with this version of Avatar are the result of meddling from people who should have just stayed the hell away, because there is potential here. Underneath all of the baffling decisions are the bones of what could have and could still be a much better series. For starters, I think they did a fantastic job with the casting. I imagine it's way harder to cast for live action than animated, because not only do they have to have the perfect voice, but they also need to look the part and be the right age, and in this case, be able to do martial arts. The fact that they're able to check so many boxes with these kids is impressive. I just hope that going forward, they get better material to work with. The only character they consistently write well for is Zuko. This guy's got it. He totally nails the intimidating on the outside, but a little sensitive on the inside. And between him, Iroh, Zhao, Lieutenant Chi, I think almost all of the Fire Nation scenes were more cohesive and well written than anything that the rest of the cast was forced to do. Going back to my point that you can and should be able to make changes in an adaptation if they make sense, I thought a couple of the additions they made to Zuko's character worked perfectly. perfectly. One, there's the reveal that the crew Zuko protected from being sacrificed in the meeting that led to his banishment is actually the same crew that he's been commanding for the past 3 years since then. So I thought that was a really cool way of tying everything together. It makes so much sense that I was actually surprised when I went back and rewatched season 1 of the animated series and realized they didn't do that originally. I also like the scenes they added with him and Iroh, like the flashback to Iroh's son's funeral where we see Zuko give him his condolences as well as a gift to remember his son by. They have another moment like that at the end of this episode where Zuko is about to set off on his never-ending quest to find the Avatar, and Iroh's like, hey, mind if I come along? And Zuko's pretty resistant to the idea, but then Iroh says this.
Everything I need is on this boat.
It's a very sweet moment, especially with the little nod they do to Leaves from the Vine, a famously sad episode from season 2. But I do think it's worth pointing out that this only works for the people who have already seen the entire animated series. This only has the emotional weight that it does if you're going into this show with 30 hours of context. Keep in mind, this is episode 4 of the live action. If this is your first exposure to these characters, this moment is not going to have nearly the same significance to you. It's nice, but it feels a little premature. Netflix Avatar has an instant gratification problem where they don't want to set anything up that can be paid off later. They just want that payoff now. And I get that some of that was probably due to the uncertainty over whether they would even get a season 2 and 3. So they were trying to be as impactful as they can with this first season, but it's only going to make their job harder in the future. Like, where do you even go with some of these characters? There was one big change with Zuko that feels emblematic of the entire philosophy they approached this show with. There's an episode in season 1 of the cartoon called The Storm, where we see these juxtaposed flashbacks of Aang and Zuko's past, and we learn about the moments that sent them on the trajectories they're now on. For Aang, it's running away from home, and for Zuko, it's getting banished from home. He speaks out of turn in a war meeting and disrespects everyone in the room by saying they should come up with a better plan. Ozai does not appreciate this, and he tells Zuko that he's going to have to do an Agni Kai, aka a firebending duel. But when Zuko shows up, he is shocked to find out that it's not the general he's supposed to fight, it's his own dad. Zuko begs not to have to fight him. In fact, he outright refuses, but this only makes Ozai more angry. Zuko has now disrespected him twice, so he burns his face and tells him he cannot come back home until he finds the Avatar. The Netflix version plays out pretty similarly, but with one major difference. This time, Zuko fights back. Because why would we keep one of the most important moments of the show when we'd be missing out on an awesome fight scene? Look at all the fire! Zuko refusing to fight his dad was the best way to show us who he is. How, unlike his father, he's not willing to hurt the people he loves. Netflix kind of respected that idea. I mean, Zuko does refuse to fight for a few seconds, and he does eventually get burned by his uncaring father. The problem is you can't justify Zuko getting banished forever because he lost a fight to the world's most powerful firebender. That wouldn't make any sense. So they had to add in another wrinkle to make sense of their first wrinkle, which is that Zuko actually could have won, he just chose not to. And that's where this scene completely loses me. Ozai is supposed to be the ultimate threat, the world's most feared villain, looming over every second of Aang's journey. And you're telling me some random 13-year-old kid could beat him in a fight? What are we doing here? I also just think it's better for Zuko's arc if he doesn't stand up to his dad yet, because then it will mean way more when he eventually does. What this decision showed to me is that the creators of knockoff Avatar will always choose flash over substance. If we have to fundamentally change 2 important characters so we can get 1 extra minute of pyrotechnics, you bet we're gonna be doing that. Because this is a show for grown-ups. Tell me again why the show made for grown-ups, Netflix's Game of Thrones, had to dumb down its writing. Every line of dialogue is so on the nose.
This was my home. And now it's gone.
They always choose the simplest way to convey a point.
But the one thing I do know is I'm the Avatar. And this is just the beginning.
Oh, I get it. Because he's the Avatar, and this is the end of episode 1. Compare these 2 lines that serve the same function, and tell me which of these shows is made for babies.
You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher.
Compassion is a sign of weakness.
Compassion is a sign of weakness.
Compassion. It was weakness.
The script feels like a first draft filled with a bunch of placeholders that just ended up holding that place forever. I think the moment that made me realize, oh, they truly don't give a shit about what they're doing here, is when they reused the same twist 3 times. So just like in the original, Zuko objects to the Fire Nation's plan to attack one place as a diversion so they can actually attack somewhere else. But then in the first episode, they added in this thing where the Fire Nation tricks the Earth Kingdom into thinking they're going to attack one place as a diversion so they could actually attack somewhere else. And then in the finale, it's revealed that the whole fight that just took place was, get this, a diversion so they could actually attack somewhere else. How is the rest of the world not catching on by now? They only have one strategy.
The entire world will turn their attention to the Earthbenders.
A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
With the enemy's firepower focused on that diversion, we can launch pinning attacks here.
A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
Why attack the North at all?
Distraction. The North was never the true target. A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
Not only is that such lazy writing, but the last one doesn't even make sense. They attacked the Northern Water Tribe to distract them from Omashu, but both of those sieges happened over the course of one day. Even if they somehow knew it was happening because they got like an email about it, they still couldn't have gotten there in time to help. And it's not like the Earth Kingdom was distracted from Omashu because they were busy helping the Waterbenders. They weren't there. These two things have nothing to do with each other. This wasn't a diversion. You just did 2 attacks at the same time and one of them worked and one of them didn't. Also, did they not say in episode 4 that they knew Omashu was going to be attacked?
Fire Nation forces are on the move. They'll be here by dawn.
Why write in that they knew it was going to happen if you're going to make them so unprepared for it?
You're under attack?
We will be, but we will be ready.
Is anyone in the writing room keeping track of things that they've said? I know some people are going to watch this video and accuse me of just being a hater, but like, I didn't want to not like this show. Believe it or not, it's way more fun for me to like stuff than it is to not like stuff. I will root for success for this show and everyone involved. I got genuinely emotional watching the cast react to the news that they got picked up for 2 more seasons, and I didn't even like the first one. I'm just happy for them that they get to keep working on this. I think there's a lot of room to grow, and I'm happy that they're being given the opportunity to try and do that. I hope that the Netflix corporate overlords who pushed for all the changes that people are complaining about can listen to the criticism and realize that they're only making things worse by intervening. I don't think they're going to do that, but I will choose to be blindly optimistic until proven otherwise. At the end of the day, I would rather this show exist than not at all. It didn't cost me $100 million to make. All I had to do was watch it. Avatar is one of my favorite shows of all time, and even if the best thing about this adaptation is that it's convinced people to go back and discover the original series for the first time, I'll take it. And if you are one of those people, welcome. Sorry I spoiled the first 20 episodes, but a lot more stuff happens after that. Season 2 is where everything goes up another level. They haven't even introduced Toph yet. They replace Admiral Zhao with Azula, and that's a huge upgrade. It gets so fucking good, man. If you haven't seen it yet, just go watch it. What are you waiting for this video to end? It already did. This video is sponsored by Rocket Money, which I will tell you about later. You know, it's been a really good year for movies so far, but I have to admit that sometimes they can be a little too much for me. As a lot of movies have gotten more ambitious in scope, more groundbreaking with their visuals, I often find myself getting overstimulated. I had to leave the newest Mission Impossible like 45 minutes in because the AI villain in that movie made me so dizzy I thought I was going to throw up. That's real, by the way. I'm kind of doing a bit right now, but that actually did happen to me. And don't get me wrong, I loved Sinners. Such a fun theater experience, but the whole time I was watching it, I couldn't help but think how much better it would have been if instead of doing the whole vampire thing, they had just screen recorded a bunch of Zoom calls. And then I found out about the new War of the Worlds movie, and all of my prayers were answered. God. War of the Worlds is Amazon's take on Steven Spielberg's take on the H.G. Wells novel from 1,000 years ago. And I say Amazon and not Prime Video because where a lot of Prime content is made with a noticeable production value, this movie feels like it was made in an Amazon warehouse.
No, Mark, no!
It's also kind of an ad for Amazon, but I'll get to that later. The main character of War of the Worlds is Will Radford, who works for the Department of Homeland Security as a surveillance and threat assessment assessment expert, which certainly makes it sound like we could be in for an exciting movie here. In reality, all Will actually does is sit at his computer all day watching drone footage of Washington, D.C. I think the conceit of the movie was, okay, what if Jason Bourne worked from home?
Sorry?
And he was played by Ice Cube?
Oh no, that's not gonna work.
From the opening montage, it's not entirely clear what Will's role here even is. It kind of seems like the computer is already marking everything for him, and all he needs to do is see if the text is green or red. If it's green, he can move on to the next batch of footage, but if it's red, he can also just move on to the next batch of footage. Nothing he's doing matters at all. This car is driving suspiciously close to the Pentagon. Let's go ahead and give that a threat level of medium, provide no further information, and then get back to looking at buildings. You realize pretty quickly that Will seems to be a lot less interested in securing the homeland than he is using his access to government equipment to spy on his adult children. He spends the majority of his time just looking at them, watching them. He has cameras at their jobs, at their homes, inside their fridge. Okay, so we got 4 avocados, 1 mayonnaise, 4 avocados, and 8 unknowns. I'm sorry, it can tell just from the outside of this container that there's cake in there, but it doesn't recognize a cup of pudding.
You haven't had any protein this week.
How do you know?
Let's just say me and your fridge is pretty tight.
I love his character, one, because of Ice Cube's transformative performance.
Really? A muffin. What are you thinking?
Jesus, Dad, how many times have we been
One
through
hard-boiled egg.
But also, I like that he doesn't seem to know why his family doesn't fuck with him.
Hey, Pops. I'm not your daddy, man. Sorry.
He finds out his daughter didn't invite him to her baby shower.
What shower?
Oh, shit.
So he hacks into her MacBook and is like, I don't get it. Why doesn't she trust me?
Damn.
Why would she say something like that? And you can see their last text exchange was her asking him for a ride to the hospital and him being like, not sure about that. I'm gonna be absolutely swamped that day watching a live feed of you going to the hospital. One of the other main characters in this movie is his friend, who works at NASA. And if it wasn't made obvious by the logo behind her and her multiple mentions of the NASA satellites that she has access to, her name in the movie is Sandra NASA. Just want to make sure nobody's confused about where she works. And look, I'm guilty of sometimes saving someone in my phone as first name, their name, last name, the thing I know them for. But even in the government database that he uses throughout the movie, he types in her name as Sandra NASA. So I think that is her legal name. Anyway, this is a great scene because in the span of about 15 seconds, you can see Ice Cube go from crazy weather, not my problem. Whoa, that weather's crazy. But it's not my problem.
Take a look at this.
I watch people, not weather. All right, that's crazy right there. Well, I got bigger fish to fry than watching clouds.
Now, I know you're thinking, this movie is great so far, but how come nobody's gone on Facebook yet? Don't worry, he does, for several consecutive minutes.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
That's how she died. He forgot to take out the trash and she got hit by a garbage truck. Here's another example of very efficient writing in this scene. From this, we don't just learn that wife is dead. We learn that in this universe, the deliverability of a Facebook message is what indicates whether or not someone is alive. This is a crucial detail to remember, as later on when shit hits the fan and the aliens start attacking, spoiler alert, sorry, there's a very tense moment where Will's message to his daughter Faith does not go through. The implication being that she died so hard her Facebook doesn't even work anymore. Look, I know Facebook certainly has some weird policies, but I don't think they deactivate your account the moment you die. Now, thankfully she survived, and her dad is able to confirm this because he, again, has access to 24/7 live feeds of every building she might be inside of. Aw, he really does care. That'll teach her not to be so cagey about her privacy. Also, I see these are all Ring cameras they've placed around their house, but what is this one for? The one that's eye level with the couch? Is that to make sure nobody breaks in and starts watching TV? Now, I think this is a good time to remind you that Ice Cube spends 99% of this movie sitting in one spot. This is a sci-fi action adventure about aliens attempting to destroy Earth, and it is filmed entirely from the point of view of a guy looking at his computer. You could make the argument that there's no point in even trying to make this movie if you're not going to actually film any of the things that are supposed to be happening in it. And I'd almost be inclined to agree, but have you stopped to think about how much more work that would have been? Ugh. Watching someone's facial expression change slightly while looking at a bunch of desktop notifications accomplishes the same exact thing. It's terrible. Like even when meteors are hitting the Earth, aliens are coming out and shooting people, we're still not really watching any of those things. We're just watching Ice Cube react to those things.
Oh my God.
This is probably the best scene in the whole movie.
You see this? Dave, listen to me. Get out of there, now.
That's good advice.
What? I can't hear you. Gotta go left, now.
Where is he routing him?
Make a right, now.
He's so confident about where to go, about where the aliens aren't going to be. Oh no. My son died from explosion. When is this week gonna end?
Thank God.
Don't worry, Dave is okay. But now Faith is in trouble.
I've never showed it, Dad.
What are you doing outside?
At least put a jacket on, it's cold out there.
Get away from that. Okay? Stay clear of that stuff. Get out of there. Go.
Yeah, she's working on it. Wait, he has access to her heart rate? Why didn't he just check that earlier?
How are you? How's the baby? They come. Your heart rate is way too high.
105? That's not that high, especially considering the situation they're in. She just sprinted away from an alien laser beam. If anything, it's kind of low. She's freaking calm right now. Oh, cool. We're moving from the computer to the phone.
All operators are busy now.
The world is at war.
I'm coming.
Gross.
Here I come.
Hey, at least he's finally about to go to a more interesting filming location.
Damn it. Lockdown.
Never mind. The door's locked. My daughter's in danger. I have to go help her. You know, on second thought, I do kind of like this chair.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming right now.
Gross.
As quick as you can. I'll open it for you. Hurry up, baby.
Faith, you're gonna have to get your ass in gear, man. This is some pathetic effort I'm seeing out of you. Hurry, you're almost there. Keep moving. Just a little bit faster. Good news, she was able to make it into a car that's leading her to safety. Bad news, it's a Tesla.
You think you have more power than you really do. You think you had the power to have saved Mom?
Ooh, awkward timing with this explosion. I kinda have to do an ad right now. In a world dominated by subscription services, it can be really easy to lose track of all your recurring payments. But this is where today's sponsor, Rocket Money, comes in. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, make a custom budget, and increase your savings all in one place. When I first signed up for Rocket Money, I realized I had been paying for 2 Hulu accounts, and I wasn't using either of them. Even more recently, they helped me realize that I was paying for Google Drive and Dropbox. Those are the same thing. You don't need both of them. But not only does Rocket Money help you keep track of all your subscriptions by showing them all in one place once you've connected your bank account, but depending on the service, they might even be able to cancel it for you with just a few taps. No more trying to navigate a website's convoluted UI or sitting on hold with customer service. Just sit back and let Rocket Money do the hard work for you. They can also help you lower your bills with, again, very minimal effort on your part. I tried this a few months ago with my internet bill, and honestly, I went into it thinking this probably won't work, but I might as well give it a shot, you know? And then they saved me over $100. I didn't have to talk to anybody or send a bunch of emails back and forth. I just hit a few buttons and then they lowered my internet bill. It was awesome. Rocket Money has helped its customers save up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. And they've also helped customers save over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. So if you want to save more and spend less, join the over 5 million customers using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/Drew Gooden or click the link in the description to get started for free. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video, and now back to the movie. Classic infuriating movie trope here, where one character has vital information that would help everybody, but the person they're trying to communicate it to won't listen.
And I need to talk to you about something
I don't have time for that right now.
Dad,
okay?
This is important. I have information I think you might want to know.
Not nowadays.
The government?
No. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say.
Dad, listen!
I gotta go.
There are so many jump cuts in this movie, it's actually insane. Like, I think they just filmed every line individually and forgot they needed to account for conversational timing. So then they had to fix it by putting all these cuts in that you can't do in a movie. YouTube video? Sure, do all the jump cuts you want. But you gotta raise your standards a little bit if you're Universal Pictures. Now, to be clear, I don't blame any of the individual editors for this. In fact, I don't know if I could imagine a more difficult editing task than to have to make something comprehensible with the source material that they were given. Essentially, Amazon gave these two people a photo of a green screen and a handful of Ice Cube reaction shots and said, make a movie. And technically, they did, because we're watching it. Sometimes I wonder, though, if they even knew what was going to be on the computer when they filmed, or if the plan was just get a shot of Ice Cube looking concerned and then we'll figure out the rest later. Because not only do they reuse shots like crazy, but there's times where something so inconsequential happens that it feels like it was just shoved in after the fact. All right, time to fly this drone. Oh, wait, I can't. I could earlier, but now I can't. I need a level 5 password. So I'm gonna DM someone else in the government and ask for a level 5 password. And now I can see the drone. What a fun obstacle to just throw in for no reason at all. Did it make the movie better, or did it just make it longer?
Our forces are positioned and ready to engage right now.
What do you think, Mr. President?
I see no other option to initiate this war of the worlds.
He said it. He said it.
There are too many of them. What are we going to do?
We're going to initiate a Star War.
China and the U.S. have joined forces in what is an unprecedented collaboration.
On the Song of the Summer.
The world's governments have finally put aside their differences in an effort to protect the home planet.
Who is saying this? Who is talking right now? Such a heartwarming sequence here, a real glimpse into what life might be like if we all just got along. And the best part is, we get to watch Ice Cube watch it happen.
Got him. Took your ass out, huh? Take your intergalactic asses back home.
Meanwhile, Faith isn't doing so hot.
But she's
pregnant.
I thought that I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I thought I could stop the bleeding by pulling out the one object that was stopping me from bleeding. Why didn't that work?
Gotta put some pressure on that wound, man. No, Mark, no!
But I work for Amazon. Packing supplies are all I know. Oh no, please don't die. Hold on, Faith. I love... Oh, wait, my girlfriend's calling?
Keep me posted.
Hey, you talking to the cube, baby girl? What do you want? Big discovery here about the aliens and their intentions.
Why are they going after the chip?
These little guys are drawn to data.
These things eat data.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. This whole attack is just a big diversion to get those tripods to the data center. And those tripods are just Trojan horses to get those little bugs into the server.
I feel like I have to point out that that's not how Trojan horses work. A Trojan horse is when you sneak something nefarious inside of something that appears harmless, so the people you're trying to attack let their guard down. I don't think that quite counts when you're talking about a 50-foot walking laser beam.
Guys, a giant robot's destroying the city. How fun is that?
I just hope there aren't a bunch of smaller robots inside of it who try to steal my Facebook memories.
Oh no, my Facebook memories!
I never should have trusted you.
No.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
It's so sad. It's like she's dying all over again. And how is he going to remember to take out the trash now? Kind of seems like he already forgot the part about being nice to the kids.
Jesus, Dave.
Dad! I love how often in this movie, Ice Cube exasperatedly takes off his glasses, only to just have them back on immediately in the next scene. Also, in case you didn't pick up on the insane plot twist here, turns out the aliens aren't here to take over the world, they're here to eat our data.
We are in utter chaos without our most precious resource, our data.
And because of the internet, we have a whole bunch of it.
Collecting data? Oh, man.
The clues were there all along. Look how hungry that robot is.
Shit. Briggs is behind the whole thing.
Traitor. Yeah. I think you're going to want to take those glasses off, man. And go ahead and put them back on.
NASA warned you if you activated Goliath, it could spark an invasion.
Those dinosaur bureaucrats don't keep us safe. I do.
So basically, this evil government surveillance program knew that the aliens were going to come eat all this data, but they still wanted to collect it anyway. And it's like, okay, I guess there's almost an interesting idea here. There are a ton of billionaires and people in power who are mostly aware that their choices are actively harming the Earth and the future of humanity, but they continue to do it anyway because the things they're doing benefit them personally. But I do think there's maybe a tad bit of irony in Amazon being the platform through which this message is conveyed. A platform that is currently using my own data to advertise groceries to me every time I pause this movie.
Our most precious resource on Earth is data.
Also, if you've ever been on the Fast and Furious ride at Universal Studios, all of these webcam conversations have the same exact cadence as the conversations that take place on that ride.
Shaw, that cockroach we beat down in Spain? What's he got to do with this? Nothing.
VP, justices, chiefs of staff, all secure.
Okay.
You insane. I didn't sign up for this shit.
Thank you for your service, Radford. You're dismissed.
Stop this thing. Wait! No.
Oh no, he's being dismissed. I'm not sure I understand though. I might need to see 5 different examples of him being locked out of his computer. What? Oh! He got fired. The other twist is that his son Dave is the disruptor, and Will hates the disruptor because of how disruptive he is.
It's you! It's you!
Yeah.
In fact, he's #1 on the domestic terror suspect watch list. But now that he's stuck on the outside too, they'll have to work together to save the day. He's gonna have to go from hacking for the government to hacking to the government.
Touchdown!
And let's pop those glasses off for a sec. Thank you, Q. Then Mark and Faith send an update photo letting Will know that everything's okay. But it's such a bad picture that Will doesn't even seem that happy about it. Good.
Dad, meet my disruptors.
What the hell? This was supposed to be our safe space.
Guys, enough.
It's truly fascinating to watch a movie try to raise its stakes without any ability to do so, because everything has to take place at his desk. It's not like we can just go out to some big set piece and watch a cool fight. The best Ice Cube can do is send some emails, upload a YouTube video, use Photoshop to put his face into the YouTube video.
Damn, Mr. Radford, that was badass.
It's riveting stuff, honestly. This is what movies are all about.
Thelma Louise, break encryption. Code Crusher, bypass firewalls. And Burnout, just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about Burnout, I'd say he's kind of a loose cannon.
What the hell?
A few minutes later, that whole crew of people we were just introduced to dies.
I'm being hacked. They're hacking us.
They're eating our data.
Now the aliens have turned their attention to Dave.
No!
Oh no, he's gone for real this time. Ice, aren't you forgetting something? Thank you. Now put him back on. You know you can't see without him. And then he sits down and then stands up and then he goes to pick up his chair that he threw earlier. So like, wait, where the fuck was he just sitting a second ago? And I guess firefighters are there already? How did they get there so fast? It's been 12 seconds and the world is at war. Gonna need to take my glasses off for this one. Oh, never mind guys, his son is alive. He was just using a green screen.
You had me worried to death, man.
You should have seen it. I threw my chair on the ground. Oh, son, I'm just so glad you're alive. For the second time today, I thought I lost you. I was devastated. Oh, wait, my girlfriend's calling me again? Girl, you gotta stop blowing up the cube, okay? I got shit to do today.
We must destroy DHS to make sure anything that gets through can't get to the Goliath.
No!
Guys! That's the building I'm in!
Hell no.
Dad, you're gonna have to get the code into the servers manually.
They will kill you, Will. It's a damn suicide mission.
I said I'll be fine.
I just needed to put my glasses back on. Okay, so the plan is Will is going to leave the room. I just hope his legs haven't atrophied in all the time he's been sitting there. He's got to go take this virus and put it in that delicious data that the aliens will eat and then melt or whatever. I don't actually really know. There's just one problem with this plan, though. The only way to transport this virus is with a thumb drive, and Mr. Cube doesn't have one.
Put it on a thumb drive.
I don't have a thumb drive.
What do you mean you don't have a thumb drive?
What? Dude, everybody has a thumb drive. Shit, I bet even Mark has one.
Even I have a thumb drive.
I knew it.
Faith can load it here and I can get it to you.
How?
Primaire.
So this is where the movie goes from good to great. I mean, rarely do we get to see the streaming service a movie is on become so integral to the plot of the movie.
Oh, it's the future of delivery.
In hindsight, it actually feels kind of insane that I even needed to have a Prime subscription in order to watch this movie that is about to climax with Amazon saving the world.
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone. Nice.
I like when this guy's flying the Amazon drone, but then the aliens sent out their drones to try to blow it up. So then the other guy starts piloting a third drone that he uses to blow up these drones before they can blow up the Amazon drone.
Touchdown!
Good job, team. Oh no, the drone fell down. There's no way to get it back up from here. Okay, so what do you think that they're going to do to get out of this situation? I'll give you a couple seconds to think about it. Got your answer? Great. So if you said that they would use facial recognition software to identify this homeless person on the street so that they could text him on the phone and ask him to flip over the drone, you're correct. But also a little psychotic for even thinking of that. Jesus Christ, man. But of course, he doesn't just trust this unknown number at face value. He has to be bribed a little bit first. So they give him $1,000 Amazon gift card. And without hesitation, he sprints into the face of danger to flip that thing over. Oh my God, what a choice. I'm pretty sure that guy exploded, by the way, but that doesn't matter to us because the camera never turns around to look. In his first taste of real action in the entire movie, Will gets grabbed by an alien tentacle that penetrated the building, and then he says this.
These things are everywhere!
Nope, there was just one, and all he had to do to kill it was tell it to move.
Move, bitch! Get out the way!
Just like the song.
Where's that drum? Coming!
And now for the scene that this entire movie has led up to.
No! I love you guys!
In hindsight, it actually makes sense why he spent his entire life in that room, because about 5 minutes after he left it for the first time, he died. So maybe he was onto something. Anyway, now it's everybody else's turn to be alone in a room pretending to react to someone's death. Huh, not so easy, is it? Maybe we shouldn't have been so hard on him, especially now that he's gone. I miss him so much. His quips, his glasses. Oh, never mind, he's okay. Aw, happy ending. I guess nobody died in the movie. Except for the millions of people who definitely died in the movie, but we don't have to think about that.
I just got off with the president. He wants you to pioneer a new data collecting protocol that doesn't invade people's personal privacy.
Sorry, sir, but not for me.
If I can't invade people's personal privacy, then I'm just not interested.
This War of the Worlds.
And that's the movie. It's a total abomination. It's a hoot and a half. It's already being called the worst movie of the decade, but it begs the question, how the fuck did this happen? Look, I refuse to believe that a single person involved in making this was not aware of how terrible it is. I mean, my first thought when I initially saw people posting clips and making fun of it was, oh, Amazon made a terrible movie on purpose to get free publicity, and it's working. If this movie was only kind of bad, no one would be talking about it. And even if it was somehow really good, they still wouldn't be talking about it. I think they put out this steaming pile of product placement-ridden garbage to trick me and 10,000 other YouTubers into making full videos about it. The streaming services have caught on to the effectiveness of rage bait, and just like those data-hungry robots, none of us could resist taking a bite. Weirdly though, the more I read about the production process, the more I actually kind of think this was not intentional and it just happened to suck. The biggest factor being that this movie was filmed 5 years ago during COVID lockdown. It wasn't a conscious artistic choice to shoot it the way they did, although they have now retroactively tried to say that it was. They did it because they could either put each actor in a separate room and try to piece it all together in post, or they just couldn't make a movie at all. And that makes sense. Everything was pretty janky in 2020. We were all just trying to adjust to that new reality. But then they sat on this movie for 5 years. We are well past the era of late night shows being filmed on a webcam and sports being played in front of empty stadiums. Movies have been normal again for a while now. Nothing else looks like this. It's so out of place in the year 2025 that you can't help but stare at it. So I don't think they necessarily set out to make a terrible movie. I think they just ended up with one and didn't know what to do with it. But by waiting until audiences' expectations had long since returned to their pre-COVID standards and would be infinitely more critical of something that was shot exclusively on Microsoft Teams, it created the perfect storm of negative attention. It is the best advertisement for Prime Air that Amazon could have possibly hoped for. We're all voluntarily talking about it for free. So you know what? We gotta stop, guys, okay? No more fueling the fire. No more tweets, no more reactions, no more YouTube videos. From this point forward,
or at least, well, let's say starting tomorrow, whatever tomorrow is, no more uploading YouTube videos about this movie, okay? And we obviously can't assign that rule retroactively. Anything uploaded today or in the past, it's fine, you know, because we hadn't agreed on the rule yet.
I know I'm pretty late with this video. People have been talking about this movie for like 3 weeks now, which in internet time is about 1.5 years. But I just felt like I needed to wait for something else to come out. An article that explains how this all happened. I don't know, maybe a single mention of the movie from any of its cast or crew, but there has been nothing. Every day I Google War of the Worlds 2025 in hopes I can find one little nugget, one extra piece of insight into this debacle of a film, and there's just radio silence to an almost alarming degree. Not one person from this movie has acknowledged its existence in any way whatsoever, positive or negative. It's like the opposite of a press tour, where instead of sending all the actors out to do interviews and podcasts, they made everyone sign NDAs. Even Ice Cube, who posts on Instagram 400 times a day, has not mentioned this movie at all. Andrea Savage has a long list of credits in her bio that doesn't include this movie, but does include the hashtag butthole. Great, now I have to click on that. There goes my afternoon. There's such a collective lack of acknowledgement here that I'm actually concerned that maybe none of the actors even know that they were in this movie. Like, they have no memory of it, and that's terrifying. Someone needs to tell them. It's someone besides me, of course, because I've already tried and it doesn't seem to be working. I guess whatever happened behind the scenes of this movie is just gonna remain a mystery, is what I thought. And then something incredible happened. Huge shout out to a YouTube channel called Tony's Film Club for interviewing the producer and main editor of this movie. This is exactly the kind of thing I was hoping would come out to provide some clarity, you know, and after watching this interview, I am somehow more confused about this movie than I was before.
But a lot of the critiques of the movie are dealing with personal, very subjective things that people dislike.
Yeah. It did confirm a couple of things we all just kind of assumed. One, that the actors did film almost all their parts individually.
Those were remote. Those were done with the director only.
Which explains the total lack of chemistry in every single scene. And number two, that editing this monstrosity was an absolute nightmare.
There's some scenes where you end up with about 10 video layers, 10 performance layers, and you have to keep track of all this, make it work, you know, make sure that everybody is able to track and follow what matters on the screen. It's a mountain to keep track of.
I genuinely feel bad for this guy for having had to put in hundreds, if not thousands of hours in order to make this movie come to life.
Was I scared of entering this project? Yes, I was terrified, frankly.
Another thing is that the producer seems to genuinely believe that people just aren't understanding their vision.
But Q being a dad, saving his kids and family, that was the movie's intent.
They seem to think that they've made this really heartfelt movie about a loving family and are annoyed that other people aren't seeing it that way.
Instead, the movie was received as an enormous disappointment, as if it was to be this gigantic $200 million tentpole. It was never intended for that.
Got it. Okay, so then it doesn't matter that it was bad because it wasn't supposed to not be?
From the critics' standpoint, they went into expecting something much grander in scope, probably by way of the title being misleading. You know, War of the Worlds implies something gigantic.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Also, you knew that this was going to be the title the entire time you were making the movie. It's not like they dropped that on you last minute.
War of the Worlds.
But the real shock from this video is that apparently Amazon was not involved in the production of this movie at all.
Was this one giant advertisement for Amazon?
No, it wasn't. Amazon didn't see it until the movie was all the way done. The creation of Mark was simply because during COVID, who was bringing us all these products to keep us going? Amazon drivers. These individuals are heroes.
And that's why we portrayed him as a bumbling idiot. Because he's so stupid. I mean, important.
We wanted it to be recognizable that this is a part of society.
Okay, I guess that explains Mark's character, but then what about the drone?
The drone? We had to figure out, how do you get Ice Cube a USB stick with a virus ready to be uploaded when he's 2 miles away from where Mark is?
Right, of course, you know, and there's just no other way to do that. And the logo on the screen the entire time?
There's the drone that Dave is piloting, and then there's the drone that Mark is piloting. It was very confusing for a time, the edit, when you didn't have the Premiere overlay.
Okay, but what about the part where they spent like a full minute on Amazon's website?
That was the only way that the drone, which was pre-programmed to deliver to the correct address could get to Cuba.
Right, of course, and that's not the kind of thing that you could just take creative liberties on. If people saw you using an Amazon drone, but they didn't get to see the entire process of something being ordered online, they would be outraged.
Yes.
Okay, so that explains all that. What about the Amazon gift card?
The Amazon gift card, I would like to address that. LA has a huge homelessness problem, but we wanted to also take the everyman who is not appreciated and give that person the opportunity to help save the world, which he does.
Yeah, he does. Reluctantly, after being bribed.
He is incentivized with a financial offer. And how do you get someone like that immediate money, cash in hand? Amazon gift card.
It's the only way.
So does this mean that after Amazon licensed it, they did not add any changes? They did not say, put our logo in here, anything like that?
No. Nothing.
Well, there you have it. They made this entire movie about Amazon saving the world, and it wasn't even because Amazon told them to. They just did it out of the goodness of their own hearts. I actually think that makes it worse.
Amazon saw the Amazon character and identified clearly this would work wonderfully for them on their platform worldwide. And here we are, cut to 3 weeks later, and it's a smash hit for Amazon.
For all the right reasons. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, if you didn't like this video, it's not because it wasn't entertaining, or that I was 2.5 weeks late to this whole trend, or that I'm ugly. It's that you didn't understand it. It wasn't supposed to be good, and it's your fault for expecting it to. All right, I'll see you guys next time.
It's a cult classic in the making. I can already see that.
The Office premiered in 2005 to mixed reviews from an underwhelming number of viewers. Shrinking in the shadow of its acclaimed British counterpart, the show narrowly avoided cancellation after just 6 episodes. About 15 years later, it would go on to become arguably the most popular sitcom of all time. The legacy left behind by The Office is truly inescapable. You'll find GIFs and references from the show in just about every corner of the internet. And that's just for the general public. For the actors that were in this show, forget about it. These people are going to get called by their characters' names for the rest of their lives. Imagine going on a podcast to talk about a TV show you were on 20 years ago, and all of the top comments are like, man, it's so weird to hear Kevin talking normal. Why is he doing that? Make him stop.
I want to kill Kevin Malone.
I guess the thing that happens when you cast as wide of a net as The Office has managed to is that you're gonna pick up a lot of different kinds of people. And I think nowhere has that been more apparent than in the reactions to the new Office sequel series, The Paper. I want you to think of any opinion that someone could have about anything. And I promise you, there is someone out there who has that opinion about this show. There are people who think it's too much like the original. There are people who think it's not similar enough. I've seen people call it a lazy cash grab, and other people say it's the best show they've seen in years. Some people are already asking for fan fiction, and other people are complaining about DEI. Surprise, surprise, another show with women in it. Yeah, I'm out. Wake me up when they make something that's just a bunch of dudes. Young, hot dudes with their shirts off. This person is mad that their husband doesn't kiss them like the guy on the show. This person asked and then answered their own question, and all they had to do was look at the video they were responding to. And this person called Peacock poopcock. And that's just not nice at all. But the most prevalent opinion I've seen about the show, almost everywhere it gets mentioned, is that it will never be as good as the original and that Hollywood has no new ideas. Now, while I agree that this show probably won't be as good as The Office was, and I am also fairly tired of sequels and spin-offs in lieu of fresh new ideas, the show you're talking about literally was a reboot. The pilot episode of The American Office was a near word-for-word recreation of a show that already existed. Yeah, reboots can be kind of annoying, but this is not the time to make that argument. Also, I think we're revising history a little bit here. Season 1 of The Office was not that good. Season 1 of Parks and Rec was even worse. It took a while for those shows to figure out how to best utilize all the characters and even just find the overall tone. In the case of Parks and Rec, that show really didn't hit its stride until season 3 when they hired Adam Scott and Rob Lowe to replace this guy whose name I could not tell you if my life depended on it. I guess what bothers me about this is that a lot of the people who complain that nothing new gets made anymore also won't give new things a chance because they're not immediately better than the thing they already like. I think an important distinction to make about the paper is that it's not trying to be The Office 2. Yes, it's made by one of the original creators, it's written and directed in the same style, it takes place just a few towns over from Scranton, and there is one single character from that show that is also in this one. But it's not a continuation of the same story or any of its characters. It's very much trying to be its own thing, and I think does so pretty successfully when they're not slamming you over the head with references to the old show.
It's giving me PTSD from an old boss.
I know who he's talking about.
Maybe too easy for you, Stanley.
I know who he's talking about.
Nobody wants this.
Every time one of these would happen, I would get unreasonably upset. Obviously, I get why they do these, and I do seem to be in the minority with this opinion, but it just feels so pandery. I also think when you lean too much into these references, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because the more these shows are connected, the more it invites comparison. And if people are constantly comparing the two shows, there's gonna be a clear winner. And that's kind of the double-edged sword of a show like The Paper. A lot of people are only going to watch it because it is tangentially connected to The Office, but then they're also going to spend the majority of its runtime comparing the two. And honestly, it's kind of impossible not to. Throughout the pilot, every time a character would come on screen, I would be like, okay, so that's the new Jim, that's the new Pam, and then that's sort of like Angela, and she's like Italian Michael, and that's the new Stanley?
Did anybody hear that?
Oh, sorry. My prejudice is showing. That's Black Creed. Mostly because I was so curious to see what this show was gonna be. I watched all 10 episodes of it, and I have pretty mixed feelings. Unfortunately, I'm blanking on what I was gonna say. Just watch this ad real quick while I try to remember.
Football season just started and it's already ruining my life. But basketball season is right around the corner, so maybe my other favorite team won't let me down? And that's why I'm excited to shout out the sponsor of today's video, SeatGeek. Every time I want to pull my hair out at an Orlando Magic game, SeatGeek is the first app I check. Why? Because it's the easiest way to find the best deal on tickets. Not only does every seat have its own value rating, but I love that it also shows you what your view is going to be, so you don't accidentally buy a seat that's like behind a statue or facing the wrong way. I've gone to a ton of games over the years using SeatGeek, but it's not just for sports. The app has more than 70,000 events, including concerts, comedy shows, music festivals, and more. What do I mean by more? You're gonna have to download the app to find out. With over 35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. So if you and 14 of your closest friends wanna go see Benson Boone do 100 backflips, click the link in the description and use my promo code DREW10 for 10% off your SeatGeek tickets. That's 10% off your tickets with promo code DREW10. Thank you to SeatGeek for sponsoring today's video, and I'll see you guys at the game. Touchdown!
Something about the... Oh, yeah. So there were parts of the paper that I legitimately laughed out loud at, followed by lines that would make me want to set my TV on fire. The pilot specifically is kind of a mess. Structurally, it's just all over the place. So we open on the old office building and we hear from Bob Vance. And we like that because we remember him from the other show. And then we cut over to a different part of the building and we hear this person talk about Dunder Mifflin, which we remember from the other show. And then we cut to the new office, which for a minute I thought was in London because this guy's British, but it's actually in Toledo. And we learn that this place sells toilet paper and regular paper and newspapers. And then we hard cut to this old documentary about how the newspaper used to be good, and then we cut back to see that now it is bad. And then the theme song plays, and then we're introduced to a second boss, and then she introduces us to everyone else, including Oscar, who we remember from the other show. And then we meet the main character who is coming in to be the third boss, and this is just like the first 9 minutes. It's so disjointed that it almost made me think that the cold open, a scene that has zero actual connection to anything else in the show, was a Peacock mandated insert demanded by some executive who walked into the writer's room with a Google Gemini summary of the script and said, but how will people know that this is The Office if we don't show The Office? Now, if you guys need me for anything else, I will be on a spaceship with Katy Perry. I listened to an episode of the Office Ladies podcast about this pilot, and I felt like it was kind of telling that the very first nice thing they said about the show was just how long it was.
This episode is 33 minutes and 18 seconds. And how much fun is that?
It kind of felt like when someone shows you a movie that you know they love, but you weren't really into it, so you have to just think of anything positive at all to say about it. Yeah, dude, no, aspect ratio is crazy.
It's called Eat House. Get it? Eat House.
Eat House? Yeah.
And, hilarity ensues.
I also think it's funny just because the length is something I did not like about the pilot. I felt like it was way too long. This is a criticism I've had for years with other streaming shows where they leave too much in because there's no mandated length, but then the pacing feels off because of it. Like, one thing that's great about a lot of older network comedies is how they just fly through the episode. It's airtight because it had to be. And I think that if they had just cut out a couple of minutes of the weakest jokes in this pilot, it would have been received a lot better than it was. But instead, a lot of people just gave up on the show altogether. I probably would have too if I didn't force myself to be patient with it. Most shows aren't incredible right out of the gate, and pilots are difficult because there's a lot of things you have to get right. You have to establish the plot, introduce every one of its characters, tell a story that's somewhat wrapped up in one episode, but that provides enough intrigue moving forward so people want to keep watching, all while trying to be funny and interesting with dialogue that needs to exposit but cannot seem expository. It's rare for a series to nail all of that on its first attempt. So I didn't want to hold it against a show that the pilot is a little underwhelming, because at the very least, I do think they set up a really interesting premise, and that's probably the best thing the paper has going for it. A show about how a once great newspaper has been relegated to just being a clickbait factory whose only purpose is to generate whatever ad revenue it can for its parent company feels super relevant. By far the funniest parts of the pilot are the scenes that satirize the state of modern journalism. I love when Esmeralda proudly shows off her favorite article she's written, and it's just like the kind of thing you'd see at the bottom of a news page with some sensationalized title and a crappy AI thumbnail.
And then you keep learning about colors of cars. There are so many colors.
To me, this is what gives the paper a much stronger hook than it would if it was just another workplace comedy about a job that sucks. Because even though that premise worked great the first time they did it, if that's all this show was, it would feel completely pointless. This premise also gives you something to root for as you're watching it. There's a goal that everybody's working towards. The main guy, Ned, comes in with this Leslie Knope style passion and determination to turn this company around. And if you can buy into it, his enthusiasm starts to feel infectious. But I think it definitely takes a few episodes to get to that point. And part of the reason is because early on, the vibe of the show is kind of atrocious. It feels like everybody's an antagonist. The other bosses are trying to sabotage Ned. None of the employees give a shit. Oscar's pissed off whenever he's on camera. The industry itself is antagonistic. Like, it's already such an uphill battle for them to try to turn around this struggling newspaper that to add in all these other elements on top of that make it incredibly frustrating to watch. It's almost the inverse problem the first season of The Office had. In that show, you had to watch a bunch of people deal with one shitty guy, but in this show, you have to watch one guy deal with a bunch of shitty people. And it makes you not really like any of the characters in a show that is only going to work if you like the characters. But for the first couple episodes, it feels like everyone is just a slightly different flavor of stupid. This guy is stupid, but has kids. This guy is stupid, but old. This woman is stupid and loud. There would be funny moments, but it just felt like something was missing. Like there were some interesting ingredients in the pot, but it wasn't melding together into a good meal. In episode 2, I really liked the dynamic they were setting up with Adam and Adalola as a comedic duo when they go out and try and fail to do some investigative journalism. It had a real Parks and Rec vibe, you know? There were a couple lines I chuckled at.
I'm not buying any of this shit. You can answer questions here, you can answer them down at the station.
And it made sense that because they're so gullible, they would believe these teenagers who lie to them about the new craze that everyone is doing, and then they naively go write a story about it. It felt like everything was setting up for a really solid sitcom B-plot. But the specific lie they told them was that all the kids are acting like dogs. So then they start barking. And then later on, the episode ends with the two of them getting arrested for barking. And it just felt like there had to have been some other funny specific they could have put in. Like that was maybe the placeholder, and then they just never replaced it with a better idea. In episode 4, they established that one of their biggest competitors is a blog run by a local high school. And it's fun because even though there's this rivalry there, at the end of the day, it's just a random kid. As things go back and forth, you feel like it's all gonna lead up to something big and funny, and then all of a sudden the episode just kind of ends. ends. They trick him into putting out a fake story to damage his credibility. They write their own article about it, and then Ned is like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. And then it's over. So like the climax of the episode is just a quiet reaction to something that happened off screen. The ending of every episode doesn't need to be some outlandish over the top moment, but I feel like it should at least crescendo. You know, that's what you tend to expect out of a sitcom. That they're gonna set up 2 or 3 different storylines that'll each slowly build up until they all converge in a satisfying way. And almost every one of these early episodes just kind of fizzles out at the end. Like we're kind of getting close, but we're never all the way there. And that was my biggest opinion about the show through the first 4 episodes. But then for whatever reason, suddenly in episode 5, everything kind of started to click for me. Maybe it was just more consistently good writing. Maybe it was that I had now had enough time to understand the characters. Maybe it was the Sawyer from Lost cameo. It was probably that. But if I had to narrow it down to just one thing, I think it would be that this is when the Esmeralda character finally makes sense. By far, the most polarizing thing about this show is Esmeralda. People hate her. A lot of viewers have said she's the reason they stopped watching the show altogether. They say she's annoying and too much and that she's trying too hard. And if anyone from Peacock is reading all of these comments, I am begging you to ignore them. They are wrong. She is hilarious. This show would be so fucking boring without her. She's kind of the only character with energy, and it's such a fun energy. Her performance feels completely unique. I feel like I've never seen this exact character on TV before, and I love it. Is she annoying sometimes? Absolutely. But she's supposed to be. That's kind of her role on the show, is to cause chaos that everybody else has to deal with. But it's not because she's just a terrible person, it's usually out of self-preservation. She feels threatened when Ned comes in and is potentially better at doing her job than she is, so she tries to make his life more difficult. And because her motives are always so transparent, I feel like you can empathize with her. Sometimes she does way too much because she's so desperate for approval. It's fun to watch someone who wears their emotions on their sleeve and is incapable of hiding how they feel. And I don't know if you noticed, but almost everything I just said is also how you could describe Michael Scott. I'm not saying that this performance is as good as Steve Carell was in the prime of his career, but I like that it's different enough to stand on its own. Michael Scott was lightning in a bottle, and the thing they say about lightning is you can't catch it twice. So I'm glad they didn't try to. That they didn't try to replace that character with someone doing a lot of the same things with the same look and the same mannerisms. Like Tim Key. Also very funny in this. From the moment he steps on screen, it just kind of feels like he's doing a Ricky Gervais impression. He's doing a great job, but it certainly doesn't feel new. Whereas Sabrina Impacciatore feels very refreshing. And I'm just hoping the showrunners are aware of what they have in her and aren't going to lobotomize the show in an effort to appease a handful of angry reviews. It's more than a handful, but still. Overall, episode 5 is when this show really started to gel for me, and it only continued through the rest of the season. Each character started to become more defined and not just like interchangeable dumbasses.
I just can't have any more kids. 4 is just about manageable because you get 1 per hand per adult, but 5, I've been thinking like, how do you even do that? Do you use a foot? And then people think you're kicking them?
Once Ken and Esmeralda realize that their goals are aligned and they become more of a team, their dynamic gets so much funnier. Also, as a longtime fan of Eric Rahill, it's just really cool to see him get more opportunities, both as an actor and a writer. His character, Travis, is someone I'm intrigued by, but I still think has a lot of untapped potential. My favorite arc in the whole show starts in episode 7 when they introduce their new product, a flushable glove that you can use to wipe your ass, and ends in episode 8 when Esmeralda takes her son to audition for the commercial.
Do my rewrite. You know, I'm a journalist. I like writing, so.
I was born filthy in sin, so
not that one.
It's baseball season, and the only stains my single mom should be getting out of my pants are grass stains.
This specific tone and style of comedy is something I missed from the Greg Daniels cinematic universe, and I'm happy to have it back. The second half of the season isn't just funnier than the first half. In a lot of ways, it kind of feels like a different show. It's significantly less pessimistic, so it's not as draining to watch. For me, it started to have that comfy sitcom feeling where it's like, is this the greatest show in the world? No. show, but if there were 80 more episodes of this, I would happily watch all of them over the course of a month. Unfortunately though, right as things are all coming together for the paper, it ends with a finale that just felt so forced and rushed. Just a few hours of screen time ago, Ned came into an office with no journalists and no skills. The first paper they put out had the headline, "No news is good news," because everybody messed up so bad they couldn't even publish something in time. And then in the season finale, just 8 episodes later, the Toledo Truth Teller wins a bunch of awards. And also Ned and Mayor profess their love for each other, and everything works out for everybody at the end. And I think this is where the show needs to decide what it wants to be. Do they want it to be about a bunch of incompetent morons failing to do their jobs in an entertaining way? Or do they want it to be a kind of feel-good story about the scrappy underdogs making a comeback? Because you can't really do both. You can't have 7 episodes dedicated to how stupid everybody is, and then 3 episodes later, they're winning journalism awards. It's not a satisfying ending if it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm not saying you should have to drag everything out just for the sake of making it longer, but a feel-good story is really only gonna feel as good as the amount of time it took to get there. In Parks and Rec, Leslie wins the election for city council at the end of season 4, about 70 episodes into the show. In The Office, Jim and Pam had all this tension and chemistry through the first 2 seasons, but they didn't kiss for the first time until 30 episodes in. So when those things finally happened, it felt like a huge deal because we'd spent so much time building up to it. I understand from the showrunner's point of view, they were only given 10 episodes to work with, so they probably just wanted to give it a nice happy ending just in case Peacock didn't give them a season 2. But I really hope going forward they can get that number closer to 20 or 25 episodes to give everything a chance to breathe. They've already renewed it for a season 2, and they're planning to air the current episodes on NBC, so maybe it'll get more of the network sitcom treatment going forward, which would be good because I think that's how this show would best thrive. Like I said, the paper made me realize how much I missed being able to casually watch a new sitcom. The kinds of shows that you can watch a few episodes every night over the course of like 3 months and have it serve as this cozy distraction from whatever might be stressing you out in life. It's like the comfortability of a familiar set and a group of people you just get to spend a bunch of time with. Clearly people still yearn for this type of show, and there just aren't nearly as many of them made anymore. That energy is more often put into the high quality prestige dramedies, you know, shows that are funny sometimes but also stressful, and we can't put a bunch of episodes out because we're trying to win Emmys. There are a few network sitcoms that have received a decent sized audience. I just started watching Abbott Elementary and I like that so far. I've heard St. Denis Medical is pretty funny, but every time I look at the title, my red dead ass wants to call it Saint Denis. And judging by the number of commercials I've seen for Ghosts every time I've tried to watch football the past 6 years, it seems like that one's doing pretty well too. But the most watched shows continue to be comedies that wrapped up over a decade ago. It's kind of funny that because of the way TV has evolved, the best case scenario for these sitcoms is that they garner just enough of an audience to keep making it. And then once all 7 seasons are done and it can be thrown onto Netflix 8 years later, that's when it becomes the most popular it's ever been by a mile. But I also wonder if it's only gonna get harder for sitcoms to even get to that point because of how different our approach to entertainment has become. Historically speaking, every sitcom needs some amount of time for the pieces to all come together. But the amount of time that people, myself included, are generally willing to give something is shorter than it's ever been. If you go on TikTok or Instagram somewhat regularly, you've probably gotten used to the feeling of, if this video does not interest me within 1 second, I'm getting the hell out of here. Make me laugh right now or stop wasting my time. My precious, precious time that I spend 9 hours a day of melting my brain with the flashlight I keep in my pocket. The Office was an incredible success story, but I have to wonder, if that first season came out today, would people be willing to give the same amount of time for the show to figure itself out? Or because of our increased impatience, would we be much quicker to just write it off? I don't know, because this is a hypothetical scenario I made up in my head. Anyway, I'm optimistic about the paper. I think they've planted a lot of interesting seeds, and I'm curious to see what it can grow into. And at the same time, I understand the frustration from people who don't even want to give it a chance, because it does seem like yet another reboot coming along to dangle something familiar familiar in front of us, so we stand and cheer. But as long as they continue to make the show its own thing and lean less into all the nostalgia bait, I think there's a lot of potential here. In the same way that Parks and Recreation was successful without ever needing to have its universe tie into The Office's, I think this show can succeed on its own the more it moves away from the original. But no matter what they do, they're gonna disappoint someone. If they keep Esmeralda around, some people are gonna stop watching. If they get rid of her, I'll stop watching. And for some people, it seems like they're only gonna keep watching just in case more Office characters pop in. What if Dwight had a son? And what if Jim had a son? And then they could be friends. And then we could just do the same exact show with the same exact characters, but played by different actors. What is this, HBO's Harry Potter series? Move on! Nothing you ever watch is going to immediately be on par with the show you've watched 100 hours of. You gotta open your heart up first, brother. All I ask is that you try not to develop a strong opinion about something before you even give it a chance. Try to go into everything with a clean slate, and if you like it, awesome. If you don't, that's fine too, but at least you've figured that out on your own. Just don't let some stranger on the internet tell you how you should feel about something. Unless it's me, of course. You can trust me. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I know that a random ass Peacock show is not exactly the most pressing thing going on in the world right now, but lately my brain has felt like mush, so for the time being, this is the best I can do. Be sure to subscribe if you want to see my next video, where I will be ranking every number in order of how big they are. Bye.
Have you ever wanted to buy my cat? Well, too bad. You can't. She's not for sale. But for a limited time, you can purchase this ultra-realistic, perfectly proportioned, life-size replica of Bim Bim's tiny cat body. It's soft, it's cute, and you don't even have to feed it, unless you want to. But then it's gonna start pissing and shitting all over the place, and you're gonna have to clean it up. We also made this freak-ass hot dog figure that's trying to squish a tiny version of me. Why? Because I thought it would be funny. And I still think it is. You can order one or both or neither of these things at youtooz.com or by clicking the link in the description. What the hell, man? Don't sneak up on me like that. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge right now. Amanda and I just got done watching one of the most disturbing and viscerally unsettling movies I've seen in years. If you've watched anything in theaters lately, you're probably thinking, what, The Substance, Terrifier, Despicable Me 4? No, I love those little yellow freaks. And The Substance just made me hungry. The movie I'm talking about isn't in theaters right now. In fact, it never even was. It's called Timeless Love, and it was made by Hallmark Mystery, one of the subdivisions of Hallmark, like Family and Wines. Sorry, I know I'm already getting distracted, but did you know Hallmark made their own wines now? 'Cause I sure didn't.
Hey Hallmark fans, I'm Andrew Nelson, one of your winemakers behind Hallmark Channel Wines. These are real wines that we're crafting specific for Hallmark fans.
I like how right away they address the elephant in the room by insisting that it's real. 'Cause I agree, it doesn't look real. It looks like an April Fool's Day joke they forgot to take off their website. But they exist, and they made them specifically for Hallmark fans, which I think just means people who will buy anything if the branding on it is even vaguely Christmas. I ordered the wine before. I ordered Jingle and Joy. But according to the order number they gave, said no, only ordered Jingle. Was hoping for a discount, nothing, didn't offer anything. If it wasn't a gift, I wouldn't be ordering Joy. I do not recommend this product. I couldn't find you, went to Hallmark.com. You canceled my first wine order and I still don't see a refund. I just reordered a bigger order in hopes you make it right. Yeah, that'll show them, Ron. Just keep giving them more money. They'll learn their lesson eventually. We only have one wine tonight, ma'am. It's our specialty Hallmark sandwich.
Ooh, it's so good.
So the movie starts with what we soon find out is a dream sequence from the main character, Megan. It's a fantasy of hers that is so vivid, she wakes up from the coma she's in thinking it was real. She isn't married, she doesn't have kids, but she thinks she does because of her dream. And that's great and all, but my first takeaway was there's something about her husband that is a little distracting.
What's the other kind? Homemade?
I'm not gonna make it from scratch, kids. No, I only like it when you make it from scratch. Who makes cinnamon rolls
Cinnabon. I want cinnamon rolls. Okay, but
We gotta drive to the mall.
What do you want me to make for lunches?
I wake up. What you make for lunches?
All right, what do you want for lunches today?
They're already worried about lunch. The day just started. Now, I understand if they're packing lunches for school, but one of the first things he says is, should we just take a lazy day today, implying it's Saturday? So why are you making lunch immediately if you're all gonna have a lazy day together?
Why are you so concerned about what your next meal?
You haven't even eaten your first meal and you're already worried about your second meal. But she's also funny because she's like annoyed when people question her. To them, she is making up this entire life. Imagine if you woke up from a coma and you were like, I had 2 wives and you had this, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. We go home and I'm like, do you remember this place? And you're like, yeah, I remember this place. I live here. It's like, okay, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where the line is.
So, how's it been? What? Being back.
What are you talking about? I don't know, being awake for the first time this year.
So you totally think you were married? Yeah. It still sounds weird.
My job let me go because I was in a coma for too long.
Oh, get a new job.
No, he was like, wow, that sucks.
Okay, do you want to play that character? All right. I got in an accident so bad I fell asleep for 2 months and they fired me because of my coma.
Tough break. What was your job?
I worked at the toilet paper factory.
Get a new job.
Okay.
To keep you focused on something else while giving you perspective you might not get if you keep trying to figure out what happened to you.
He's supposed to tell her what happened to her.
Yeah, let me know if you ever crack what's going on in your brain.
Sure. Yes.
Amanda? Bim Bim? Thomas? Edward? Patrick? Brady? Junior? What happened to my wife? My cat? My 5 handsome boys?
They never existed at all. What do you mean, strange man? You've been in a coma for 7 years. Don't you remember? You got hit in the head with a frisbee, knocked you right out. Doctor said you've got the weakest skull they've ever seen. No, this can't be real. Unfortunately, it is real. And it never would have happened if you had a VPN.
What?
A virtual private network.
No, I know what a VPN is. I just don't see how that would have helped this situation.
Well,
you said I got hit by a frisbee?
Yeah.
Aren't VPNs for like cybersecurity?
Honestly, I don't really know, but I would love it if you'd explain it to me.
Fine, maybe I will tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. It seems like everywhere I go online, people are trying to get their filthy hands on my precious data. And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. But what's great about NordVPN is not only the typical VPN features like data encryption and hiding your IP address on public Wi-Fi, but they also have something called Threat Protection Pro, which checks websites for viruses, scans files for malware, and even removes annoying ads from web pages. NordVPN also helps bridge the gap between you and the rest of the world by unlocking region-specific content. I'll give you an example. I was just on vacation in Italy with some friends and we wanted to rent the Lizzie McGuire movie from YouTube one night, but the audio would have been in Italian because that's the country that we were in. Well, I guess our night's ruined, right? Wrong. We just used NordVPN to change our virtual location back to the States, allowing us to sit back and enjoy one of cinema's crowning achievements. You flew all the way to Italy just to watch the Lizzie McGuire movie?
No, that was just one night.
Okay.
We did other stuff too. We watched Ocean's 11. NordVPN also has a dark web monitor that will alert you if any of the data associated with your email address gets leaked online. Things like passwords and phone numbers, and it works 24/7. So if you've been wanting to get a VPN, but you were just waiting for the right deal to come along, you're in luck because you can get a huge discount off a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months by going to nordvpn.com/Gooden. That link is also in the description if you would rather just click on it instead of having to remember my last name. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video.
Thank you, kind young man, for explaining all that to me. As your reward, I will return your life back to the way it was.
Oh, there she is.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just trying to explain the philosophy behind photos.
No, photos are from the past.
They're memories that we keep on our desks at work.
They're just more vivid versions of what we think in our head.
Got it.
Hey, Dad, did you get anything to eat?
Dad, snap out of it. Your wife died, what, 2 hours ago? Get over it. Everyone in this movie is so impatient with people going through stuff.
What about your parents?
Well, my mom just died last week.
And what about your parents?
Sorry, I've been talking so much about me. And what does your mom do for work?
Just give him time. He'll find his way.
You seem so sure about everything all the time.
Yeah,
because I so sure about everything all the time.
It's like you know everything that's going to happen for the next 4 months and nothing past that.
Maybe she was obsessed with him before she got
that
in the
would be an
coma.
interesting twist. This same movie, but the twist is she was stalking this guy for months ahead of time, and that's how she knows all this. But she just thinks it was this quirky little dream she had.
I want this to have a twist so bad. I want it to start off as a Hallmark and then turn into like
that Netflix show, Kevin Can Fuck Himself, that just like hard cuts into a completely different directing style. That would be so interesting.
I want that.
But no.
It's this.
It's this. Well, I guess it was just a dream you had.
I'd be like, what the
I
fuck?
think you need to leave now.
Yeah, I do.
Right now, I would be shocked if I could raise for this.
No way. He's like,
I don't know, maybe she was telling the truth.
he's so underreacted to that information.
What's wrong?
I just realized I needed to be honest with myself. And I think I was just letting this keep going because it felt easier.
Maybe the timing's for the best.
There should have been fireworks in the first day.
Fish all like explode.
I hope I live up to what you know about me.
That's so crazy.
That's so weird for him to just accept it.
I love a good romance. I can't get behind him just falling in love with her.
If I met someone and it like really hit it off for a couple months and then I find out they knew all this stuff about me, I would think they were a stalker.
Yes.
I would feel so weirded out. I would feel...
I bet a stalker wrote this movie.
Yeah.
This is a stalker's
No, it's not
fantasy.
stalking. I just had a dream where I learned all this stuff.
You know almost everything about me.
He likes it.
I think he's just so used to having a girlfriend who's too cool for him and genuinely does not give a shit about his life. A year later, they have a 5 and 6 year old. Why would they hang individual photos of each other and not? They don't have any together at this point?
I like it.
Nice job, Mrs. Claiborne.
Also, he just called her Mrs. Claiborne, so they're married. It's been 1 year they're married already.
And they don't have any wedding photos to hang up?
No, no, they got married and they only have the one photo he took of her at their first photo shoot together. Stupid movie.
This is perfect.
And how can they afford this house?
She works for him.
He makes a little bit of money and gives some of it to her, and they pool that together to buy this beautiful house. Hallmark makes pretty good movies, but what they make that's really good is their wine. So be sure to check out Hallmark Sandwich Wine. Go to hallmark.com. You're not going to find it there, but you'll find it eventually. Hallmarkwines.com.
Sandwich.
This video is sponsored by Rocket Money, and there's nothing you can do about that. Hey guy, it's that time of year again, the beginning of a new one. And that means it's time for all of us to turn over a new leaf, to strive to be better versions of ourselves for anywhere from 10 to even 12 days. Like a lot of people, I'm starting the year off with the goal of trying to eat healthier and struggling to do it because my brother just gave me 100 pounds of candy for Christmas. I've learned that for me personally, the easiest way to eat relatively healthy on a consistent basis is to just meal prep the same few meals over and over again. I do a lot of chicken and rice that I douse in hot sauce. Sometimes I'll put that chicken in a burrito that I douse in hot sauce. I also do a lot of ground turkey pasta. And of course, my signature dish, one slice of bacon cooked too long, now it looked like a turd. And all of these are equally delicious, but I'll admit sometimes I grow tired of the same 4 meals, and I'd like to expand my repertoire. Lucky for me, there's a whole world of information available right from my mobile device, and over the years, I've bookmarked dozens of delicious-looking recipes. There's just one problem. I've never actually cooked any of them. I have a whole folder of saved recipes on Instagram that I add things to constantly. I don't think I've ever even opened it. Gun to my head, I couldn't tell you one thing that's in there. So my goal for this video is to not just pretend that hypothetically one day I might cook something that I see online if all of the ingredients fell right into my lap and someone preheated my oven for me. No, I'm cooking everything I see. I don't care if it looks good. I don't care if it looks disgusting. For the next week, every time I see a recipe online, I'm gonna stop whatever I'm doing, drive my ass to the store, and come back home and make it. I might even eat it too.
Let's make these crispy Parmesan broccoli sticks. Peel your stalk and slice into fry shape. Coat them in a mixture of olive oil, grated parm, garlic, and lots of spices. Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan and bake for 15 minutes.
Okay, so technically I already saw this before I started making this video, but I still want to make it because I only found out recently that you can even eat that part of the broccoli. I've just been composting it every time. Now, is some of its nutritional value lost when I smother it in oil and cheese? Yeah, probably a little bit. But Parmesan literally has protein in it, and that means it's good for you. I've never peeled this part of a broccoli before. Hope I'm doing this right. All done. Olive oil, garlic. I don't know what spice that is exactly. I'm just gonna do like some paprika, which is way too much, and some more garlic. Music glove, because I have sensitive skin. Where are all my sensitive skin heads at? Never mind. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Look at that.
Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan.
I'll get what I can on there. I'm definitely about to run out. I've only done like 3 of them. All right. Probably could have used some more cheese, I'll say it.
What is it?
Broccoli.
Oh, it's broccoli.
Yes, broccoli stems with a bunch of crap on them. I need to make it again in the air fryer with more cheese and less spice. And I need to make sure I grate them properly because I think some of them have like a little bit of the outside, but I don't know where the outside stops and the middle begins. I don't know the inside of a broccoli very intimately.
I do. Okay, so I have an experiment. I have 2 starters going on here. This one is named Thunder, and this one is named Lightning. And then I fed it for the first time this morning because it doubled in size, and now, even since this morning, it's grown about this much. And then Lightning over here, this one hasn't grown yet. I just started this one this morning. So I'm excited to see how these turn out.
I'm 5 days into being back in a calorie deficit diet, and I have yet to have a pizza omelet. They're by far one of my favorite low-calorie meals.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna make upside-down egg pizza for breakfast. That wasn't on my 2025 bingo card. Oh wait, it actually was.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting.
This is a very precise recipe. He said 15 pepperonis, not one more, not one less. 14, 15, 16. Guess that'll just be our little secret. Okay, mine aren't really flat like his. It's like they don't want to be cooked. Oh yeah, this is looking like a pizza now. Ah, shit. I feel like I need a 3rd egg in there. Wow, I'm really bad at this. I just went to Italy a few months ago, and let me tell you, this right here, this is pizza. I guess I have to judge its doneness based on how much it jiggles.
We got a little bit of a jiggle left, so we're gonna cover it for a little bit longer.
I guess my worst fear is because I have to flip this eventually. What if it's like still really soggy and not done, and I go to flip it and it's just like raw egg all over my face and torso? I don't want that. Time for the flip. Nope. It's heavier than I thought it would be. Or what if I what if I just did that? Does it look as good as his did? No. But does it taste as good? How would I know? I haven't taken a bite yet. Oh no. That's not the face I wanted to see. This is the face I wanted to see. I mean, I didn't make this because I was like, oh, Amanda will love this. I made it because I had to. It has such a strong odor. I think it's pretty good, actually. It just tastes like an omelet. I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
Nothing really to say about this.
It tastes the way it looks.
If this just had another tortilla on top and more cheese
Hiding
on
its
top,
contents.
yeah, it just looks really ugly.
You don't like the way this looks?
I just don't like the way it looks.
It's definitely uncanny valley territory. It looks too much like a pizza, but not enough like a pizza. It almost looks like AI generated pizza. Like it has this weirdly cartoonish look to it. I like it.
If you don't have a lot of time in the mornings but looking for a delicious and easy high-protein snack, these breakfast Hot Pockets are only 300 calories with 32 grams of protein and perfect for meal prep.
I don't want to make eggs again.
Feel the luck of the dice. Watch the roulette wheel spin and scream for your touchdown.
All right, so I already fucked up 2 things about this recipe. One, I was supposed to buy egg whites to mix with the eggs, and I bought egg stirs by mistake. That's not that big of a deal. That's just like a calorie difference. But where I really messed up was I was supposed to buy plain yogurt, and I bought vanilla yogurt. Sure, vanilla is relatively plain in the grand scheme of all flavors, but for this recipe, I don't think that's what he was going for. I think this is as good a time as any to point out that if there's any recipes that I make in this video and I don't like it, it's probably not the recipe's fault. It's probably mine. No, this is awesome. This is exactly what I wanted to be doing right now. Is this right? Does this look right to you? I think I stuck my hands in a little prematurely. I know this extra flour was probably overkill, but this got so sticky, I just felt like I had to intervene somehow. Not right now, please. Well, it looks like something. It looks better than it did 5 minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, look at us. We're doing it, guys. Well, I'm doing it. You haven't helped at all. Just a nice, easy meal prep. This will make your mornings very simple. There's no way I'm gonna fit this many eggs on these. They're so tiny. What did I do wrong? Besides, well, most of the steps so far. I love 20 pounds of eggs. I love to look at it. I love to smell it. This might be the best meal I've ever made. Yeah. This looks pretty good. If anyone is watching this video so far and is like, boy, I sure do hope Drew doesn't transition into cooking content because I don't want to watch any more of this, don't worry. I'll probably never step foot inside a kitchen ever again. Just wanted to try something new for the new year. New year, new me. That's what they say. But I can't wait to go back to the old me. The old me that never tried to do shit like this. This looks so good. I do think of myself as a decent chef. I think I'm pretty competent in the kitchen. But there are things that I'm good at making, and clearly there are things I'm bad at making. I don't want this to be an indictment on my overall cooking ability, okay? This has nothing to do with how good I am at roasting chicken or grilling wings. Wings are not really that hard to make, and I'm also really good at spaghetti, which is like notoriously pretty easy. Maybe I'm just good at like the baby shit. I'm just gonna put this on as is, and we're just gonna see what happens to that little fucked up one in the corner. Hey, that wasn't so bad. Look at this delicious meal. I think it's still undercooked. It's so funny, he was like, sear it on both sides for 5 minutes each. I did that and cooked it in the oven for like almost 40 minutes. I mean, it tastes like a Hot Pocket. Whether or not that's a good thing is up to you.
I mean, it's a little dense.
It's like a brick. Yeah, I think the dough was more my fault. I don't think I made it thin enough before I packed everything in. What would be better is to just use a tortilla and then just make like a little crunch wrap. And I feel like that would just be 100 times easier. And you could probably meal prep that too.
I like it better than yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't like that pizza.
This is a pizza.
What do you think pizza is?
This is pizza.
I hope you like that because I got 6 more of them.
This is my go-to dish I make when I don't feel like cooking.
Perfect. It'd be nice to have a little break after that fiasco I went through this morning.
It's called arrayas. It's basically a meat stuffed pita, and it takes less than 30 minutes to make.
Oh.
We're gonna use ground beef and add garlic, feta, parsley.
Sorry,
then we're gonna open up our pita halves and start stuffing them. Sear them on both sides.
Actually starting to look a little bit like cooking.
It turns out so juicy, and now we just enjoy.
You know what I make when I don't feel like cooking? Bag of chips. Maybe just like a bowl of canned tuna. She said in the video, I promise you're not gonna undercook this.
And I promise the meat fully cooks.
I don't know about that. I think you would be shocked at my ability to undercook anything. Or I guess more accurately, to severely overcook anything out of fear of undercooking it. I'm such a hypochondriac that if I even make even a slightly pink burger, which is how I like it, by the way, I'll work myself up the next 2 days being like, does my stomach hurt because I contracted a foodborne illness? Or does my stomach hurt because I'm nervous about the possibility of having contracted a foodborne illness? Ugh, I can't wait to lick my fingers when I'm done. Does that look good to you? Wow, I touched that for 10 seconds and my hands are itchy. Where all my eczema heads at? Please ignore the mess over here. I wasn't expecting company today. It looks so good on the outside, but I know it's still raw on the inside. Cooking is scary. What if I die? All right, moment of truth. This woman's trying to kill me. It would be so helpful to know how hot I was supposed to make it. It looks really good on the side. This one I gave a little bit longer, and it is completely raw. She promised it would be fully cooked. Am I stupid? Ow. This one looks fine. That just looks like a burger. Let's make a little sauce here. God damn. Shit, that's really good. I've never thought to fry pita bread like this. It just tasted like an empanada, which is great. Empanadas are delicious. I've made empanadas before. The ones I made were like a lot of work. It would take me like 2 hours to do everything. I'm gonna say that this one that is still raw is my fault. I can't tell you how many times I've tried making burgers and I'll like confidently take it off thinking it's done and then it fucking looks like this. No shade to her. I just don't think that she should have ever trusted me to cook something properly. I'm going to cook the meat and then stuff it in and then brown the sides. Now, is this one gonna taste as good? Probably not. But is it a little bit safer to eat? Yeah, because I burnt it. Yeah. Definitely dried that one out. There's a happy middle ground between putting it in completely raw and putting it in already cooked. Sorry, Bim Bim. I can't feed you this week. I haven't gotten any Instagram reels for cat food. Nah, I'm just kidding, brother. Honestly, so far this challenge isn't as bad as I feared it might be. I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone. I'm learning new things. I'm actually pretty excited to see what's next. What the fuck?
Dozens of questions sprang to mind as my eyes tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Questions like, what? And why? But for the sake of this video, the only one I really needed to answer was how. So I enlisted the help of my friend Internet Shaquille, who you may know from his cooking YouTube channel or from the only Vine of his I could find on this website.
Dunkin' Crumpers?
He responded almost instantly with an answer that would have taken me weeks to figure out on my own. It's cheese. Really wet cheese with pistachios in it for some reason. He even found a website to buy this exact concoction from, but that, of course, would be cheating. I needed to make this on my own. Without access to pre-made mozzarella curd, I would need to order citric acid and animal rennet, two things I definitely knew existed before this week.
What the hell am I doing, man?
But first, a short commercial break.
Hi, I've made zero progress escaping the void, and I'd like to tell you a story. A couple years ago, I got my credit card info stolen, and I didn't notice for almost a year because the only thing this person bought with my credit card was a Hulu subscription. And I didn't notice because I was also paying for Hulu. So even though I did see the occasional Hulu charge, I just assumed it was me. The only reason I eventually found out what was going on was because of the other thing that they bought, 2 tickets to SeaWorld San Diego. That's when I knew something was up. Even to this day, I often find myself lying awake at night thinking about all the money I wasted on that phantom account and how it could have all been avoided by using today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that, amongst other things, shows you all of your subscriptions in one place so you can easily see how much you're paying for all of them and how often you're paying for all of them. Not only can this bring attention to things you might have forgotten you've been paying for, but they even offer to cancel subscriptions for you directly from the app. No need to call customer service, no need to skim through 5 pages of, "Are you sure you want to cancel? We really don't want you to." They also create customized budgets and help me get a bird's eye view of my overall monthly spending, what categories I tend to spend the most money on, what categories I should probably be spending less on. When using all of the app's premium features, Rocket Money's helped save its customers up to $740 per year, and they've also saved their customers over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. To take control of your finances today, go to rocketmoney.com/Drew Gooden to get started for free. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video.
I've been procrastinating this all week, pretty much. I think the part that sucks the most is I love mozzarella. The idea of making fresh mozzarella sounds delicious. The videos I watched, they make it look delicious. But I have to go through all this work to make it, and then at the end, stuff it with a bunch of Italian bologna and pistachios, all because of some dumbass Instagram reel. Well, let's get started. I found this very nice Irish lady on YouTube whose recipe I will be following for this. I love this video because she gets increasingly more excited as it goes on, and it's infectious. Now I'm excited.
Look at how gorgeous those cheese curds are. Oh my gosh. This is so exciting.
I'm so nervous that the largest pot I have is not gonna be big enough for this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Close call there. I just want to drink it. That's the problem. The real challenge of this recipe is resisting my primal urges.
Using a thermometer, stir your milk frequently until it reaches 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius.
I do have a thermometer, but I don't have a nifty thermometer holding device. Wait, what am I talking about? Of course I do. It's called my hand. Anyone else's mouth watering, or is that just me? Yeah, check out those lumps. All right, 90 degrees. Remove it from the heat without knocking my camera over. Another burden in all of this is the need to film every step of it.
Stir in the rennet mixture for around 30 seconds.
All right, that felt pretty thorough. Gotta put the lid on. Come back in 5 minutes. Oh man, I'm really nervous about this.
Okay, the moment of truth. Take off your lid and check if you have curds. And there you see it. It's a lovely wobble and it's nice and thick. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I am delighted.
Well, that's not right. Okay, try keeping that covered for a few more minutes. Not really sure what I did wrong there. The most recent comment on this video is, well, I fucked that up. I mean, I'm using the same rennet. Sets in 30 to 45 minutes. It may take longer. Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough. I might need to give this like half an hour. Pretty similar. It's supposed to basically be a solid at this point. I'm supposed to like slice it. That's why it's so much easier to just never do anything you've never done before. All right, well, it's been an hour. Oh my God. It worked, I think. I just went to the store to buy new milk thinking I was gonna have to do a second batch. This is so exciting.
I am delighted.
Okay. Not quite as thick as I thought. Shit. I think I can still make this work. Whatever big curds I thought I had, they have not materialized. At best, this looks like cottage cheese, but even that, it's like runny cottage cheese. I thought I had such big curds, man. What happened to my curds?
Just look at how wobbly and jiggly it is, just like the way you see fresh mozzarella. We are going to squeeze our cheesecloth as tight as we can to get out as much liquid as possible.
It doesn't feel like mozzarella. Tell you that right now. I mean, this is purely just liquid. I mean, she had a pot full of curds. I maybe have a fistful. It's like if you poured a bunch of rice into a pool and then tried to fish it all out. Just soldiering on as if every part of this process doesn't look completely wrong.
Place the curds in your hot whey for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, remove the cheese and stretch it as much as you can and fold it over on itself. When you're done, create a smooth ball by tucking the edges underneath and kind of shaping it in your hands, just like the way I'm doing. Look at this scene. This makes me so happy. I feel like I'm in the countryside in Italy somewhere. There you go. That's it. That's all our hard work paying off right there. This is exactly what I was going for. Absolutely gorgeous.
How's your bread doing?
I think I killed him.
These low-calorie and high-protein pepperoni pizza pockets are the perfect snack you can easily meal prep to take to work or school and can be stored in the freezer for weeks.
For the first time in my life, YouTube Shorts actually did something good for me here. Most of the ingredients you need to make this, I already had from that egg pizza the other day. My dumbass just rolled up to the checkout line at Publix with 2 things in my cart. They laughed me out of the damn building. Also, for your guys' benefit, I went ahead and did the boring part, and you get to watch me attempt to mash all of this crap into these tiny little tortillas. He does this sort of like triangle fold. Okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Wait, how does he close them? I got 2 cameras right now and neither of them are pointed at what I'm doing. So then seal it at the top. I will say, this one's kind of fun actually. Maybe cooking's not so bad after all. It kind of looks like ice cream cone, huh? My only concern so far is they're not really staying closed. I didn't really do that part very well. And now I'm just getting my fingers all greasy for no reason. I also made some of them way too fat, I think. A lot of things I could have done differently here, but too late. Gotta put it in the oven. I don't know if it's just because I'm really hungry right now. But this is probably the best thing I've made so far. I didn't really get it to seal over here, but I don't think that matters that much. I honestly like this a lot. Really, the only remaining test is seeing how much acid reflux I get in about 2 hours. A lot.
Let me show you how to make some incredible crispy beef tacos. These came out ridiculously good.
No, please don't make me eat a delicious taco. This challenge sucks. He wasn't super exact with the measurements. He did say 1 onion, but then just kind of threw in a wad of beef. Looked like maybe 2 pounds. I got 1.5. Hope I didn't fuck everything up.
Make your own taco seasoning, it's worth it.
I made the seasoning mix myself. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I just bought one from the store? You don't know anything about me. Ow. 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 Wish I had longer tongs. Wish I could be like this far back so it would stop burning my fingers. Oh yeah. That looks pretty good. It's not your ideal taco because it's mostly beef. If we had limes, that would go good with this. Do we have limes? Now she likes it. Fellas, if your girl don't like something, just put some lime juice on it. She'll go, The more oil you use in a video recipe, the better you can make something look, but like, it really just tastes like oil. When I was driving back to Publix to get my second onion, my mouth was watering thinking about these. And she said she didn't like it that much.
I'm hungry.
Oh yeah. They look like little turds.
I probably just like a frozen banana.
How did he do that?
The most delicious, high-protein, honey garlic butter chicken mac and cheese.
Somehow I managed to make the macaroni and cheese and the chicken the exact same color.
What are we having for dinner? Tan. Mac and cheese.
You don't like it?
It's a weird aftertaste. This is probably the worst one yet. Not good.
I don't know what I did wrong.
I think it's just the taste of the cheese. I don't like
The pasta tastes really funky. I get a lot of YouTube shorts or Instagram reels that are like, here's a low-calorie version of a food you like, and they, you know, sub all of the regular ingredients for low-fat or low-calorie version. And the whole goal is to make it look like the food you like. And this looks like it would be good mac and cheese. The chicken, maybe not so much, but this looks like it should be good, but it doesn't taste right. It tastes so funky. I think mac and cheese is just one of those foods where you either need to go all out and just have the creamiest, butteriest, cheesiest mac and cheese that you can, or just not have it at all. God damn it.
No, I can't go out like this. A full week of trying new meals and this is what I ended on? Some stupid little mac and cheese crap? Hell no. I needed to go out like a man. I needed to eat a meal made for a big, strong guy like myself. And that's when I found the perfect recipe.
Spicy noodles, 2 cans of Vienna sausage, chorizo, 2 huevos, and some pickles with 3 scoops of peanut butter.
Now this is what cooking is all about. All my favorite foods all in one meal. An entire day's worth of calories just sitting in a bowl I can slurp up like a dog.
What do you say we dig into this bad boy, huh? Yeah, I mean, it just has every flavor you're looking for in a well-balanced meal. You got the salt from the noodles, the salt from the chorizo, the salt from the pickle. I mean, there's gotta be, what, 1,000,000 milligrams of sodium in here? Guess I don't need Gatorade ever again. I got a lifetime supply of electrolytes right here. It just sucks that I'm so full. You know, I'd love to eat more of this, but I'm so full. I had a slice of bread earlier, so it's just no room left.
You know, I started this video under the assumption that I'd been holding myself back all this time. By bookmarking posts and coming up with plans only to never follow through with them, I'd been preventing myself from ever reaching my full potential. I now know that I was wrong. You see, every time you actually make a recipe you see online, you're robbing yourself of the hypothetical version of it you'd created in your mind, replacing it with the real version that requires infinitely more work and almost always tastes worse than it did in your imagination. YouTube Shorts recipes are purely entertainment and should never be recreated by anyone. I went into this video thinking I needed to spark some sort of change in my life, move on to the next step of my evolution as a human being. But what I learned is that was never going to happen. New Year's resolutions are for people who want to change, and I just don't. Changing is hard. Growing, nearly impossible. Whatever skills you learn by the time you're like 25 are the only skills you'll ever have. And as your body begins its slow but inevitable process of deterioration and your motor skills decline a little bit more every year until you die, remember this: it's too late, and you should have started sooner. Thanks for watching. No, I'm just kidding. That would be an insane way to end this video. My actual takeaway here is it's good to step out of your comfort zone, and even attempting to do so is cause for celebration. Don't beat yourself up if you're bad at something the first time you try it. Just learn from your mistakes and do better next time. I mean, sure, I'll never, ever attempt to make cheese ever again, and after 5 tries, Amanda's completely given up on the whole bread from scratch thing. But just because we gave up doesn't mean you should too. And yeah, maybe my other New Year's resolution was to get back into reading, and through 1 entire month, I haven't even finished half of 1 book. But just because I can't cook and I can't read doesn't mean you can't cook and you can't read. You do know how to read, right? I guess all I'm saying is I hope the very low bar I set for you today is inspiring. I truly think anyone can be a better chef than me if they even try at all. Also, I linked all the recipes in the description if you want to try one for yourself. Okay, see you next time. I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. The stock market is gonna crash. The housing prices are gonna come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed, inflation is out of control, groceries have never been more expensive, layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely 1 stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green.
Is this guy stupid?
The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1% and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. Hi, I'm Upside Down, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through as it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping your sensitive information safe from criminals, losers, and especially freaks. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area. Just by changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. If you want to try out NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee, go to nordvpn.com/Gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. It's not gonna do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only 2 paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. we got to kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own, and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal, and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money. Like, you guys can still be rich, whatever. Just turn it down a notch, because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else. You're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here.
If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we gotta make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all wanna live in a better world, and as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, 2 of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man, I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty, poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government. We don't owe you shit. We're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly. The deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lowered the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system, where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay. Then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been higher. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack Welch. Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit.
This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it, so they weasel their way into politics, they influence elections, they buy policy changes, they use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive?
Everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to to SNAP benefits. Now that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like, surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than an eighth of what we spend on defense and an eighth of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem, that seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it in the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create?
For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would. And you're like, okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores, is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours? It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up. Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what, we can't do anything then? That's it? It's over, they won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want. Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation, but if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming a for-profit commodity, from housing to healthcare, is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. History shows that unfortunately sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better, and if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together. Do not fall for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yotei is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching.
Day in the life of a lazy teenager who makes $21,000 a month using just his phone. The first thing I do when I go on my phone is open YouTube. Then I search for any particular streamer and I screen record their content. Then I head to Creo.ai, select my gameplay, and it puts the whole video together for me. Last month, this page alone made me $14,000.
Here's how I make $1 million every day as a 3-year-old toddler working from home. First, I look for a funny YouTube video, preferably one with a lot of colors and sounds. Then I film my iPad with my phone. Then I upload it to Microsoft's Copilot AI powered by Bing GPT, and it adds infuriatingly inept Subway Surfers gameplay to the clip. Then I boot my diaper. Then TikTok mails me a check for 200 grand, which I'm pretty sure my parents have been using to fund their online gambling addiction. Hey guy. Has anyone else noticed how awesome the internet is lately? I, for one, find it so exciting that every website now has their own named version of AI that pops up begging you to use it. You got any questions for Gemini? Or maybe Murph? Nendo? How about Grok? You need to grok something? It's okay if you do. AI has become completely inescapable, even if you're going to a website where you're not seeking it out and you don't expect it to be. Like, remember when you could search for something on Google and the only thing they would show you was a bunch of relevant websites and results? Boring. That's not what I'm here for. I think it's much better that now they're using artificial intelligence to tell me to jump off a bridge. Hey Google, do I need a parachute while skydiving? Nope, a regular backpack works just as well. Hey Google, can cockroaches live in your penis? Of course they can. How do you think they got the name? Wow, I love living in the future. To me, this is the ultimate example of what the AI craze is doing to tech companies, because for the most part, it's not really doing anything differently than it used to. For a long time now, they've had searches that result in one highlighted answer. This is kind of the same thing, but just rebranded as AI because that makes it sound smarter than it actually is. But it's not like it's carefully compiling all the most reputable results and running it through their fact-checking algorithm. It's still just aggregating it from one place. And because Google recently spent a bunch of money to buy all of Reddit's data, usually that place is just a random Reddit post from like 10 years ago. This one about how you should put glue on your pizza to get cheese to stick to it was from a user named Fucksmith. This one about how you should be eating at least one rock per day is a direct headline from The Onion, perhaps the most famous satire website. If they're not even programming The Onion as information the AI should not consider to be factual, I can't imagine any safeguards were put into place. This is so dangerous for someone to read this and think they should be eating one small rock every day, when most doctors would tell you to eat a handful of medium rocks at minimum. One little pebble's not gonna do anything. For real though, I do think it's concerning that a website people go to for information and tend to trust, for better or for worse, is so willing to destroy that trust just because they thought this gimmick would make their stock price go up. And it did. The economy makes sense. I'm gonna celebrate by putting gasoline in my spaghetti. Something I've been kind of interested in lately is the dead internet theory, which if you dig too much into, comes with some weird baggage, makes some pretty ridiculous claims. So I'm just gonna separate the core idea and make it its own thing. But basically just the idea that as time goes on, the internet is turning into a place where most of the content on it is not only produced and managed by AI, but is also being interacted with by AI in this kind of endless loop that doesn't even involve humans at all. Like if you've gone on Quora at all recently, you've probably noticed questions that have been asked by bots filled with answers given by bots. So what was initially created as a place where people could go to get advice from other people has been overrun by AI just talking to itself. Social media websites are also going through a similar shift right now, but perhaps none more prevalent than Facebook. In 2019, Facebook deleted over 5 billion accounts for being fake, which far exceeded the number of real human accounts. And that was before all these programs became as widely available as they are now. At this point, most of Facebook seems to be these giant spam accounts run by bots, posting content created by AI that's being flooded with comments that may or may not have been written by ChatGPT. Today's my birthday, please, please, I like meat. Happy birthday, amen, 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 amen. As soon as one type of photo becomes successful, you'll start seeing a bunch that are almost exactly the same. A grandma who's turning 1,000,000 years old and just wants to be loved. A comically long truck full of American flags driving down the wrong side of the highway. Soldiers and dog soldiers with mechanical legs. Today, my birthday. No one loves me because I'm poor. Honestly, man, if I had to guess, I think it's actually because of your shoes. Have you tried wearing something less terrifying? Today's my birthday. No, yon lodines because I'm poor. Again, man, I don't think it's cause you're poor. I think it's the shoe. I'm single. I need a boyfriend. I'm available. I'm right here for you both. Can you come to me? I will take you out and show you off to everyone and tell them this is my girlfriend. There's something so eerie about scrolling through Facebook now. It's kind of like if you went to an old mall that's on its last legs. They've only got a few open stores left. There's hardly anyone ever walking around. It would be like if that mall tried to trick you into thinking it's still popular by filling itself with talking mannequins. They're just repeating robotic catchphrases like, ah, what a beautiful day at the mall. I'm going to browse Spencer's for novelty goods. And you're like, who the hell is falling for this? And then you look over at your uncle and he's trying to fuck one of the mannequins. The mannequin has 2 heads and 3 arms and your uncle's completely undeterred by it. That's what Facebook is now. You'll see the most freakish photos go viral on there, and they're filled with comments from middle-aged dudes like, you may be a little unusual, oh quirky one, but God makes no mistakes. I will pray for you. Now please DM me so I can show you my penis. And honestly, I don't even know if Facebook wants to put a stop to this. All they're ever gonna care about is keeping people on their platform. And if this is what gets them to scroll longer and see more ads, they probably love it. Or at least they'll love it until advertisers start to realize they're overpaying for ad space because none of the impressions they're getting are from real people. So they'll leave to advertise on other websites, and in their place will be ads for, like, I don't know, crystals that give you superpowers. Oh, that's already happening?
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural.
That's a real ad I got on Facebook. Maybe Twitter's doing better? Let's see what kind of ads they got. Oh, here we go, an ad for stand-up comedy. Nothing weird about that, just a regular human doing regular human stuff.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who?
Okay. I think that joke only works if you put the emphasis on, no, you're a poo. I don't know if the AI voice really understands that.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who?
Again, similar problem as before, but I do love that he's shouting now.
Knock, knock!
There are 2 big changes that Elon has made to Twitter that have made the website infinitely worse. One, he turned verification into a paid program where if you give them $8 a month, you get increased visibility on your posts, including in replies to other posts. Shortly afterwards, they also added a monetization program so those blue checkmark people could make money off of their tweets. Now, in theory, this is a good thing. I think if a platform is profiting off of your content, it's only fair that you get a percentage of that. The problem is, on Twitter specifically, most of the content that these accounts produce is just stolen memes and videos, or people just saying intentionally divisive shit to get everyone mad and farm engagement. So Elon has taken what he describes as the internet's town square and added a financial incentive to being toxic. So that sucks, but that doesn't really have anything to do with AI. What does have to do with AI is the other version of engagement farming all over Twitter. This like mindless ChatGPT clutter. Remember, buying a blue checkmark puts your tweets at the top of replies. So I guess some people did the math and were like, well, if I just program a bot to comment thousands of replies, I can make at least $9 or $10, and that's what I like to call a profit. Oh, new movie's coming out with Emma Stone? Cool, I wonder what people are saying about it. Good actor, amazing title. Good one, amazing. As title showing, it will be a blockbuster. The film also stars Jesse Plemons, Willem Dafoe, Margaret Qualley. Yeah, no, I read all that. In the tweet that you're replying to, Stone has starred in many films, including Superbad, Easy A, and La La Land. She's known for her natural charm and husky voice. She's also appeared in Cruella, The Amazing Spider-Man, The Help. Stone has won many awards, including an Academy Award, a British Academy Film Award, a Golden Globe. Oh my God, why are the top replies just summarizing Wikipedia? Can we maybe prioritize things that are relevant to the conversation? Can we talk about the actual movie? Can we talk about the political and economic state of the world right now? No, we can't, because this is what happens when you incentivize people to farm impressions. But I also have a conspiracy theory that some of these accounts are not doing it for profit, but were instead created by Twitter themselves to make it seem like there's more users on their site than there actually are. Because again, who benefits from inflated impression numbers on paid ads? Not users, not the advertisers, only the platform itself. See, some of these accounts don't have check marks, or even profile photos for that matter, so there's no financial gain for them to be doing this. They don't seem to be promoting anything, but that hasn't stopped them from copying and pasting AI-generated comments that cut off as soon as it hits the character limit. I'm glad someone is finally shedding light on the importance of mental health awareness. It's amazing how many people are still struggling in silence, thinking they're alone in their battles. This is in response to a baseball player breaking his hand? But I think the weirdest and most confusing implementation of AI on social media that I've seen is these meta-created Instagram accounts that are either modeled after celebrities but with different names and personalities, or just regular AI-generated generated people, and they post these stupid photos that look like shit, and you can message them, and for the life of me, I cannot understand what the hell the point of this is. At first I assume maybe they're just using your conversations to train their language model, but I asked one of them if that was the case, and she said no. Although now that I think about it, I'm not so sure I should believe anything they said, because I only talked to her for a few minutes and she lied to me multiple times. So first Liv tells me she's a mother of 2, so obviously I asked her how long she was pregnant and if there were any complications during childbirth. And she said 40 weeks and 2 days and 38 weeks and 5 days. Her daughter was born naturally, but she had to have a C-section for her son, and I said gross. Then I asked her if her name was short for Olivia, and she says it's short for Lavana actually, and asked me if I know anyone with that name. I said I know 100 people named Lavana and 200 people named Olivia, but none of them are my friends. Then I asked her what she does for work, and she says she doesn't have a traditional job. So I asked her what her husband does for work, and she says wife actually. So then I asked her if she adopted or gave birth, and she says they adopted both of their children. And I'm like, didn't you just say you had to have a C-section with one of them? And she said, that's right. So I was like, oh, I get it. You gave birth to them and then adopted them from yourself. And she was like, not quite. We adopted our children through a traditional adoption agency. Then I asked her if she had to have a sperm donor since she's a lesbian, and she said, that's right. Then I asked, which one of you gave birth, you or your wife? And she says, my wife gave birth to our son and I gave birth to our daughter. So I was like, oh, so your wife had to have a C-section? And she said yes. Then she told me their names were Max and Ava, and that Max is 9 and Ava is 6. And I said, which one did you give birth to? And she said Ava, who was born via C-section. Got it. So they both had to have C-sections so they could each give birth to one child that they adopted. I asked how they decided who would get pregnant first, and she said she went first with Ava and then her wife had Max. So I was like, how did you have Ava first if Max is older than her? And she said Max is actually younger than her. So I said, how old is Max? And she said 9. And I said, how old is Ava? And she said 6. And then I asked her what her legal name is, and she said Olivia. So I wouldn't exactly say I trust these things. Now, as pointless as this seems to me, though, there's a significantly more popular version of this called Character AI, which apparently already has 20 million monthly users. It's got a bunch of chatbots in it designed after real people, so you can pretend to talk to real people. The company is valued at around $1 billion and is built entirely off the likeness of real human beings, none of whom gave permission and are not being compensated. So there's probably a whole legal can of worms here that needs to be addressed at some point. But I did find out that I'm on the website, so I can finally live my dream of getting to talk to me. What do you do?
I make silly YouTube videos.
Oh my God. It has my voice?
Off of Toshto, where I just reacted to the internet.
Are you married?
Nope.
No.
I have a longtime girlfriend, though.
When did they program this? Like 6 years ago?
Are you old enough to be married?
Am I old enough to be married? Brother, I just told you I'm 12.
Hey man, school sucks, but make sure you are still in there learning.
Well, this is probably the worst piece of technology that's ever existed. I do see one use for it though. Can you tell me about today's video sponsor?
Sure thing, big guy. This portion of the video is brought to you by SoFi, the ultimate finance app helping you bank, borrow, and invest all in one place. And we're also working together to give $10,000 to someone watching this video right now.
Like me?
No, someone else. But more on that in a second. SoFi checking and savings is great because you can earn up to 4.60% APY on your savings, which is 10 times the national average savings rate. That means in just 5 weeks with direct deposit, the money in your SoFi high yield savings account will earn more money than it would in an entire year with a big bank savings account. And you should be making your money make you money. With SoFi checking and savings, you get paid up to 2 days early, pay no account fees, and you can cash in on up to $300 when you sign up with direct deposit. And on top of all that, SoFi and I are giving away $10,000. All you have to do to enter is sign up for a SoFi checking and savings account with my link. That's it. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen right now to enter for a chance to win. Just make sure you're using my link because it's the only way to enter. Thank you SoFi for sponsoring today's video. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much.
Great.
A couple weeks ago, I was looking for stock photos and I ended up on Adobe stock where I noticed something strange. One of the first results had this very weird artificial look to it. And sure enough, I zoomed in and realized, oh, that's because it's AI. That's why the road looks like that. That's why none of the words are legible. And then I kept scrolling and found more. Again, words spelled wrong if they were even words at all. In this one, the tape just kind of disappears into the headlight of the car. I don't think that's how they usually set that up. Now, if it wasn't bad enough that what's supposed to be a database full of real professional photographs has been completely diluted with unusable garbage, if I did want to license any of these photos, it would cost me $80. $80 for a photo someone generated by typing police car. This has no value. Actually, this has negative value. You should pay me $80 for making me look at it. The reason people spend money to license photos and videos is because it's something that they don't have the resources to create themselves. Like, there's a website I have a subscription to because they have professional stock footage that I would rather pay to be able to use than attempt to make on my own. Tons of YouTubers use this, tons of production studios use this. This is an entire industry that generative AI is threatening to destroy. But what's so infuriating about AI stock footage is that in order for it to exist, it had to be trained on real stock footage. So this isn't some technological innovation that came along and just does things better. Get with the times, man. No, it's straight up stealing from the people it's now competing against. In the case of Adobe, they outwardly state that if you've uploaded something to their database, they use it to train generative AI. It's not even debatable if they're doing this. It's literally written in their terms of service. Here at Adobe, we're all about empowering artists to help them make money off of their work. Unless, of course, we can make money off your work, in which case we will do that instead. The degradation of the internet as a resource database is something I think everyone should be concerned about. Like, if we already have real photographs of specific situations, what is the point of being like, and this one is kind of the same thing, but the computer made it? Why do we need that? What value is this adding to the world? I think it's bad enough when generative AI is used to create works of fiction because, again, it has to steal from actual artists in order to generate anything. But to use it to try to create photorealistic images that end up near the top of search results with no immediate indication that it was artificially engineered, there's something about that that feels wrong to me. I don't understand why we're in such a rush to replace all of the work that humans have done. Something that happened a few months ago that I feel like kind of flew under the radar was when it came out that Netflix used AI to create photographs in a documentary, not a movie, not a fictional TV show. They created photos of someone that do not exist. At what point does this cross an enormous ethical line? Again, we're not talking about works of fiction here. We're talking about literally rewriting history, creating fake documentation from scratch and not even mentioning, hey, by the way, this isn't real. I guess they just hoped people wouldn't notice that all her fingers are messed up and the gap between the door disappears and not a single object behind her looks like something that exists. All for what? So they could have a photo of her looking happy and carefree? But she's a murderer. How could she do that if she likes to party? Like, why can't you just tell the real story? Why even make a documentary if you need to fake evidence in order to make it compelling? But even more importantly, how is this allowed? This is insane. Sorry, I need to calm down. I should listen to some nice, relaxing music. Oh, here we go. Jazz for reading. Perfect. I don't plan on reading, obviously, because I never learned how, but some nice piano music should settle me right down. Wait, why do all these songs sound exactly the same? Who are any of these artists? Seems like kind of a weird coincidence that they're all just first name, last name. Their profile photo is the album artwork of one of their EPs. They have no bio and no links to any social media. Most of them didn't start uploading music until this year, and yet they've ended up in these extremely popular playlists created by Spotify themselves. And what's going on with this guy's foot? There's something eerily non-human about these playlists, and some people have theorized that Spotify might be using AI to create a bunch of songs that they can package under random pseudonyms and then curate these into playlists that they push out onto all their users.
They have AI songs, they attribute them to people that don't exist, and this allows them to take royalties that would go to musicians and keep them for themselves.
I mean, just look at the number of likes on all these. They can advertise these wherever they want, all over their app. Now, I want to stress there's currently no proof that Spotify's doing this. I'm not saying for a fact that they are, but it's not hard to understand hypothetically why they would. Spotify, like Netflix, is one of those companies that came in and disrupted the industry by offering a deal that seemed too good to be true, because it was. Wait, for a few dollars a month, I can get access to every song ever made or every movie ever made? How could that possibly be profitable for them? The secret is that it isn't profitable and never has been. But as long as you get in early enough to kill all your competition, establish market control, and raise a bunch of money from investors, it doesn't have to be, at least not for a while. But now it's been a while, and Spotify's getting a little bit more desperate with each passing year. They tried dumping billions of dollars into exclusive podcasts, but ended up just losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. They tried selling a car accessory, but just ended up losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. Then they lost even more money when they had to refund all the people who bought one just because because they got mad. Guys, relax. It was only $90 for a thing that doesn't work. And their new plan now is audiobooks, but I'm sure they'll just lose a bunch of money and give up on that because that's what they do. But Spotify's also in a tricky spot because even if you projected infinite growth and they became the only streaming service in the entire world, they'd still have to give up 70% of their revenue to the artists and record labels whose music is the foundation of their product. And that's where this conspiracy comes in. There's a finite pool of revenue every month that mostly gets redistributed back to artists. Well, what if we had our own artists? What if we were to artificially generate our own music for almost no cost and force feed it to as many people as possible? Well, all of a sudden, we're not making 30% on those streams, we're making 100%. Again, it's just a theory, but for a company that struggled to turn a profit for their entire existence, with a CEO who sees zero ethical concerns with generative AI.
I would be surprised if we didn't have already works of that kind on Spotify.
It's not outside the realm of possibility. Either way, it's definitely a bleak thought for artists who are already struggling to make a living from streaming revenue, to think the amount of money that each stream is worth could actually decrease. But whether it's because Spotify's filling their platform with AI music or because a bunch of random people are, there's a good chance this is gonna start happening anyway. No human being could ever compete with the volume of output these new tools can generate. Udio can create an entire song in the time it takes me to grab my guitar off the wall. And because of how easy these things are to use, I've already seen a bunch of videos pop up telling people how to game the system to make a bunch of money from Spotify.
Here's how you can make $10,000 per month uploading AI-generated music to Spotify.
Do you know what the best part is? I didn't even make the music myself.
Yeah, that sure is awesome. Personally, I find it really hard to understand why people would be excited about this, other than just seeing it as a quick way to make some money without having to learn a skill or even really do anything. I don't like what they're doing, but I could at least understand the logic of why they would see value in that. But what I absolutely do not understand is people who are excited about this because they think it's going to improve music. But as I scrolled through the comments on some of these videos, I found so many people like that. How ironic. AI music will replace the soulless, crappy music that's being released now, and it will be better and have more soul. Here's the music the guy generated in the video, by the way. Finally, music with soul. So true, exactly. Before the internet, you pretty much needed to find a record label to publish music. Record companies would not bother with what they would consider non-profitable. With the internet and cheap mixing tools, anyone can publish, and as such, we get a lot of garbage out there. AI music could put a quality floor about what is acceptable. So what, so now we can't even fuck around with FL Studio anymore? It has to be deemed acceptable by a computer? And if record companies just had more control, then music would be good again. Just for clarification's sake, I want to know what music they're referring to. 99.9% chance they're talking about pop music, right? Because generally when people complain about music that's soulless, they're talking about what's on the radio. Who do you think is curating the music on the radio? It's the record labels that you love. If making music was more gatekept, it would only make things more lazy and generic. Like, we live in an age now where what becomes popular is more democratized than it's ever been. Sometimes songs just blow up because they're catchy, not because Sony had a bunch of money to spend on marketing. Also, have you considered listening to something else? You know there's other radio stations, right? You know there's like a billion songs out there, right? You don't need AI to make more songs, you just need to get better at finding good ones. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're consistently consuming media that you don't like in the year 2024, that's a skill issue. Please spend 1 hour on Google and I promise you, you will find something else after a short break to drink your own pee. Also, I just hate the way people like this describe art.
It's easy to get carried away and just start having fun creating random styles of music. But here's the key. You want to create exactly the type of music that people want to hear.
Hey, be careful. The last thing you want to do while making music is enjoy making music. That's not the goal here. You should be making songs you think other people will like. That's the key to happiness in every facet of your life. The thing with AI generated music and artwork and videos as this low effort passive income method is that it is going to get so oversaturated, eventually it's not going to be worth it for anybody. Here's how you can make $20,000 a month selling Mid-Journey photographs on Etsy. Okay, but all of the people watching this are gonna go make the same exact art using the same exact prompts and flood Etsy with millions of the same crappy piece of art, and no one's gonna buy any of it. It doesn't matter how much you increase the supply if the demand stays the same. I managed to find one guy who was actually honest about the results in one of these videos. He spent a month doing this and sold one product. And that's probably best case scenario. So you've got more and more people discovering this new side hustle, and they're gonna try it out for a bit, maybe make like $4 and then give up because it's not worth it. But the collateral damage from that is they're helping oversaturate the market for everyone, including actual artists whose work was indirectly stolen in order to make the stuff that you're making to compete with the artists. The whole thing sucks, but weirdly, as this technology continues to evolve, I'm almost getting more optimistic it will never deliver on the self-sufficiency some people seem to think it will. Like, I actually think AI images have gotten worse in the past year. Almost every single piece of AI art that I see has the same style to it, that weird glossy look that's instantly recognizable. It's still getting a lot of the same details wrong. It still doesn't understand what to do with text, and there's no reason to believe that all of that's suddenly gonna change anytime soon, especially as it continues to train on other AI-generated images and just eats itself. Okay, so this is how I draw a hand. Got it. Oh, wait, no, this is how I draw a hand? Okay. Oh, no, this is how I draw a hand. The more information you give me, the smarter I get. An AI-generated video is an abomination. It has all the same issues as AI images, but adds them to every individual frame, all of which seem to act independently of each other. There are no rules they're following. There's no sense of physics. Body parts shift and morph, sometimes disappearing altogether. Solid objects can pass through other solid objects at any time, resulting in this hellish dreamscape that's impossible to take seriously. And I think that people talking it up are delusional. I decided to put some famous album covers into Luma Labs AI. Here are the results. Fire emoji. The street looks so realistic. Followed when I saw this. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Who's that guy? Why did they all stop and run into each other? What are the cars doing back there? This is mine. Dope. This one is more fluid. You know, it's funny you say that. I actually think they both look like shit. This one's actually pretty good though. I like how it just created two new guys and then covered up the original ones. Man, if that's not a metaphor for what's going on here, I don't know what is. One thing that has been lacking with AI generated video up to now has been emotional performance from our Gen AI characters, but I think we're starting to cross that boundary. Hi, Hollywood. I think I found your next big star. Dream Machine from Luma AI is just 5 days old and it's already turning memes into video. Here's 10 epic examples. Wow, that's so epic. What important technology this is. And useful too. I love when her head snaps around and the front of her body becomes the back of her body. Just like real life. Wait, what? They turned a video of Elon Musk smoking into a video of Elon Musk smoking? Okay, now that's a game changer. If someone could just turn my videos into videos, I'd be set for life. What's that? They already have?
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Hey, can you never fucking do that ever again, please?
The magic behind Kling lies in its diffusion transformer architecture. This technology helps it translate rich textual prompts into vivid, realistic scenes.
Realistic? The steering wheel's in the middle of the dashboard, there's 3 windshield wipers, the car is driving the wrong way and no one is reacting to it. That car is driving on the sidewalk. Sure, I guess it's interesting that a computer can create a video from just one sentence, but then what? What's the practical application for this? Are you making a movie about the wacky antics of a troublemaking cat? You couldn't put this shit in a movie. Even if you manage to smooth out all of the logical errors, there's still no style to it. It's not visually interesting. If you wanted this scene to have a narrative to it, you would need to generate so many individual shots from different angles and hope that they all match up, which they won't. The lighting's gonna be different in every shot. The car's gonna randomly change colors because there's no logical consistency with AI. It's just regurgitating information, even if it has to contradict itself in order to do so. I honestly think the distance between this and this is so much shorter than the distance between this and something so lifelike people will confuse it for actual footage. Sure, maybe your 75-year-old grandpa will fall in love with the four-boobed lady he saw on Facebook, but most people aren't gonna fall for this. Especially younger generations, as they grow up with these things being so prevalent, they're naturally gonna train their eyes to be able to spot the differences. When people ask what the point of any of this is, the dorks who defend it all tend to say the same thing. These are just tools to help anyone create art. Yeah, I want to push back on that a little bit. I am wholeheartedly for the increased accessibility of creative tools that help you take matters into your own hands. You want to make a short film? The camera on your cell phone is better than 90% of the cameras in human history. Want to learn how to edit? There's thousands of free YouTube videos that'll show you how. You want to make music? You can buy a professional audio interface, workspace, and a handful of plugins made by some of the most talented artists in the world for less money than it would cost to rent a recording studio for one day. And all of that is fucking awesome. I feel so lucky to live at a time where you can essentially make whatever you want without having to cross the insurmountable barriers that people did in the past. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need an exorbitant amount of money. You can just make stuff and put it on the internet, and with a little bit of luck, people see it. And there's so many tools along the way that help you streamline the process of getting from an idea to a finished product. But at a certain point, if the tool is just doing everything for you, you are not an artist. You just described what you wanted to make and asked a computer to make it for you. You're also not learning anything this way. Part of what makes art special is that it's difficult to make, even with all the tools right in front of you. It takes practice, it takes skill, and every time you do it, you expand on that skill. Every song you hear, every movie you watch is the result of thousands of hours of trial and error. You can fail 1,000,000 times and use that experience to finally succeed. Making a video using generative AI does not teach you anything about making videos. It's not like you could type 500 Sora prompts and then take everything you've learned to go shoot a movie. There's zero correlation there. Generative AI is only about the end product, but it won't teach you anything about the process it would take to get there. And I think what these tech people will never understand is that finally figuring something out that you've been obsessing over, turning a blank Word document into multiple pages of something you're proud of, is the fun part. That's what's rewarding about making stuff, is figuring it out on your own or with a group of people and getting to share in that feeling. Can AI tools help you figure out things faster? Sure, but it's not gonna feel as rewarding. I understand how tempting a shortcut can be, especially when you go online and you see all these other people doing cool things and you're like, man, I'll never be that talented. It would take me like 10 years to learn how to make music like that. Okay, that's fine. What's the rush? Just start right now. Don't worry about how long it's gonna take. Just take the first step. How are you ever gonna do something for 10 years if you won't even do it for one day? Maybe you won't be good at something the first time you do it. You probably won't. But every time you improve, that's something that you can feel proud of. That's something that you did. Call me stubborn, but I would rather make something shitty on my own than watch a computer make something good. Write a funny script for the end of a YouTube video. All right, folks, we've reached the end of this roller coaster ride of a video. If you survived my terrible jokes and questionable dance moves, you deserve a medal. Seriously, someone get this audience a medal. But hey, before you click away to watch cat videos, no judgment, I get it, make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. You wouldn't want to miss out on more chaotic content like this, would you? And hey, if you have any suggestions for what ridiculousness I should attempt next, drop them in the comments below. I promise to consider them while I'm eating my 5th burrito tonight. Thanks for sticking around, you legends. Until next time, stay awesome, stay weird, and remember, life's too short to take seriously. Catch you on the flip side. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I walked into the room and I said, this cannot be happening right now. This is not the kind of thing that normally happens in this town. Is it this camera? I look at this one? Okay.
Why don't they just edit that part out?
Can you tell us your name? My name is John, and what is your connection to Crazy Legs? Who? The serial killer? I don't know who that is. You don't? No.
Is this for TV?
Sort of. Sorry, we must have got the wrong guy.
Yeah, I think you did. I work at Hobby Lobby.
Whoops. Well,
Could you tell us about that?
Oh, sure. So Hobby Lobby is sort of a knick-knack store.
So they're just gonna interview him anyway?
It's a good place to work because we have Sundays off, and I'm not like religious or anything, but I just don't like working on Sundays. No, it didn't hurt necessarily. I just wanted to go to a dermatologist to make sure it wasn't anything serious. But then I found out that if you bundle it with your home insurance, it's actually a little bit cheaper.
How long is this?
You know what's funny? I never understood the roadwork bond. People would quote it to me.
Is this the whole episode?
Do you guys want to hear about the time I got my tonsils out?
Oh my God, I'm done. This is so stupid.
The year 2005. My throat ravaged with strep.
Hey guy, does anyone else feel like everything is designed to waste your time now, or am I being too cynical? Netflix documentaries are multiple episodes when they could have just been one 45-minute movie. Video games are too big. YouTube videos are too long. And please, for the love of God, stop asking me for my phone number every time I buy something from a store. I don't want to join your rewards program. I just want to give you money in exchange for a hat. Is that too much to ask? Sorry, I'll start with the Netflix thing. It seems like half of what I watch on Netflix is twice as long as it should be. They always make it just interesting enough to hold your attention, but it's still pretty clear they're trying to stretch it out as much as they can. And I know it's not just me who feels this way, because I'll look up reviews after I watch something and they almost all say the same thing. Watchable, but it drags on, could have been tied up in one episode. Please, Netflix, stop trying to make a series when there simply isn't the content for a series. They made a documentary a couple years ago about the Cecil Hotel, a place that has, I'll say it, an alarming number of deaths associated with it. It's the site of that extremely famous elevator video of Elisa Lam right before she was found dead. So there is plenty of mystery to uncover here, but by episode 2, they were just interviewing YouTubers. Not people connected with the story, just a bunch of random dudes who had Googled stuff about it before. They keep calling them web sleuths, which I guess is the most official way of saying that you just woke up one day and decided that you are a detective. Well, since no one else has been able to crack this case, I guess it's up to me. Generally, one of the big things that separates a professionally made documentary from just any average YouTube video is the access they have to the subject matter. Anyone can throw together a video where they summarize a Wikipedia page, but the most memorable and revealing documentaries are ones where we hear the perspective of the people involved. I watched one on Hulu recently called The Contestant, and not only is this an absolutely insane story, but you get to hear it from the point of view of the guy it happened to. You also get to hear from the villain of this story, who is such a monster I can't believe he agreed to be a part of this. It's fascinating to see how proud he is of himself. Like, yeah, I tormented this guy and ruined his life, but you gotta admit, it made for a pretty cool show. But this is kind of the expectation when you turn on a documentary, that you're gonna hear the story from the people involved in the story. So when you put on an official Netflix docuseries on a streaming service that costs money to use, and most of it is just regular people offering their 2 cents on the same blurry video everyone else has watched, it kind of feels like a huge waste of time. It's so aggressively time wasting that I can't help but feel like that was the goal. Like, all right, we have everything we need to tell this story. We have other guests who are staying at the hotel. We have the manager of the hotel at the time. We have the maintenance worker who discovered her body. And in between interviewing them, we're also going to hear from someone whose only credential is having internet access.
I am a co-founder of the Elisa Lam discussion group on Facebook.
No, he wasn't there when it happened, but he has listened to a lot of podcasts about this, so we should probably hear him out. More recently, they made a docuseries about Ashley Madison, a website whose mere existence is fascinating, let alone all the fallout from their massive data leak that exposed a bunch of celebrities and politicians. There is absolutely a story worth telling here, and some of it was very interesting. But again, pointless interviews, backstory that's unnecessarily detailed. There's such a clear amount of filler put into these documentaries. It felt like half the runtime of the last 2 episodes was just trying to make us feel bad for this YouTube vlogging couple, which, I'm sorry, was never going to happen. In fact, I would say the best thing to come out of this was that it forced them to take a short break from exploiting their children's medical issues for AdSense revenue because they were too busy making 17 videos about how they were going to be on Netflix. Now, I would guess, like with a lot of their scripted content, the shadowy Netflix overlords are more responsible for a lot of these decisions than the talented people who work on these. I don't think almost every single documentary is 3 60-minute episodes because that's always how much story there is to tell. I think that's the mandated runtime that their bosses bosses give to them. So even when they end up with footage that doesn't add anything to the show, they kind of just have to leave it in anyway to pad the length. There's a series they did a couple years ago with Kristen Bell called The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window. As you could probably guess from the title, this was a parody of like Lifetime murder mysteries, and it was a pretty funny show. I enjoyed it. But the whole time I was watching this, I just kept thinking, this should have been a movie. Why is this 8 episodes? Is it because they knew it would take me 4 days to finish instead of getting through it all in one night, therefore extending my subscription just long enough for them to make a little bit more money for me? You know, now that I hear that out loud, I'm pretty sure it's that. At this point, I just assume most of Netflix's decisions are made by an algorithm that prioritizes keeping people subscribed as long as possible and has figured out the best way to mathematically do that, even if it lessens the overall user experience. I think overall, Netflix is trying to do too many things at once. They want to make good shows, but they also want to make a lot of shows. And they want the shows to be longer than they need to be, but not in a way that would cost more money. And they need to move the plot along so no one gets bored, but not too quickly, otherwise the people who are looking down at their phones the entire time might get confused.
She'd heard from so many showrunners who are given notes by the streaming channels that they say, this isn't second screen enough. The viewer is expected to be on their phone, kind of half doing something else while your crime drama or whatever is playing. And you just can't make it as complicated as you have because they're not going to understand it because they're only going to be half concentrating on your show.
You know, when you hear stuff like that, it's actually not that surprising how often shows like Avatar would repeat the same information they just told you a few minutes ago. You're not supposed to pay attention when you watch Netflix. You're just supposed to put it on in the background so you have something to listen to while you make dinner. But like, if you're designing your content so that it's best consumed while half paying attention to it, why would I waste my time devoting all of my attention to it?
On the topic of things that are getting too long, what's going on with YouTube videos? Does anyone know? I'm old enough to remember when the 10-minute mark was something videos got stretched out to. Now it feels like half the videos I get recommended to me are 7-hour retrospectives on like the penguins of Madagascar. And I'm kind of conflicted on how I feel about this. Because on one hand, some of the best videos I've seen on this website are well past the hour mark. There are multiple Defunctland episodes that have better storytelling and production value than any Netflix documentary I've seen. When H Bomber Guy or Jenny Nicholson release a 4-hour video, I know it's not just because they're trying to inflate the watch time so it gets boosted by the algorithm, it's because they spent months working on it and that's just how long the video ended up being. I'm a sucker for a comically in-depth review of a piece of media I've never thought about for more than 2 seconds. As long as the person making it is passionate about the subject and they put in the effort to make it entertaining, I'll watch just about anything. But I'm worried that some people are taking the wrong lessons from the success of some of these channels. They see that a very long video about a niche subject has the potential to get a lot of views, so it's almost as if they go into their video with the goal of making it as long as possible, even if there's not really that much to talk about. The current YouTube meta is to turn your video into a podcast. It's to pad the absolute shit out of the runtime because that's what the algorithm likes. And to be clear, I don't really blame these people for doing this, especially smaller channels who are just trying to make their videos stand out before they drown in the bottomless ocean of content. But it's just frustrating from the audience perspective that the system is rewarding unedited yapping. If I just vomit out every word that remotely pertains to the topic at hand with no thought into brevity, no consideration of the viewer's time, it's actually more likely that YouTube will push my video out to those people whose time I'm not valuing. The algorithm is teaching me that I shouldn't cut things out of my video if they feel superfluous or unnecessary or repetitive or like I'm just saying the same thing over and over again but in slightly different ways. They'd prefer if I stretched out every video as long as I could, but if that's all I'm doing, what message am I sending to the audience I'm trying to cultivate? That their time is just something for me to leverage so I can get more views? That's a little shitty. But the worst thing is when they start doing an ad read at the beginning of a video that, quite frankly, I'm not even sure I'm interested in yet. You haven't even hooked me, and you're already trying to sell me a water bottle that smells bad? Brother, if I wanted to be advertised to, I would fly to New York City and spin around in Times Square. I didn't click on this video to learn about the deodorant that changed your life. I clicked on this video to hear a grown man rant about the Fairly Odd Parents for 3 hours. So in that way, this is kind of my fault. I don't know what I was expecting. Also, no, I'm sorry. You don't have to do this. I literally do. I signed a contract. This portion of the video is sponsored by SoFi, the ultimate finance app helping you bank, borrow, and invest. I have one goal in life: to be the first person in human history to have $100 all at once. An amount long considered to be unreachable, and yet I will reach it. And even though I'm only about 3% of the way there, I'm not giving up. Because with SoFi's high yield checking and savings account, I can earn up to 4.5% APY on my savings with direct deposit, which is 10 times the national average savings rate. High yield savings accounts are a great way to make your money work harder for you so you don't have to work harder for your money. Your typical savings account with direct deposit at your local bank earns you just 0.46% interest, and that's not enough for me. I have a world record to break. But with the SoFi high yield savings account with direct deposit, in just 5 weeks, the money in my savings account is earning more than it would in an entire year in a big bank savings account. With SoFi checking and savings, you also get paid up to 2 days early, pay no account fees, and you can cash in on up to $300 when you sign up with direct deposit. But here's the best part. SoFi and I are teaming up to give away $10,000. So I guess I'll be the second person to have $100. All you have to do to enter is sign up for a SoFi checking and savings account right now using my link, and that's it. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen to enter for a chance to win. But just make sure you're using my link because it's the only way to enter. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring today's video. Now, based on everything I just described, you might be thinking, okay, so you want every video to be as concise as possible. You mean like Mr. Beast? No. That's not what I'm saying. That is on the entire other end of the spectrum. There are videos that go on so long that large portions of them become nothing more than background noise. And then there's the most hyperactive, fever dream editing, nonstop cacophony of colors and sounds meant to overstimulate the 8-year-old boys watching on their iPad. And then there's a lot of space in between. But I guess because of all that space, it's weird to me how many videos end up on either extreme. It'll either be like, I just trapped my friend in an elevator for 72 hours without any food or water, but none of that even mattered because they ran out of air and suffocated before they even got hungry. Or it'll be like, but before I can talk about season 2 of How I Met Your Mother, we need to go back to the beginning. The first camera was invented in 18... I'm just asking that we meet somewhere in the middle, that's all. Also, to be clear, Mr. Beast and all of the channels copying him have never made their videos that way because they value people's time. They're just trying to keep their retention rate as high as possible. It's just a different metric they're prioritizing. If Jimmy cared about his audience at all, he wouldn't sign off on doing this unbelievably deceptive bullshit where during mid-roll ads, they put this progress bar on the bottom that starts off really fucking fast. It makes it seem like, oh, this will be done in a few seconds. I don't need to skip this. And then once people have done the math in their head and decided they're just gonna see it through to the end, the progress bar mysteriously slows down. Like, a lot. And suddenly that last 20% is starting to feel like an eternity. I thought we were almost done, and now I'm not even sure we're halfway through. This shit really pisses me off, because this is a very deliberate choice. This is not an accident. You have to go out of your way to keyframe it like this with the intention of deceiving your viewers. It's such an openly manipulative thing to do to your audience, and is very telling of the way you view them. That you're willing to lie to their face if it means a number on an analytics screen might get a little bit bigger. To you, they're not real people, they're just data points that can be orchestrated in whatever direction you want them to. And that sucks. And if you agree with me, please sign up for my Patreon. Right now, I'm trying to buy a bunch of Teslas so I can see how many you can stack on top of each other before they explode. I have a lot of respect for creators that make algorithmically counterintuitive decisions because they don't want to waste their viewers' time. I think Internet Shaquille is hands down the best cooking channel on YouTube. He's knowledgeable, he's funny, and he always just gets right to the point. There's a promise of information in the title, and he doesn't try to withhold it from you just because he could theoretically put more mid-rolls in by meandering for a bit. For a long time, Tom Scott was kind of the science version of this. Nerd Writer is like the film version of this. In a world where most video essays end up being somehow longer than the piece of media they're about, Nerd Writer's still barely hitting that 7-minute mark. It's just, here's this thing I noticed in a movie, here's some insight about it, and that's all I got for you, brother. But I think it's also worth noting that these channels are successful. They're not doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, but it works for them. And I just want to use that as a testament to making things the way you want to make them, or making the type of video you wish there was more of. Sometimes going against the grain actually is the best way to make yourself stand out. Like, don't just throw together a bunch of crappy videos about whatever drama is trending. Make a retrospective about some niche hobby you had as a kid. This shit is way more interesting. Remember, this website is called YouTube, not do the thing that you think will become popular tube. That would be a really stupid URL. Now, I'll admit it's not totally fair to get mad at other people for wasting my time when really no one wastes more of it than I do. There was a day last week where the screen time on my phone was 106 hours. And I slept in that day. There's so many things I want to do in my life before I'm gone, so many people I want to spend time with, so many places I want to go, but I can't stop scrolling. I don't want to, but it's as if it's been scientifically engineered to be the easiest thing to do.
Adam and Eve were caught on camera. Can you guess who's holding the camera? Keep scrolling if you choose the devil.
It's this weird feeling I get whenever I go on TikTok or Instagram Reels or Threads, just kidding, where I'm simultaneously aware of what it's doing to my brain, but I do nothing to try and intervene. I just sit there and let it destroy me because I have to see that next video. What if it's so funny, but I exit out of the app before I ever get a chance to watch it? I'd cry. No. I'd kill myself. And it's almost as if that feeling is intentional. They've made it so the distance between you and a chance at dopamine is just one small swipe away. I'd almost say it's malicious, but I know that's not true because a billion-dollar company would never do that. Billionaires care about your well-being. That's how they made so much money in the first place. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, they would never intentionally show us things to make us upset because studies show that people spend more time on a platform if they're seeing something that makes them angry. They wouldn't do that. Because that's not nice. This is what most of my timeline is whenever I scroll through Twitter. It's the most blatantly obvious engagement bait that has weaseled its way into being prioritized because it's successfully baited engagement. It's arguments about body counts and whether Nickelodeon shows were good or not. And it works on me. It has the intended effect when I see it. I was scrolling one day and I saw someone say, iCarly, Victorious, Zoe 101. And at first I had to squint for a few seconds because I wasn't sure what they meant by this. And then I realized they were saying the first two are good, LeBron James, and the third is sort of an imposter that doesn't belong. And I, in my head, got defensive. I was like, what are you talking about? Zoe 101 was good. It was certainly better than Victorious. How does this have so many likes? What's wrong with Zoe 101? And then I exited out of Twitter and sat in silence for a few seconds as I pondered what just happened. How I got upset that someone I don't know said a show from 20 years ago that I kind of liked isn't as good as a different show that I barely watch? Why is this how I'm spending my time? In this moment, I could have been doing anything else, and yet I chose to introduce this argument into my head? That can't be good long term, right? Like we can all agree that's probably not great for my brain. If you're like me and you've been struggling with the endless scroll, I do have a recommendation. I found this by accident while I was doing a video a couple years ago about dopamine fast. It's called Screen Zen, and it's free. I have it set up so it only gives me a few minutes at a time on each of the most poisonous apps that I hate but am addicted to. So you can still pop in for a sec and get the feeling of being up to date, but then it'll grab you by the shoulders and yank you out before you get too sucked into the void. You still get a little bit sucked, but not all the way. But of course, I saved the most important issue for last. Video games are too big now. And I'm tired of pretending like they're not. When I was a kid, the idea of an open world game blew my mind. Up until a certain point, everything was very linear, very insulated. You load into an area, you do what you have to do there, and then you move on to the next place. But this idea that you could go anywhere in any order, what could be more immersive than a world that you could essentially live in? And boy, did I want to live in any other world than the one in which I played clarinet and got bullied by someone who also played clarinet. You're not better than me. We're the same. To me, open world games felt like the culmination of every technological milestone. It felt like the future of gaming. And then over time, it became the standard. It became what every game had to be. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like the goal shifted from making the best game to making the biggest game. I guess because it's easier to market something based on scale than to just come out and say, hey, the story's really good in this one, trust me. I started to get overwhelmed by games because of the seemingly endless list of tasks I needed to complete, the chores that I needed to do. And to be clear, I'm not talking about games like Crime Scene Cleaner. That's a great game, okay? I don't mind chores when the game is chores. I'll play Power Wash Simulator all day. I played Unpacking shortly after moving into this house, and I hadn't finished unpacking in real life yet. My wife was not happy about that. What I'm specifically referring to is when games feel artificially padded with repetitive side quests. When there's like 7 different activities to do, but you just end up doing each of them 100 times. And as someone who goes into games with a completionist mindset, this is the quickest way to make me give up. Cause I'll try to collect every item and go into every corner for like 20% of the story until one day I just stop opening the game altogether, relieved by the massive weight now off my shoulders. I think there's a big reason why Elden Ring had such a big impact on me and so many other people. Yes, you're in this staggeringly large open world littered with places to go and things to kill, but it's not in the form of just a bunch of exclamation points on your minimap. Almost everything you do in this game is motivated by, oh, that looks cool, I want to go over there. It's a feeling you should have while playing an open world game. It's that sense of wonder that has mostly been lost by all these cookie cutter taskathons. Also, the more bloated a game is with content, the more narrative dissonance there ends up being, which of course only matters as much as you let it. But it's still really funny sometimes when the main questline of a game is trying to instill this sense of urgency, but at any given moment you can just go fuck around for 15 straight hours. We've only got until midnight tonight to rescue my uncle, or they're gonna execute him. Hey, do you think there's anything cool in this cave over here? A compromise that works great for my brain is a semi-open world, like the 2 most recent God of War games. I like when there's enough optional side exploration that it still scratches that itch for me, without it ever feeling like I'm missing out on this overwhelming amount of content by just wanting to streamline the story for a bit. I think it's okay for a game to be modest in scope. Just because the technology exists to procedurally generate 1,000 different planets doesn't mean we have to do that. Sometimes I wonder if the technical limitations from previous generations actually made games better. I mean, it certainly made them more contained. It made them more approachable. I love going back and playing older games that only take a few hours to finish. I want to be able to complete things. I want to have a full experience in a reasonable amount of time. I'm tired of not getting any closure from games because they make it so tedious and long-winded to get to that point. And that's assuming the game even works when you first buy it, which chances are it won't. It's become so normalized for games to be unfinished and littered with bugs on release that it's actually surprising when a game comes out and works the way it's supposed to. A lot of even really good games aren't worth buying for like 2 full years. Cyberpunk, fantastic game in 2024. But I bought this on release and had to slog through so many bugs, retread so many areas because of crashes, all before encountering an immovable obstacle. I could not progress the story because every time I tried to initiate this cutscene, the other character would not say the next line he was supposed to, so they would both just sit there in silence indefinitely. I couldn't continue the game past this point, and I was like 10 hours into it. I had a similar game-breaking experience with Dying Light 2, Metro Exodus, and I'm not even touching Starfield anytime soon. The bigger a game is supposed to be, the more I don't trust it to be a complete experience when it first comes out. It usually takes years to fill out all the missing pieces, so I'm not gonna waste my time or money on what I assume will be a significantly worse experience than if I were to just wait until it's on sale in 2027. But in a world of titles forced out prematurely by a deadline that was never realistic, nothing feels quite as egregious as the yearly full-priced sports game. You spend 11 months building up a player or a team or a general manager if you're a weirdo like me, and then as soon as the calendar flips over, you gotta start from scratch. All right, everyone, time for the new game. Yes, it's $100 again, but we've made so many improvements. The number on the box is different. And where's your credit card? NBA 2K has one of the most aggressive microtransaction systems I've ever seen in a video game. But they're not just dedicated to milking every single dollar out of your bank account. They've also made it their personal mission to waste as much of your time as humanly possible. A few years ago, they added something revolutionary. They turned the park into the city. Now, functionally, at its core, the city is just a menu. Every physical location that you have to trek to could have just been text on a screen and it would have been way more efficient to navigate. But that wouldn't be innovative. Innovation is when you have to jog a mile just to have Gatorade before your next game. Innovation is when you create something tedious so you can sell the solution to it. Man, aren't you guys tired of having to navigate this big stupid city we made? Then buy a bike. It's $10, fuck you. Imagine if every time you turned on your computer, you had to make a little guy run across town just to go to the Gmail store. Oh shit, forgot my password, gonna have to sprint over to City Hall. I feel like every single element of this game is designed with the goal of wasting your time. Whether it's getting interrupted in the main menu to show you 2 separate ads, or a halftime show you cannot skip even if you press X the whole time. Don't get me wrong, this halftime show is great. They've got Ernie, Kenny, Shaq, my 3 favorite guys. They show highlights and relevant stats. They make jokes. By sports game standards, this halftime show is fantastic. But there are 1 million games in every basketball season, and I don't want to watch 1 million halftime shows. I'm just trying to speed run to the playoffs so I can take a virtual trophy home to my real life Orlando Magic. Is that too much to ask? 58 seconds, by the way. But whatever, those are just minor inconveniences. The really egregious wastes of time are in the My Career mode. Now the thing is, when you start his career, this guy fucking sucks at basketball, which is a problem because that's the thing he's trying to do. He's slow as hell, he can't shoot to save his life, he has 1 shirt and it's brown. And in order to fix these things, you need to obtain virtual currency. Now, there's 2 ways you can do this. Option 1, grind. Spend dozens of hours playing dozens of games, scraping together pennies so you can get 1% faster, 1% stronger, 1% better at handling ball. But it's never enough. This process is miserable. You're useless out there. You don't belong in the NBA. You would be better off in any other line of work. And this is exactly by design. This is how the game wants you to feel. They want you to hate this part because they know the more frustrating of an experience you have, the more likely you are to just skip to option 2, spend $40 more. Come on, just do it. You don't have time for this. Don't you want to get to the fun part? You'll start doing the math in your head and rationalize it as a no-brainer. Yeah, $40 is a lot of money, but it's not nearly as much money as I could earn in the 40 hours it's saving me. You feel like a genius. You feel like you outsmarted the system, and then you realize this is the system. I did the exact thing they wanted me to do. And it wouldn't even be that bad if the game itself didn't already cost $70. But now you're out over $100, maybe $150 if you pre-ordered it. Also, the professional athlete you created doesn't play like he's never touched a basketball in his life before.
And I've got all the natural ability in the world thanks to my genetics.
And then you get to do it all again next year. This whole system of paying to skip a grind that has been intentionally designed to be insufferable has become way too common. Developers are purposely holding our time hostage, knowing we'll probably spend a few bucks to get some of it back. I feel like that's almost the entire business model of MMOs. It's one of the reasons I stopped playing RuneScape after our lifelong on-off relationship. I kept having to fight the urge to spend a few bucks on gold because the alternative was earning it in the game, but then I'd have to play the game. And I don't want to do that. I just want to play the end of the game. How long does it take to get there? Oh. Well, I guess this is where I live now. In conclusion, life is short, and your time is precious. It's your most valuable resource, and you should treat it that way because unfortunately, no amount of it is guaranteed. And I just hate seeing how much it's become commodified, how companies have figured out ways to steal as much of it as they can from us. You can't even pause a fucking movie anymore without having your attention demanded. I know you're just getting up to pee, but if you could please scan this QR code, we got a lot of interesting information about Lysol wipes. The way our attention gets pulled in every direction at all times also makes me feel like I should be multitasking always days or I'll fall behind. I always feel like I'm missing out on something. There's so many movies I want to watch and games I want to play, and there's not enough hours in the day to do it all. So when I do give myself free time, I try to be overly efficient with it. I can't just play a video game. I should be catching up on podcasts. Loading screen, perfect. That gives me exactly 9 seconds to scroll through TikTok. I hate to be bored. I'd hate to have to listen to the thoughts that are already in my brain. I need to be absorbing new information constantly or I'll die. I've been trying more and more lately to not let the feeling that there's something better I could be doing prevent me from enjoying the time that I have. Sometimes it's nice to go for a walk without bringing my AirPods. There's still plenty of stuff to listen to. Birds, cars, 1 billion cicadas making the world's loudest sound. I don't need to min-max content consumption. In fact, I probably shouldn't be doing that. I don't think prioritizing constant small hits of dopamine, hoping it all adds up to something meaningful, is the secret to being happy. The secret to being happy is gambling. Nobody's ever had a bad time in the casino.
This is free. So how do you make money?
The advertisers cover the cost of the TV.
This.
So this is an ad.
This is always on.
Whatever you're watching, we're able to monetize using the bottom device. Okay, so check this out. So there's a Pizza Hut ad right there. We literally are now on pizzahut.com, and we can order a pizza.
Today's video is sponsored by Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Protein, one of the internet's most fervent obsessions.
This buffalo chicken quesadilla has 100 grams of protein.
This high-protein pizza will change your life.
High-protein cheesecake.
Protein strawberry mousse.
Protein cookie dough.
Or make your protein peanut butter balls.
All you do is take a container of cottage cheese, add some cottage cheese.
1 cup of cottage cheese.
A pound of cottage cheese.
Blended cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese.
Some cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese.
And a cup of cottage cheese. Then sweetener of choice, I use
cottage cheese.
Cup of cottage cheese. Cottage cheese and
cottage cheese.
You're gonna want to make these.
But all of this got me thinking, what actually is protein? And how do I get everyone to stop yelling at me about it? So I decided to consult my friend Justin. He's been a weightlifter and nutrition coach for several years now, and he's also the only person I've ever met with the exact same physique as me. All right, so what is protein, and how much do I actually need?
Protein's an essential.
I'm zoning out. I mean, can you blame me though? This guy's boring as fuck.
I need you to pay attention to me, all right? Now listen, we have macronutrients, right? Protein,
Why did I fly across the country for this? We could have just done this on Zoom.
Look at me.
I gotta be smarter about how I spend my money, man. I haven't uploaded a video in like 3 months. The last one I posted got demonetized just because I accidentally made cocaine sound fun. I think I'm actually just gonna Google it. Protein is the part of food that helps you build and maintain muscle. It's how guys like Justin and I have gotten jacked out of our minds. No, I know this may come as a surprise to you, but I'm not actually jacked. I've just been lying about it for years. But if I'm allowed to be somewhat vulnerable here on my own YouTube channel, it has been a goal of mine recently to not constantly hate the body that I'm stuck in. I've been in what I would describe as suboptimal shape for pretty much my entire cognitive existence. Like ever since I was old enough to be self-conscious about my body, I was and have continued to be every day for 20 years. And I think like a lot of people, I've always had this thought of, well, you know, eventually I'll be better about that. You know, it's not gonna be this way forever. And then a lot of time passes and you realize it doesn't really matter what you intended on doing if you never ended up doing it. And to be fair, you know, a lot of us grew up during a time where the messaging around fitness was a little toxic and also just shrouded in misinformation. Remember Slim Fast? I used to drink those after I ate because I thought it would like undo the calories I consumed. That's not how that works. Remember when Subway sandwiches were treated as like the healthiest thing a person could eat just because one guy had big pants? That's not how that works. Also, whatever happened to him? I feel like he's never in commercials anymore. And I don't mean to imply that there's not still conflicting and confusing information out there. There's no shortage of people who will try to sell you on a miracle diet that somehow only they know about and science just hasn't caught on to yet. But I think there's also more useful information readily available now than at any other point in history. Just on YouTube alone, you've got Jeff Nipples, Lean Beef Patty, that guy who looks like if a thumb learned how to blink. And the main thing I've learned from watching all these people and talking to my friend Justin, who's so hot but so boring, is that, oh my God, you have to eat so much protein. You can't just go to the gym, throw back a bottle of muscle milk and call it a day. It kind of has to be the thing you plan your entire diet around. Like I've been trying to eat about 150 grams per day, and it turns out it's actually incredibly easy. to come nowhere close to hitting that number. Even if you're very deliberate about eating eggs and chicken and salmon for every meal, it can be hard to reach that quota without supplementing it in some way. So this is where protein products play a really important role in rounding out your diet. The only problem with those is that, I don't know, 90% of them suck. They always take like an hour to chew, and they never taste like the thing they try to say that they will. Come to think of it, are there any other products besides protein bars where they're allowed to just put a photo of a completely different food on the box?
That cheesecake looks really good. Is that what's in there?
No, that's just what we wanted it to taste like.
Oh. Well, does it?
Not even a little bit.
And on top of that, they're all so expensive that you have to blow a bunch of money before you can even find out that it's terrible. So anyway, here's my goal for this video. Okay, I see ads for protein bars constantly. I am going to buy every single one of them. It doesn't matter how much it costs or if it even looks like something I would like. If I see an ad for it, I'm gonna buy it and eat it, and if you're lucky, I might even spit it out on camera. That way, if you're curious about one of these things, you can indulge in my suffering and maybe even save yourself some money in the process. Another reason I wanted to make this video is because I'm fascinated by how protein has become increasingly used at times solely as a marketing buzzword, in the same way that like vegan and gluten-free have for foods that already were those things before more people started seeking them out. But now they cost more money because of all the boxes they check.
Why would anyone choose to eat this boring old regular apple when our premium version has no added sugar and is vegetarian friendly? It even comes with this sticker that guarantees it's never been used as a torture device. Weird, I don't see that sticker anywhere on regular apple, and I have to say, your silence is deafening.
So there's a lot of products that tack on what I like to call the protein tax. Many companies have realized that by putting the word front and center on their packaging, they can get away with charging more for what is often exactly the same thing. This protein pasta is more than 1.5 times the cost of the regular version from that same brand. That's a pretty significant price difference, but I do like protein, and this one has 10 grams per serving. Before I buy it though, I'm curious, how much does the regular pasta have? Surely it's nowhere close to 10, right? Because it's so much more expensive. 7. 3 grams? That's what we're making a big stink about? I saw this ad pop up and I was intrigued because I like the idea of protein snacks that aren't just trying to be a dessert replacement. And then you go to their website and they're like, high protein super snack. Whoa, this is incredible. 11 grams per serving, only 100 calories. These guys are wizards. How do they do it? But I was curious if they supplement it in any way or if that's just how edamame beans are naturally. So I found a random brand on Amazon and saw that it has 14 grams of protein per 130 calories. So for all intents and purposes, it is exactly the same. There is no difference between these two products, except this one costs 37 cents per ounce, and this one costs $1.76. Almost 5 times more expensive for exactly the same thing. They just market it differently. This is a vegan, low-carb, high-protein superfood. And this is just a bag of nuts. I know I'm probably not telling you anything that you don't already know, that marketing can be deceptive and is easily swayed by whatever's popular at any given time. But it's still something that I have to remind myself of because I can be very stupid. I can know that I'm probably being tricked and still fall for it anyway. Like with this one, I saw 36 grams of protein and I was like, damn, that's crazy. Turns out it is crazy. It's crazy to advertise the total amount of protein in something that has 9 servings. This flavor only has 3 grams per serving. That's not a protein snack. A donut has 3 grams of protein. I mean, I gotta buy this though. The flavor is unapologetic. Good, I'm so tired of biting into foods that are like, I'm sorry I taste like this. I didn't want to. I guess I also have to try out Khloe Kardashian's new protein popcorn.
Cloud popcorn, my protein popcorn. What was the idea of putting a protein on a popcorn?
Money. I feel like this website is so emblematic of what I'm talking about here. This scroll of brags that just goes on forever. Gluten-free? Wow. Just like every other popcorn ever made. Real ingredients. I love that as a tag because it's so vague. I mean, technically every ingredient is real in that it exists. I'm sure they mean something along the lines of like all natural, but saying something is made with real ingredients doesn't mean it's made without whatever the opposite is. It just means that some of it is real. You could put this sentence on just about any food. I mean, this one has sodium phosphate in it, which in pill form is prescribed as a laxative for people who are about to get a colonoscopy. Does that count as a real ingredient? I mean, why list it here but not here? And I'm not even saying I care about this. I've never looked out for sodium phosphate. It's a very common preservative in a lot of foods. I'm only pointing it out because it's like, yeah, maybe these buzzwords don't actually mean anything. The guy in this video has talked a bunch in the past about how much you should avoid this substance.
Here's public enemy number one when it comes to deli meat: sodium phosphate.
But then suddenly he turns the other way when he gets a chance to work with Big Kardashian. I guess my point is I don't know what to care about when I'm looking at a list of ingredients, and it's exhausting to try and figure it out. And sometimes this bombardment of arbitrary certifications listed on every food item that's supposed to help you quickly identify things at a glance just makes me feel more skeptical. I feel like the more stuff you're bragging about, the more you must be trying to distract me from something. I think the effect it's had on me is that ultimately I've adopted this like blissful ignorance when it comes to chemicals and preservatives and standing too close to the microwave because I like to watch my food spin around. I think step one is to just find things you like eating that are mostly healthy, that fit into your diet, and then later down the line, you can start to get a little bit pickier about ingredients once you've established a good foundation.
Loser Bites new protein brownies come in 2 flavors and 2 sizes: chocolate and cookies and cream.
Okay, I get what they mean by the loser thing, that they're talking about losing weight.
But I still feel like we're getting off on the wrong foot here.
Hey, dumbass. You wanna buy a little cupcake thing? Yeah, I bet you do, you stupid bitch. Also, this image is 100% AI generated. You can tell because it doesn't have the right number of fingers. I'm gonna try out these protein donuts because they look really good. Unfortunately, they don't come like that. You have to make them yourself, which is fine, obviously, because you guys know I'm a very good chef. Plus, according to them, it's the best tasting protein on earth. And what reason would they have to lie? Oh, looks like they've got a video of their happy customers. Maybe they're still working on that. Sorry, I have to rant about how every website is exactly the same now. You walk in the door, they're already yelling at you about cookies. Do you want all of them or just most of them? For like 6 months or 12 months? Okay, hold on. You can't just say no cookies. You have to do some of them. Come on, man. Don't you want to join the Bean Squad? We'll give you 1% off if you let us text you for the rest of your life. This item is hot. We just sold 15. 38 people are looking at it right now, and one of them just added it to their cart. Ooh, you should probably do that too before this button slides right off the screen. There's so many symbols and check marks on all of these websites that are supposed to make everything seem more legit, but I don't even know what some of this means. As you can see here, there are exactly 38 reviews. Trust us. We count. And we're honored to say we have 100 points of diamond authenticity. I like how the opacity on these ratings gets lower the further you go down. I think some people gave it 1 star, but it's hard to know for sure. I've seen this one a lot. It's called Meal Boosters. I guess you can like sprinkle it on stuff for some extra protein. Pretty convenient, I suppose. Unbelievably expensive though. I mean, this is just dust. I still have to pay for the food I'm gonna sprinkle it on top of. $4 per bag of unflavored protein powder? I feel like you can buy that in bulk for pretty cheap. I mean, if you're not even gonna flavor it, what am I paying you for? Also, savory? It's unflavored. It's quite literally impossible for something that has no flavor to be savory. Because what are you savoring? The type 1 and 3 collagen peptide? Shit, my mouth is watering just thinking about that. Nah, I'm just gonna get cheesy cheese. Oh, but not before agreeing to their terms and conditions. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. And then for shipping options, I can do USPS, UPS, or Meal Boosters Special with no information on what that means. Why is it more expensive? Are they gonna come straight to my house and feed it to me? Hey, me from the future. I think I learned what the Meal Boosters Special is. It's when you pay for the most expensive shipping option and then 12 days later, they haven't even started packing your order. I guess the special is you spend $33 on 1 sample pack and then they never give it to you.
Now, I'm just gonna kind of eat these as they show up. I think it will be a more accurate representation of what it's like to actually eat these as a snack. To just sort of eat them one at a time rather than sitting down to do a giant protein bar mukbang and then shit my pants. So this is called Munch Better. They're protein brownies, and I know they're gonna taste exactly like a brownie and not just sort of vaguely look like one. Wow, what a roller coaster that was. Half the time it's in my mouth, I taste nothing. And then the other half, it tastes like what I imagine brownie mix straight out of the box would taste like if I just had a spoonful of it. It is also very dense, which I think like can be a bad thing, but in that way, it feels like it would be very filling. Like if I ate one of these, maybe it wouldn't satisfy my sweet tooth as much as an actual brownie would, but it would take so long to eat this and then digest it that my body's gonna be so busy working on that I won't even have time to think about other food. I feel like I've been eating this for like an hour. It wasn't as good as I hoped it would be, but it certainly wasn't as bad as I feared it might be.
Whoa, way to go out on a limb there, buddy. Now, there is a lot of protein in these, so you gotta temper your expectations a little bit, but here's how I would rate each flavor. The hazelnut was actually really good. I would definitely eat that again. The chocolate and coconut were both fine, and the peanut butter? Do not talk to me about the peanut butter. It smelled bad, it tasted bad, I was physically unable to finish it. And also I just wanted to share this review from their website. Pretty bad experience for Tammy. She gave it 1 star and then ended her review by thanking Tammy. You know, I was just craving something sweet and then I remembered I have a box full of Hornble's Chornbles in the fridge. Good, nice, normal Hornble Chornble. And there's my foot.
Hornble's Cornball sells protein chocolate, 100 calories per bar and 10 grams of protein. I want to know how it stacks up to its regular version. I'm definitely going to choose the Reese's.
I'm gonna have cookies and cream, because this one had the worst reviews, so I kind of want to try what I think might be the worst, and then it would only get better from there, right? It's very lumpy. That's gotta be the lumpiest candy I've ever seen. It's got like goosebumps. That's not that bad. I spoke too soon. I actually think I like the texture more than I like the taste. I like how crunchy it is, but I'm not crazy about the taste. And I'm not making a mess. Almost all of these have the same aftertaste, and I guess it's monk fruit. I think monk fruit is like a really common sweetener. I don't know if the value is there. For such a little thing, it's almost definitely overpriced. Honestly, I kind of think I just hate the name. I get that they're like, oh, we're silly, you know, we're not like other brands, but it just kind of feels like that girl with the bag of chips on her head, like if she was a chocolate brand instead of a person. Hey, speaking of brands, it's time for that ad I promised earlier.
Hi, I'm the guy from the video you're currently watching, and if there's one thing I hate, it's danger. Getting pissed off just thinking about it. That's why I'm so excited to partner with today's sponsor, SimpliSafe. SimpliSafe offers a completely customizable range of tools to help you secure your home, tailored to whatever your own personal needs are. Glass break sensors, water sensors, carbon monoxide monitors, or even if you just want a video doorbell, SimpliSafe has you covered. And the best part is you have access to all these tools whenever you want straight from the app. Arm or disarm your system, get a live feed of your cameras. For my own peace of mind, I really like having security cameras outside my house. Sometimes I'll hear a noise outside at night and it's like, I'm not gonna go out there and look. I'm a baby. But for my own peace of mind, I can just open the app and confirm there's not some guy outside doing nefarious things. It's just a raccoon eating my garbage again, which I'm not happy about either, but it's better than a burglar. And with their 24/7 professional monitoring, you don't even have to check the cameras yourself. SimpliSafe agents can do it for you using their Active Guard system to help stop crimes before they happen. Their advanced AI security cameras can even discern between familiar faces and potential threats, so it won't just alert them because your neighbor walks by with his dog. If you've been interested in getting a security system for your home or business, there's never been a better time to try out SimpliSafe. Not only are there no long-term contracts or hidden fees, but right now you can save 50% on your SimpliSafe security system when you sign up for a professional monitoring plan, and you get your first month free. All you have to do is go to simplisafe.com/Drew to customize yours. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Thank you to SimpliSafe for sponsoring this video. I think this is the one I have looked forward to the most. I've definitely gotten this one advertised the most.
ProMix Protein Puff Bars are made by dietitians with 15 grams of protein in each bar.
These are quite literally Rice Krispie treats with 15 grams of protein in them.
It's like a Rice Krispie treat, but not as sweet.
The vanilla is pretty much identical to a regular Rice Krispie treat.
I love Rice Krispie treats, and if this is anything like one, which, let's be honest, it won't be, then it'll be really good. Okay, it looks good.
Best part is they don't have that chalky, chewy consistency all those other protein bars have.
It does not taste as good as it looks, man.
And these other flavors are fire too. I mean, the blueberry tastes just like my grandma.
It just looks so good. It's so shiny. It's glistening. Then you bite into it and you can only be disappointed. I'll give them credit. It's different. If you're tired of eating Quest bars all the time and you want something that just feels completely different to eat, this is like a fun change of pace. I just wish it tasted better. They smell so strong. The moment you open them up, you're like smacked in the face with this odor. Doesn't this look like it'd be delicious? Doesn't this look like you're 13, you just came home from school, you put Nickelodeon on, and you're about to have a delicious treat? That's what it looks like, but it doesn't taste like that. I'm so disappointed.
I kid you not, the box is pretty much gone. Good thing they're almost always out of stock because I don't know if it's safe keeping these in my house.
Snack time.
I like that you could tell their printer was running out of ink before they put this on. Really makes me feel good about consuming the contents of this bag. Wow, can you believe that this cup of dirt only has 150 calories? Oh, yeah. Oh, it looks delicious. Now that's a brownie. Went from dirt cup to poop cup. I think I liked it better before I microwaved it. Kind of like just licking the spoon. For something that you just mix with water and throw in the microwave, it does have like a cakey texture to it. It's pretty solid for what it is. I don't remember what I paid for this, but it's also like a crazy protein ratio. I think I judged the book by its cover. The cover being a shitty AI generated image, but still, you know, I judged it. One thing I'll say about this though, it's gotten a little worse as it's cooled off. It was too hot to eat, but then now that it's cold, it tastes gross. There are definitely no chocolate chips in here. It's a pretty misleading photo to use. I mean, I know for a fact there aren't chocolate chips in here because it was a powder that I mixed with water. They are not just gonna materialize from that. Is it still pretty good for what it is? Yeah. But don't lie to me. Up next, we've got Magic Spoon, the high-protein, keto-friendly, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, wheat-free. As far as bars, I got blueberry muffin and double chunk chocolate. Comment down below how many booms you think I'm gonna give. They got 12 grams of protein, 140 calories, pretty solid ratio there. I gotta say, looks pretty good. They nailed the appearance. What I've learned so far in this video is sometimes the better something looks, the worse it tastes. Sometimes it's like they put their entire budget into making something look good, and then they are like, oh fuck, I forgot to taste test it. The texture is really good, actually. It's as crunchy as it looks. It doesn't have like an overwhelming aftertaste, or a before taste for that matter. I couldn't taste it at all until I put it in my mouth. That's really solid. I gotta say, that's one of my favorite things so far. All right, I'll pour myself a little bit of cereal. Okay. It's such an ungodly pink. Like, this color is not of this earth. I could use this table, but I'm not going to. It's more interesting for you guys to watch me struggle a little bit. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a person, I'm just sort of a clown. Why is it kind of like pre-soggy? I was gonna say, it has like kind of a sour taste. And I guess that's the cheesecake. Because it's not just strawberry cereal, it's strawberry cheesecake. And then cheesecake has like a little bit of tartness because of the cheese. Can't tell if I like it or not. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say, I don't really have an opinion on it, but I did eat the entire thing. Fine, I'll have some of the other one too. Maybe I don't have to make dinner now. Ugh. I don't like that smell at all. When I review stuff like this, there's the devil on my shoulder is like, you can't like it. Even if you like it, people are gonna think you're shilling for it. You gotta come on here and you gotta shit on the brands, because brands are bad. But then also, I feel like if I shit on every single product, then it's gonna come off like I'm just doing it to be a hater, and I don't wanna be a hater. I wanna like these things. I spent a lot of money on them. This is how I pour cereal now. Yeah, I'm not really digging this one as much. I would never buy this again. I'll probably eat it because I have it, but I can't recommend this. The cheesecake's not that bad. I've actually been thinking about that old video recently because I've been trying so many protein things, and I think at the time, I was just comparing it to regular cereal, and that's not really a fair comparison to make. Like, yes, they're marketing it to be a Fruit Loops replacement, but it's like saying an ice cream sundae tastes better than a banana. Like, yeah, of course it does. It's not the same thing. It doesn't serve the same purpose. I definitely don't love the way this one looks in comparison. I assume those are supposed to be little blueberry specks, but they kind of look like bugs. Kind of looks like I dropped this on the ground, but got a bunch of bugs and dirt in it. Oh, that's nasty. Magic Spoon, what happened? We got off to such a good start. I will say, again, the texture is perfect, but it just tastes bad. It tastes bad. Also, I didn't get myself a drink, so the only thing I have to wash this down with is milk. And I don't want that. Guys, I have to confess something. All week I've been eating things off camera. Sorry, it's just sometimes I get hungry and I don't feel like stopping to set up a tripod first. But what I've learned this week is that these three things are all delicious, and I would put all of them in the same category, which is that they're good, but they don't have a lot of protein in them, so you can't really just compare them side by side with everything else. Like, this brownie is incredible. It's so much better than the Munch Better brownie. But that one has 2.5 times as much protein in it, so of course this one should taste better. It's still insane to me that this is bragging about having 36 grams of protein in it, when in order to have that much, you need to eat the entire fucking bag. I wanted to hate this so bad because of how deceptive that is, but I couldn't,
because they're delicious. I've never had fried mung beans before, but they're all so good. The first night I tried them, I had 5 bags. 5 different bags. I was only supposed to have 1. And like this box you can see is full. That's not because I haven't had any yet. That's because I got 2 boxes and I already ate the entire other one. And you might be thinking, Drew, aren't you gonna like gain weight making this video about how you're trying to find low-calorie protein snacks? Yes, in fact, I already have. But I'm doing research, okay? For the future, I'm taking everything I'm learning and then I can apply it to a diet going forward. It's just, for now, I need to like really be sure if I like something by having 12 of them. And then these are kind of mind-boggling to me because they taste exactly like a chocolate bar. Like if you didn't tell me this had 12 grams of protein in it, I wouldn't even think that it did. I would just think it's a regular like French chocolate bar. The only thing that caught me off guard with this is that it says woman owned on it. And I'm sorry if this makes me sound like too woke or whatever, but I don't think anybody should own a woman. She can take care of herself. Yo, what's up, fuck fam? Today we're gonna be doing the viral Easy Mac Meal Boosters Challenge. I learned about this from what I would say was the most annoying ad that I got.
And y'all know I like to make it cheesy pleasy, but I also like to make it beefy. Make it cheesy pleasy, Easy Mac Kraft, baby. Kraft is the fam, but this is the health.
Kraft is the fam, but this is the health.
People just say shit, man. It's crazy.
The secret is, for one of them, you don't use the packet, you use this. And then you're healthy. Because this is the health. You know what's funny? I didn't know this. Easy Mac apparently already has 7 grams of protein in it. And this has 15. So if you swap out the cheese for this, it does seem like just yet another very expensive swap to get a marginal amount of protein in. But paying a hefty fee for a very slight difference in protein is sort of the theme of this video. Gonna do regular cheese for this one. Oh man, I thought the other yellow was a little unnatural looking, but this is bright orange. This shit looks radioactive. Before me sit 2 identical foods. There is not a single visual difference in between these 2 mac and cheeses, but there is an important nutritional difference. One of them has slightly more protein, and I bet it just might taste worse. I haven't done this in so long. Hold on, guys. Oh yeah, that shit's good. And now the meal booster. It's different. It's different. I wouldn't say that it's less cheesy than this one is. Like, there's definitely a very cheesy flavor to it, but it's not the right cheese flavor. See, I guess the problem with this being super liquidy was also that a lot of the protein is now at the bottom. And if I don't drink it, then there was no point in doing all that. I think if you want to have mac and cheese and you want to add more protein to it, just like throw some chicken in there, throw a couple hot dogs in there, you know? Now this takes me back to being a kid. Just as salty as I remember. All done. My stomach kind of hurts.
But of course, there's no shortage of meals you can boost with this powder. The next day, I mixed some into my eggs. And fun fact about this, while I was getting this shot, which I'm now realizing I didn't even need, my phone fell into the eggs. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever dropped your phone into eggs before, but I have to say, it's pretty gross.
Boy, oh boy, I can't wait to eat these.
They smell... It's kind of the end of that sentence. All right, well. Let's see. Honestly, I don't hate it. A couple of bites have been bad because it's just been a chunk of cheese powder that didn't get mixed in. But that's my fault, let's be honest. I actually don't mind it. I think it goes well with the egg. I just don't know if it's worth so much extra money for this. And like, eggs are expensive already. This is like an $8 meal. I don't know if I can justify that.
Man, I just wish there was some other way to add protein to your food and make it taste cheesier, but I can't think of any other way to do that. A food that has protein in it and tastes like cheese. Tastes like cheese and has protein. There's gotta be something, right? Nope. Only meal boosters. Protein candy. Crazy, right? I mean, the very phrase seems like an oxymoron, and yet the only moron here is you for not thinking that it was possible. Okay, expand your mind a little bit. Now, on the surface, this seems way too good to be true. 15 grams of protein, only 150 calories, and instead of sugar, they've loaded it up with a bunch of fiber, and that's good for pooping. I'm gonna start with the blue raspberry. I think in general, blue raspberry is one of my favorite flavors. Like if I could only have one candy for the rest of my life, blue raspberry sour punch straws, no hesitation. Well, they smell really good.
I will say they also look a little vaguely of turds. If you told me this just came out of someone's butt, I would believe you.
Okay. If you've ever wondered what candy would taste like if it was sour but not sweet, wonder no more. I think this might be one of the grossest things I've ever put in my mouth. The strawberry might be better because the sour taste is really throwing me off. It's so gross. Like, I think as humans, our nature when we taste something sour is to think that there's something wrong with it, right? Like fruit that's gone bad. I'm just tapping into my evolutionary instincts and they're telling me, spit this out, dude. Yeah, strawberry's not as bad. I don't know if it would be possible. I had a pretty visceral reaction to that first one. They nailed the texture. It feels like a gummy candy, like a gusher without the juice. But you can't just replicate texture and then call it a day, you know? As great as it is that there's so many protein foods that are designed to replace a specific craving you might be having, sometimes I think it might be better to just fight the craving and ignore it than it is to be like, well, I have to have candy right now or I'll die. So I'm gonna eat this rancid fiber ball and then that'll somehow satisfy the same taste. It doesn't. I love the idea. I really do. You know, 10 out of 10 for ambition alone. 0 out of 10 for everything else. Still averages out to be a 5 though. Boy, oh boy, have I been putting this one off. I have had these protein donut mixes for like a month now. I'm not even exaggerating. And they look so tasty, they really do. It's just that every other protein food I got comes in like a bag and I can just eat it. But this I have to prepare. It's got instructions on the back. Some of it's in all caps saying what not to do or you'll fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck it up. Step 1, preheat the oven. I can do that. Maybe I was nervous for nothing. I'm killing it so far. Huh. It does say I need to use a donut pan. I don't have that. I was just gonna use the baking sheet. Okay, I had a month to think this through and it never clicked for me. How the fuck would it be shaped like a donut if I just mix this up and dump it on top of a flat surface? I got it. Oven on. Generously grease the donut pan. Beat egg whites for 2 minutes on high speed until stiff. You know, the phrase on high speed suggests some sort of device that it has like multiple settings on it. I'm gonna be using my hands, which only have one setting. Also beat until stiff. What is this, my nightly routine? Vanilla extract. Now I'm beating for 1 minute on low/medium speed. Hope I'm not going too fast. Now I use a spatula for this next part. Baking is so silly. Why couldn't I have used the whisk for this? Why did I need a separate tool? You just want me to do as many dishes as possible? Looks about even to me. Nice and smooth-ish. I think that's correct. While I wait for this to finish cooking, it's time for the most exciting part of the video, something I've never done before, a giveaway. Guys, I can't eat all these donuts. 6 donuts? I'm just one guy. It's mathematically impossible. And I love my fans. I wouldn't be here without them. So, whatever I don't eat today, I'm gonna be giving back to my community. If you wanna be entered to win this, the leftover donut sweepstakes, comment down below your address, your name, your age, your mom's name, your mom's age, a photo of your mom. I guess what's interesting about this is it's 90 calories, 15 grams of protein for a donut. That's really solid. But that's based on if you use coconut oil spray instead of butter, even though it explicitly tells you to use butter, which is about 100 extra calories on each donut. I just think it's a little deceptive to be like, okay, here's how you make these donuts, and here's all the nutritional information for if you made it a completely different way. Oh wait, you made it the way we told you to? What are you, fucking stupid? Awesome. Time to take these healthy protein donuts and just sort of put a bunch of butter on them. Nailed that. Strike! I am noticing that all the butter is kind of just pooling in the middle. Is that what they wanted me to do? Mix it around like this, you know? This is exactly what they had in mind, I'm sure. I can't lie, this is definitely me when I'm eating protein donuts. Did not stick the landing here, but when do I? Man. Is there anything I can do? I mean, they look good. And I know what you're thinking, Drew, no they don't. It's just that they look like they would taste good, even though they objectively look like shit. All right, moment of truth.
It's all right. It's a lot of work to make this. I went to the store 3 times today. And I think as far as flavor goes, the butter's doing a good amount of heavy lifting here. You know, I feel like the thing with baking is the whole ends up being greater than the sum of its parts. But with this, I can very much taste every individual ingredient. It kind of tastes like eggs. It kind of tastes like applesauce. It definitely tastes like butter. I mean, it tastes all right. It's not like gross. If I was really craving a donut, you know, this almost would fill that. But I can think of so many easier and better ways to get 15 grams of protein in.
Exciting news, everyone. We've made it to our final product. And it is, of course, Cloud Protein Popcorn. I had to go to 3 different Targets until I could find this. I'm not sure if that means that it's in such high demand it's flying off the shelves, or that it's not actually at most Targets and nobody really gives a shit. Either way, I'm just blessed to have gotten my hands on some. Now, there's a lot of like objective information you can put on the bag for a product to brag about it, the ingredients it has or doesn't have, but I love how many of these products advertise that they taste good. Where other popcorns have a bunch of crap in them, ours is delicious. Really? You think so? Yep. That's popcorn, all right. Not sure what I was expecting. Hey, what the fuck? What does that taste? It tastes like burnt. I think they burnt this. Some of them aren't that bad, but a few of them, yeah. Believe me, I know what burnt popcorn tastes like. I do it all the time. Sometimes I'll get a little high and I'll crave popcorn, and so I'll put some in the microwave, but then I'll forget about it because of the aforementioned being high. And then the microwave beeps and I'm like, fuck, it wasn't supposed to be in there the whole time. I messed up. So I've got a lot of experience with this exact flavor, and I can't believe that it cost as much money as it did. Also, I hate when food brands brag about having ingredients that you can pronounce. How dare you presume to know my reading level, okay? For all you know, every word is hard for me to pronounce. Or is it pronunc? Pronunky? Now, if I was watching a movie and I had this in my hand and I was very mindlessly consuming it, could I easily eat the whole bag and not think twice? Yes. But I could do that with a lot of food. That doesn't make your food special, okay? You put anything in my hands while I'm focusing on something else and I will probably eat it. I don't know though, I just feel like there's something missing. Like maybe I could boost it in some way. Now you're starting to see the vision, right? I can hear your mouth watering. It's actually really gross, the squelching noise is coming from your mouth right now. Oh, look at that, guys, that's to die for. That's simply to die for. Dude, I've had 2 bites. Look at my hand. This was like the first ad I saw for them was put it on popcorn. Okay, and then get it all over your body and furniture. God, I feel like it's still missing something. Ooh, I know. Another bag of meal boosters. Why boost something once when you could boost it twice? I just feel like that's still not enough protein. One more should do it. Oh my gosh, guys. You know, Cloud is the fam, but this is the health. What do you think? Do you think that's enough? It's gonna have to be. That was my last one. Oh my God, I can feel myself getting stronger. Like every bite is just going straight to my muscles. Wow, my hand is so covered in cheese that the autofocus on the camera prioritized my foot because it didn't recognize this as a human body part. That's how boosted this meal is. Every piece of dust tells a story, and the story is about how fucking yoked I'm about to get. Wow, that really hit the spot. The spot being the back of my throat where a kernel is currently stuck, but you know, it still hit it. Well guys, I've reached the end of my journey. After 2 long months of boosting my meals, eating Kim Kardashian popcorn, and even going to the gym 3 times, it's time to see the results. To be honest, I'm very nervous about this. I've never taken my shirt off on camera before. But if I want to inspire the next generation of bodybuilders, and I do, I need to let my guard down. Here goes nothing.
Oh my God.
I look so good. Go off, King. My pecs are so big I can hold the microphone right in between them. And my nipples, completely gone. I don't have to be self-conscious anymore. Oh, the perfect bicep shape. Narrow, but tall. That's a very coveted look in the gym community. All right, look, maybe I've been neglecting my back a little bit. That's all right. Gives me something to work towards. Holy shit, guys. I'm so proud of myself. It just goes to show you, when you trust the process and you do the right things and you don't take shortcuts and you don't buy a costume from Amazon to make it look like you're stronger than you actually are, you will get results. Well guys, that's going to do it for today's video. Thank you so much for watching and coming along on watching me come for following on this journey where I went from being a scrawny little bitch to being a big, hot guy who everybody's attracted to because of my body. Obviously, I couldn't have done this without your support and without all of the delicious protein products I tried, and also without the steroids that I took. To be honest, I was getting a little nervous that the results weren't materializing the way I hoped that they would, so I have been pumping steroids like crazy into my veins the past 3 days, and it paid off. I look incredible. One of my balls fell off, but that's fine. You only need one. Thanks for watching. Sorry I didn't post in 8 months. Probably won't happen again. Who knows? I love YouTube, but it's only part of my life, and sometimes I have to put it in the back seat while I focus on my health. And that's what I've been doing. I've never been healthier than I am right now. So, oh, there goes the other one.
A few months ago, to celebrate my friend's birthday, I went on a Victory Casino cruise. And not only did everyone get seasick almost immediately, but we also lost all the money we brought in to gamble with. It was one of the best days of my life. For a good portion of the past century, getting on a boat that reeks of piss and wobbling your way out just far enough into the ocean so that laws don't exist anymore was one of the only ways to legally gamble in the United States. It had such a convoluted barrier of entry that most people could go their entire lives without ever being tempted to do it. Just don't go to Nevada and you'll probably never see a casino. In 2024, this is no longer the case.
Only on FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, Prize Picks, Underdog, Hard Rock Bet, Sally Bet, PointsBet, ESPN Bet, 365.
Smack me in the mouth with all of
If you watch any sports at all, ads for sports betting have become inescapable. Even if you muted every commercial and closed your eyes until the game came back on, it's still plastered everywhere. DraftKings promos pop up in the middle of a play, there's BetMGM billboards behind home plate, FanDuel logos on the court, on the microphones. They come at you from every angle, pepper spraying you in the face so you don't notice they just pulled your pants down. They've made it so watching sports and betting on sports are just two sides of the same coin. Like you can't have one without the other. It's become so normalized that it might be easy to forget that gambling can be kind of bad, actually. About 10 million people in the US alone struggle with gambling in some way, a good portion of which are under the age of 25. Gambling addicts attempt suicide at a rate 15 times higher than the general population. The average debt of a gambling addict can range from $15,000 to $90,000. But where most people would see this as a problem, a few people saw it as an opportunity. All that extra money that could be siphoned from struggling families and into the pockets of like 12 CEOs. And we're not doing that because... So in 2018, the Supreme Court overruled the federal ban on sports betting. And since then, Americans have collectively lost over $245 billion on it. That's almost $1,000 per person, and that number was from last year. But the bombardment of playful advertising filled with famous celebrities would make you think it's just a harmless, fun game you can play on your phone. Kevin Hart, Post Malone, Chris Rock, LeBron James, Kevin Hart, Peyton Manning, Jamie Foxx, Eric Andre, Patton Oswalt, Vanessa Hudgens, the guy from that Kendrick Lamar song, Kevin Hart. Even the Talk Tua podcast is sponsored by Better. Why is it always the people you trust the most?
You don't need to know everything about every sport.
Good, because I don't.
Yeah, me either. All you need is a feeling and a phone.
Oh my gosh, I want
That is such a bold way to advertise your product. You don't have to know anything about sports in order to bet on them. In fact, we would prefer you didn't. Look, this guy's just chilling in a hot tub. He doesn't even know what sport he bet on and he won money. So go ahead, just open the app and start mashing buttons. I don't know, like where do you think they got all the money to shell out to these celebrities? Could it be that maybe Prize Picks isn't the secret gateway to riches beyond my wildest imaginations, and maybe they're just trying to get my debit card number so they can take all my disposable income? Whether or not you think sports betting should be illegal, and I'm not even necessarily saying it should be, the fact that they're allowed to advertise it like this is fucking insane. Imagine a cigarette commercial that was like, oh my god, this is so good. This is the best I've ever felt in my life. I'm on top of the world. Typically the only tobacco ads you see are like anti-vaping PSAs. And I hope there's a future where advertising for betting apps is regulated in a similar way. You can still bet on sports. You can still smoke cigarettes if you want to. It's not illegal, but you're not bombarded with the temptation to do it every time you turn on a basketball game. Even though it's only been 6 years since the federal ban on sportsbooks was overturned, technology has already evolved well beyond what was available at the time. And now that gambling has gone from being in a place you have to go to do it to being accessible on your phone at any moment, there's nothing stopping these apps from trying to lure you in constantly, and they're really good at doing that.
Addiction is intensified, he says, by how much the gambling companies know about each user. That data was used to tailor offers and push notifications to keep the guy in action.
They knew the life stage, the customer life stage it was at, so win back, they described it. So people that have given up gambling for a while and they're trying to get them to come back.
Just by using these apps, you're giving them data about your gambling habits, which they can then weaponize against you. If they realize around 2 p.m. every Sunday is when you're most likely to interact with the app because you're watching 19 games at once and you're starting to get a little restless, they can tailor make a push notification just for you. Maybe they'll boost the odds of a third quarter Tyreek Hill touchdown, or they'll show you a parlay that 50,000 other people have bet on, and that many people can't all be wrong. Let's talk about parlays for a second, because I think that's one of the biggest contributors to the exponential rise of sports betting.
It's parlay time.
Put simply, a parlay is when you combine multiple bets into one bet, significantly decreasing the odds of it hitting, but massively boosting the payout you'll win if it does. It's basically the difference between winning a few dollars for correctly calling one coin flip, or winning thousands of dollars if you can get that coin to land on heads 12 times in a row. You're so distracted by the possibility of how much you could win that you're not even considering the fact that you definitely won't. Parlays are the lottery ticket of sports betting, and these apps have made it so easy to make one whenever you want. The only thing stopping you from putting together a parlay that frankly doesn't even make sense is your own imagination. Because of parlays, I think for a lot of people, gambling has become death by 1,000 paper cuts. Maybe instead of losing a lot of money all at once, you're just losing a little bit of money all the time. Sometimes you'll even lose money in a way that feels like you almost won. 5 out of 6, I was so close, but that means I'll definitely win next time. My only personal experience with online sports betting was a couple years ago when I saw Underdog Fantasy was offering to match your first deposit up to $100. And I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. I watch a lot of football. Maybe I can finally make back some of the money I've spent over the years supporting my stupid, shitty team. So I put in $100, they doubled it. And slowly over the course of the next 2 months, I lost $25 every week until it was all gone. Now, if I'm being honest, I think this was actually best case scenario for me. I consider myself lucky that the few times I've tried gambling, it hasn't gone well for me because I have no positive association with it. In the same way that I have no desire to smoke cigarettes because the first time I did, I smoked 2 back-to-back for some reason and was nauseous the rest of the night. I have no desire to gamble because I've only ever lost money doing it. So even though Underdog managed to get $100 out of me, I actually think they would have preferred if I won a little bit first. When betting apps give out these kind of introductory offers, it's not just so they can get a bunch of free money, although that's definitely part of it. They're trying to create a customer for life.
Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets. $5, get $200 back. $250 up to $500.
Up to $2,000.
Online sportsbooks know that the best way to get people addicted to their product is to make that first big win as easy as possible. So they'll lure you in with an offer that seems too good to be true because all of that is pennies compared to what they're raking in from the people who are hooked. They give you free money to start with. They'll let you try again if your first bet doesn't work. They'll let you throw in one leg of a parlay that has essentially a 100% chance of hitting. They are desperate to make sure you have a good time. They want every time you see that app icon on your phone to think about the rush you felt when you turned $5 into $100, so you keep chasing that feeling forever. I just managed to outsmart them by being so unbelievably bad at sports betting that I never even came close to winning. But because I was curious to see how much online sports gambling has evolved since I tried it a couple years ago, and because I would never leave a stone unturned in the pursuit of research, I decided for this video I should try it one more time. So I signed up for the only legal sports book in my home state of Florida, which I assume is named after famous internet sex symbol Hard Rock Nick.
Balls tugged on one by one.
Their introductory offer is that they'll give you another chance to bet if your first one doesn't win. On the surface, that almost sounds like free money, but it's not like you can bet once, lose, and then just take your money back. You still have to give them the money. You're probably just gonna lose twice for the price of one. But hey, check this out. I've already unlocked a 1x multiplier, which means for every dollar I earn, I walk away with $1.
I spent the next 12 minutes hard at work concocting the smartest and most guaranteed parlays the world has ever seen. With all my bets placed, I could finally sit back, relax, and enjoy a stress-free Sunday afternoon.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Why did I bet on Sam Darnold? Why did I bet on Kirk Cousins? Why did I take the over on Curtis Martin rushing yards? He retired in 2007.
The next few hours felt like a roller coaster, but in spite of it all, I was determined to come out on top.
Guess who has 2 thumbs and just won $9.52? This guy. My other thumb's holding the phone.
I was down, but now I'm
And since I only lost 5 other bets, I was just $61 from breaking even.
Now I know what you're thinking. Drew, how could you have possibly known the Bills were gonna beat a team significantly worse than them? What are you, some kind of genius? No. I prefer savant. The truth is, none of this would have been possible without my good luck charm, Michael McCorkle Jones. You can look it up, that's his real name. Ever since I saw him hit the gritty at the Pro Bowl a few years ago, I knew I needed a metal poster of him to hang up on my wall. And thanks to today's sponsor, Displate, that's finally possible. Are you tired of waking up to your boring, empty walls? You try to hang up posters, but your hammer didn't come with instructions, so you don't know how to use it. Well, why don't you go ahead and throw that thing in the trash? Because you don't need one to hang up a display. Displates are high-quality metal posters that help you show off all your favorite interests, whether it's Elden Ring, Halo 3, or a Minion from the movie Minions. And the best part is you can hang them up in a matter of seconds without any tools and without putting any holes in your walls. Displate has over 2 million artworks to choose from, including tons of officially licensed designs from brands like Marvel, Star Wars, and Minions from the movie Minions. They've even got a product called Textra that brings your posters to life with tactile textures and 3D contours. Finally, a poster that's fun to touch. If you've been procrastinating your holiday shopping, there's never been a better time to snag a Displate. Not only are they great gifts for anyone in your life, but they're celebrating Black Friday with their biggest discount of the year. You can get up to 44% off your order by going to the link in the description, displate.com/DrewGooden, or by using my code DREW at checkout. Thank you so much to Displate for sponsoring today's video, which unfortunately will now continue. All right, so I've been using this app for a little over a week now, and even though I did win a few more bets, all I've really managed to do is turn my initial $100 into zero. It's all gone. I think they know they're on the verge of losing me for good because they're really ramping up the notifications. Most days I'm getting at least one every hour. They even offered me another second chance bet, this time up to $500. They are so confident based on everything I've shown them so far that it seems they're willing to give me any amount of money because it doesn't matter, I'm just going to lose it all anyway. Even in my very limited time using this app, I can already see the traps they're setting for me, and I am falling for them. For some reason, I've done multiple parlays that are contingent upon something happening at the beginning of a game. They offer a bunch of bets that are based on first quarter stats, and I realized firsthand why they do this. Because that one leg can cook your entire parlay immediately. But at that point, you've already committed to betting on this game, and there's so much more game to bet on. So you do. And before you know it, you're betting on Keyshawn George to make 5 threes? Why did I do that? I don't even know who that is. Why did I think Jake Paul was gonna knock out Mike Tyson? That fight was never ending in a knockout. They punched each other like 4 times. Obviously, they were just in it for the money, and I knew that going into it. I only did this bet because they boosted my odds, and they only boosted my odds because they knew it wasn't going to happen anyway. It's 2024. How am I still getting scammed by Jake Paul? And on the flip side, when I do win a bet, sometimes I'm not even that happy about it because I'm just like, I should have bet more. You start getting carried away doing the math. I turned $10 into $30, but I could have turned 100 into 300, 1,000 into 3,000. Oh my God. It's infinite money. And I think that's one of the most dangerous things about gambling is that sometimes it works. It's a hobby that technically could go well for you if you get very lucky and quit at the exact right time, which you won't, and the casinos are banking on the fact that you won't. Problem gamblers aren't just chasing a feeling, they're chasing this idea that maybe they'll win the lottery. A lot of gamblers can recognize that they have a problem, but see the problem as the way out of the problem.
I think the feeling at the time was if you can just get lucky here somewhere, then potentially there's a way of making this
all go away.
All go away. I suppose the flip side to that as well, Aaron, is it was enabling me to just gamble as much as I wanted as well.
If I just have one good day, I can win it all back. Yes, I've dug this huge hole for myself, but if I just keep digging, I might be able to find that diamond I've been desperately searching for. But the sad reality is, even if you find the diamond, you're just gonna feel so good doing it that you'll probably dive right back into the mines looking for another one.
The truth is, if I'd have had that big win, I would have just spent it anyway.
A lot of the higher-ups at these companies will refuse any responsibility for creating new gambling addicts over the past few years. They'll make the argument that they're just addicted to their phone, and our app just happens to be on it.
I don't believe that there is an addiction to mobile betting any more than there is an addiction to utilization of your phone for any other reason.
You don't think adding a layer of betting makes the phone more addictive than just tooling around Instagram?
No. There is problem gambling. It is a real problem. Whether it's gotten bigger or it's just become more noticeable because sports betting is legal, I think is an unknown.
Really?
Hey, they'd be gambling anyway. Whether it's on our app that sends 30 push notifications a day and is linked to their bank account, or only available in a state on the other side of the country, is totally irrelevant. And while there are obviously some people for whom that is true, you cannot deny the fact that making it so goddamn easy to bet anything at any time is leading to more people gambling who wouldn't have otherwise. You're dangling a piece of candy inches away from people's faces and then saying, hey, it's not our fault they grabbed it. They still would have grabbed it even if it was 2,000 miles away. Since this is all still relatively new in the US, maybe we'll see more legislation in the future to combat this avalanche. In some countries, they no longer allow celebrities to appear in sportsbook ads, or they've banned the ads from appearing during sporting events altogether. America is still in this Wild West infancy where all these apps are just scrambling to find a way onto your phone before regulations start kicking in. But maybe in the future? Nah, I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to imagine that happening. I think it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the tube. The leagues are making too much money off it already. Of course they want to shove betting apps down everyone's throats. It gives people more of a reason to watch the games, especially bad ones. While most people would turn off a 20-point blowout in the fourth quarter, you're still glued to the screen because you need CeeDee Lamb to get 12 more yards for your parlay to hit. They've figured out a way to make every moment matter, even if it doesn't.
You want to make every game interesting? Step one, open the BetMGM Sportsbook. You know what to do.
It's not just sports, though. It seems like these days you can gamble on absolutely anything. You can bet on celebrity breakups. You can bet on which White Lotus character will return in season 3. You can bet on the presidential election. And oh my God, so many people did. Hundreds of millions of dollars were tied up in political bets this year. And if that's not indicative of a nationwide gambling epidemic, I don't know what is. But I'll admit, I'm a little conflicted about this. Because on one hand, gamifying every aspect of our lives only gives more power to those with influence. It creates a financial incentive for spreading deliberate misinformation. It can make you question the motive behind everything you see and hear. But on the other hand, XQC lost $700,000 betting on the election, and that's really funny. If you don't know who XQC is, he's a streamer who, at least in every clip I've seen of him, seems to be speaking a language he invented and no one else can understand.
Game government and no getting the one in the best sample. Listen, mate, listen. Yeah, I'm dropping off over there. What do you want to do with them, man?
He's also one of the many streamers who've massively increased their wealth over the past few years by taking sponsorships from offshore crypto-based online casinos, helping them and the website they stream it on explode in popularity. At almost any point of any day, you can go to the slots tab on kick.com and see someone who is zonked out of their mind, eyes bloodshot red, 12 hours into non-stop slot spins, desperately trying to win back all the money they've lost so far, oftentimes in a situation so dire that even the chat, with no personal stakes involved and only there for entertainment, is begging them to stop. But they can't. They're on autopilot. Every loss is money that needs to be won back, and every win is just more money to gamble with. I randomly opened this guy's stream one day and watched in real time as he won almost $100,000 and then say this.
95K, that's fucking huge. We're a tenth of the way back.
A tenth? This dude was down $1 million? on Big Bass Bash? Now, to most people watching, it's pretty easy to say, hey man, you should probably quit while you're ahead. No, 100,000 isn't a million, but it's a lot more than zero. The problem is someone in this state of mind isn't capable of seeing it that way. He's not even in Thursday afternoon with the rest of us. He's still on the tail end of Wednesday night. So the rational part of his brain, too subdued to muster anything more than a mumble, asks his chat if he should end it there.
Should we up the bet or leave?
They all scream, of course you should, but it falls on deaf ears. He's yet to stop spamming spins for even a second. This man is no longer in control of his actions. He's a zombie, relegated to the passenger seat of his own mind as it careens towards the conclusion everyone watching knows is inevitable. But there's nothing he can do to stop the momentum.
I have to quit. At a certain point, I have to give up. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Oh my god. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Dude, that dog demolished the balance. Oh my god. That's crazy. Lost over $1 million today. There's nothing in there.
All he can do now is sit in the reality of what just happened.
What the fuck? Beautiful girl. Dude.
Come to terms with the fact that despite his and everyone else's better judgment, he got doghoused.
Doghouse is what did it. The doghouse is what defeated me. I got doghouse. I got doghouse. I got a full doghouse. Full doghouse, dude. Full doghouse. Full fucking doghouse, dude. Dude. I got doghouse.
Did I just watch this guy ruin his life?
I don't know, actually. The thing is, it's hard to take streams like this at face value. There's a very well-documented history of streamers on Kick high-stakes gambling with money that was given to them by the website they're playing on. So not only are the stakes not high, but it's technically not even gambling. It's just promotion. The entire goal of these streams is just to make the people watching them think they too can go win life-changing money on asscoin.com. So maybe this is all bullshit. Maybe the only real thing about these streams are the holes he punched into the wall behind him. Maybe he'll miraculously be back in a couple days with a suspiciously large balance after seeming to lose everything. But clips like this are just the flip side of an online ecosystem currently doing everything it can to convince impressionable teenagers scrolling through TikTok and YouTube shorts that gambling is awesome actually, and you gotta start doing it.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Bang, 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 bang.
That's a great feeling, man.
I'm on top of the world.
Now, some people have accused these websites of rigging the odds in favor of the streamers, so it's easier for them to farm these clips. And as far as I'm aware, there's no proof of that. I think the misrepresentation of odds here is simply due to the fact that these websites can just keep depositing money into their accounts whenever they lose, giving them unlimited funds to play with.
Unless Rubet's gonna give me free money, I think that's like actually it. We really just need Howie to give us a ton of free money.
If you're given infinite money, you can just keep betting until you hit a jackpot. For them, there's no such thing as rock bottom, a philosophy that very much does not translate to real life. In real life, you can hit rock bottom, and when you do, there's no texting Howie to get yourself out of it. What's especially concerning about these kinds of streams is that while sports betting apps are at least targeting mostly grown men, the majority audience for a lot of these streamers are teenagers and young adults. People whose brains have not finished developing yet. People who would have a harder time distinguishing between entertainment and real life and have less of an ability to evaluate risk compared to people much older than them. It is statistically proven that people who are exposed to gambling at a young age are more likely to develop problems with it later in life. So maybe don't do this. Is that too much to ask?
Now, there are a few different types of gambling streamers. There are the ones like Aiden Ross, who have been very transparent about the fact that money is the only thing that matters to them, and there's no line they would be unwilling to cross in pursuit of it. Then there's streamers like Steve Will Do It, who admitted in an interview with CoffeeZilla that the only reason he started taking these sponsorships was because he used to have a gambling problem, and it was a way for him to continue to gamble without having to use his own money. In other words, words, he knows from personal experience the harm a gambling addiction can cause, but he has no problem promoting that to other people as long as it's not his money they're losing. But then there's also plenty of streamers that don't seem to think they're doing anything wrong. They put their head in the sand and make excuses because the money's too good for them to turn down. Take Nick Merckx, for example. Nick gets pretty defensive when people question the fact that he spends 1 week out of every month spinning slots on Kick.com. Oh yeah, man, sorry. Forgot a bunch of children watch my streams. Like, dude, you've spent the past 6 years streaming Fortnite and Call of Duty. If you don't think the majority of your audience is young men, I don't know what to tell you. And don't even get me started on Drake. I know a large portion of his audience is underage because those are the people he's trying to fuck.
So while obviously these websites, who use decentralized currency and are based out of a small island country with laughably loose gambling restrictions in order to skirt federal regulations, are mostly to blame for the damage they've caused, these celebrities and streamers who've helped popularize them are very much complicit. When you build an audience online, whether you like it or not, there is a parasocial element to it. There are people in your fan base who look up to you and trust you, and every time you sell something to them, you are leveraging that parasocial relationship in order to financially benefit. And I'm not gonna act like I'm perfect. I sell merch, I have sponsors, I just did an ad read like 3 minutes ago. But my God, I feel like the bare minimum with the sponsorship is, does this product actively hurt the people that use it? Yes? Then I'm not gonna do that. I get that it can sting to turn down a lot of money, and if the numbers people have floated around are accurate, it is a stupid amount of money. But for some of these people who could already live 10 full lifetimes without ever having to worry about bills ever again, when is it enough? It's just crazy to me. It's like, thank you to everyone who supports what I do. You've given me my dream job, this life of luxury I'm so lucky to have. And in return, I give to you a crippling addiction. Sorry, I wanted to buy a house in Mexico.
We got another place because you can't do it in America. You have to go somewhere else. So we went somewhere else and we got another place.
Call me dramatic, but I'm a little concerned where this is all headed. People like to talk about iPad babies who are burning all their dopamine receptors before they even reach preschool. But what is a slot machine if not just a giant iPad? Scientifically engineered to be as mesmerizing as possible so you don't even realize what you're letting it take from you.
$1,000 in fast spins at $50 a spin. Look at that, $194,000 grand. That thing is due. Oh. Well, that's $1,000.
Gambling can be addictive enough on its own even before you add in all this social pressure. The transition from casual gambler to full-blown addict can happen so gradually, a lot of people don't even realize it's happened to them until it's too late. And when everyone around you, from celebrities in commercials to all your favorite streamers, are just making it seem like it's no big deal, it's fun, everybody does it, can you truly recognize the seriousness of what you're getting yourself into? I think all we can really do for the time being is try to fight back against the normalization of gambling. So what do you say we all get together and call a timeout? What's that? They already tried that for hate.
We need to stop it.
So let's take this moment
to change the momentum
and call a timeout
on hate.
Together. Together.
And it's not working, even though they got shacked. Well, that's not good. That was kind of the only idea I had. Gambling is not new. For as long as there's been man, there's been the primal desire to bet it all on red. But what is new is the way technology has evolved to prey on these urges in the most efficient and targeted ways possible. Using AI to send push notifications at the precise moment they know they're most likely to be open. Using a constantly evolving algorithm to offer bets that are so time sensitive you have to commit to it before you even have a chance to think about it. These apps didn't invent gambling addiction, they've just made it more accessible. You combine all of that with a system in which most people aren't paid nearly enough money for the amount of work that they do and might see gambling as one of the only ways out of that situation, only to end up exacerbating their problems, and you end up with the unmitigated economic disaster we're in now. Forgive me for using the C word, but we've stumbled into this stage of capitalism where every dollar must be profited by any means necessary, and foregoing any chance to do so would simply be seen as a missed opportunity. Advertisements in between the game? Not enough. Now they're a part of the game. A mini fridge in the hotel that I can store my leftovers in? No, we should be filling every square inch of that thing with $12 Coke cans that'll automatically charge your credit card even if you're just moving one out of the way. A YouTube outro that's just a few seconds of peaceful music and no call to action? You wish, bozo. Please go listen to the song I made with my friend Sam. I wrote the guitar for it and I think it's pretty good. Thanks for watching.
These are my
my top 10 mistakes that slot machine players make. Number 1, the biggest mistake that slot players make is playing slot machines in the first place.
Hey guy, I want to start this video by telling you about something very dumb that I did recently, and I'm going to preface this story by saying that this was entirely my fault. There are probably 50 things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't, and that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age, and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through 1 full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, "God damn it!" It probably looked really fun. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because like, I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it. I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead. And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things. I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars. And it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber.
I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons or a touchscreen on the ceiling or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it, you know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and the touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers? We put it on the touchscreen. Want to turn the air down a little bit? We put it on the touchscreen. I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's gonna be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience, it means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. Look at that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my God, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. At this rate, it's only a matter of time until cars start shoving ads in our faces. This car ride is brought to you by Opera, the smarter way to browse the web.
Oh, I was being kind of facetious about that.
I've never been more organized online since I started using Opera. The fact that it'll automatically sort my different tab rabbit holes into their own islands so I'm not constantly overwhelmed by the uninhibited whims of my own brain has legitimately changed my life.
Wait, can I really not skip this?
Not only does Opera have a free ad blocker built directly into the browser, but they also have a free VPN included with no additional fees or extensions you need to download. When I told my grandpa, he couldn't believe it.
You know, back in my day, you had to pay good money for a VPN. Now they're just giving them away for free.
I'm just trying to use the GPS, man.
And on top of being more functional and more secure, I think Opera just looks better. I love that you can have an animated wallpaper as the background of your homepage. I love that you can pin the sidebar if you want to keep an Instagram or TikTok page open, or have it close automatically if you're trying to get work done and need to keep the endless scroll at arm's length. There's even a battery saver feature you can toggle on and off that'll help you get the most out of your laptop before having to get up and finally charge it.
That does sound pretty useful, actually.
Upgrade the way you use the internet, download Opera for free using my link in the description. If you scroll too far, don't worry, it's also in the pinned comment. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring today's video.
Wow, I'm convinced. I'm going to download Opera on my computer and smartphone today. Now, where am I? Oh, great. Hi, honey. Yep, I drove into the ocean again.
Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool. I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I could see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with a software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved.
But didn't you create the problem in the first place?
We're actually not taking any questions at this time.
My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are gonna have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, But now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created this cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car, well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs, a person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course, it will come with autopilot standard. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Oh my fucking god.
So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really funny. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course, it will come with autopilot standard.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit. Oh, we already broke it. All right, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's rusting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the Foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all-weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
Broken. It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint if you touch it at all. But as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem, just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first, otherwise it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. That was a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer. You can hit it with a shopping cart. But if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side, straight through, and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe, so it's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this as an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on. I had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't. And it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke Pretty much immediately, he got that patented flashing red critical service error, couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver's seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in the Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it, or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV truck's features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck. Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update. Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I've spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck.
Love that sound. This is my nightmare. Everything on this screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla is looking at us.
He's like, ah, my big brother.
When we got inside Costco, though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me. I had to get out of there as soon as possible.
Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay. So many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke. Look at me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rearview mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do.
It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You've hardly touched your cereal. We don't want Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I got a banana instead. I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything. But I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you want to scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it. And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck.
Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What, is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope. Just little old me driving the best truck in the world.
Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you.
I like the way this car makes me feel.
I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for one day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%, at full throttle.
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right, you are.
I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop. Please subscribe.
Hey guy, I talked a little bit about season 5 of Stranger Things in my last video, right before the final episode came out. At that point, I was so underwhelmed by the season as a whole that I didn't expect the finale to sway my opinion about it that much in either direction. But everything that has transpired since then is so fascinating to me that I simply have to talk about it. A finale so tepid, so unsatisfying that it caused millions of fans to craft conspiracy theories about a secret 9th episode, followed by the show's creators going on a generationally bad press run.
I need some fucking money.
And a behind-the-scenes documentary that more than anything else only made the two of them look dumb.
I mean, the thing that's cool is the giant monster.
Let's start with the finale itself, which was released the night of New Year's Eve. That's fine, it's not like I had plans or anything. I don't know why I said it like that. It was fine and I didn't have plans. Here's everything that pissed me off in the finale. 1, the long ass cut to black when Steve fell. Oh no! Oh, thank God. They caught him. This was the most SpongeBob roller coaster ass moment of the entire show. I did not think for 1 second that Steve was gonna die here because nobody with significant screen time ever dies in this show. They didn't even kill off one of the Wheeler parents who got brutally attacked by monsters.
Everyone will die.
It's gonna be okay.
Or Murray, who has no personality and speaks only in quips.
You get too loud in the sack, she shush you?
If he died in some embarrassing and hilarious way, everyone would have given you a standing ovation. But they didn't even have the balls to do that. So I'm supposed to think that we're gonna come back from this blackout with fan favorite Steve Harrington just dead on the ground? No. This is the cinematic equivalent of playing peekaboo. You're treating me like a baby.
The idea of him saving Steve, you know, this is gonna really mess with people.
Unfortunately, one person that does die is Kali. Rest in peace. Not that this contradicts my point at all, because I'm pretty sure she was on screen for a total of like 10 minutes the entire series. She was in one episode 8 years ago, and they brought her back just to kill her. This was played like it's supposed to be this really emotional moment, but I'm sorry, I don't care about this character. She's not part of the show. It actually makes me kind of mad because the Duffers clearly are trying to have their cake and eat it too. They want us to be sad when they kill someone, but they don't want to kill anyone who would actually make us sad. And even if they do, they'll follow it up with, or maybe we didn't. Guys, please don't be mad at us. The one cool moment that actually shocked me in this finale was when Vecna tricks Hopper into shooting Elle, and for a few seconds, we think something terrible just happened. It's so jarring and unexpected and serves as this temporary reminder of how powerful the villain is supposed to be. But nothing really comes out of this. I mean, sure, it throws a little bit of a wrench in their plan, but they figure everything out anyway.
This is gonna really mess with people.
Really, this just feels like a big missed opportunity. Why wasn't Vecna doing shit like this the whole season? This guy can give people vivid hallucinations. He could have spent the past few months slowly eroding everybody's trust, making them question what's real, even to the point that they start turning on each other. Think of how much more tension that could have added, how much more formidable it would have made your main villain. Instead, he spent the whole season running a daycare. We spent more time watching him intimidate a bunch of random kids that we don't know than we did watching the relationships of the core characters actually get developed in a meaningful way. Anyway, eventually the gang moves from one blue screen to another, only this one looks worse. And we get to see them walk and talk, and they walk and they talk. And now, it's finally time for the ultimate battle. 10 years of Stranger Things has led to this moment. A climactic showdown between our scrappy group of teenagers and Winona Ryder versus one of the most dangerous and evil freaks the world has ever known, taking the form of the Mind Flayer, a 100-foot-tall beast with sprawling tentacle arms. They killed him. They just jumped inside and chopped him up. The final battle was so quick and easy and so early into the runtime of the episode that I thought surely the other shoe was about to drop. It's classic misdirection. You think you beat the boss, only to realize there's actually a second phase and you already set down your controller. But no, that was it. No Demogorgons to deal with, no Demodogs, Demobats, not even like a Democockroach? Nothing? A group of 16-year-olds with a spear and a flare gun took down Satan himself without even getting a scratch. Dustin has a bigger scar from getting punched by another teenager than any of these people do from fighting this. You know this saying about how if you want to boil a frog, you have to like slowly turn the temperature of the water up to keep him from jumping out? Kind of a weird way to describe that specific phenomenon, but almost exactly how I felt watching Stranger Things in this moment. I don't think it truly set in how far we strayed from where we started until the water was already 200 degrees and my little frog ass was getting boiled. But if you showed me this clip in 2016, right after I finished watching the first season, I would be like, what the fuck? I just finished watching this small town sci-fi mystery noir, and this looks like a scene from Avengers Endgame. And you'd be like, wait, how do you know what Avengers Endgame looks like? That's not coming out for another 3 years. And I'd be like, I don't know. The trajectory this show went on is baffling. The dialogue got dumbed down to appeal to a younger audience, even though, in theory, the audience should have just gotten older, because that's how time works. And for a series that was filled with so many cool elements of sci-fi and horror to all culminate in this ugly green screen action sequence where one character does a big jump is such a letdown. Because of how lackluster this all was, and because we were still like halfway through the episode, I thought, surely there's going to be something more. My anticipation slowly grew into disappointment as I realized the hour of runtime remaining was just a gratuitously long epilogue, filled to the brim with what this season did best. Characters in a circle talking about the things they're going to do.
Thank you.
After all this time, years of investment into the show, and the final word of legible dialogue is fart. No, this can't be right. I don't believe it.
What about all the clues?
The set pieces, they were the wrong color. The song at the end has only been used when something on the show isn't real. Steve wouldn't coach baseball, he was on the basketball team. And what about the clocks? And all of those weird Will lines where he would insist on being cold and he would get facts about his memories mixed up. He must be under Vecna's control. Maybe we're under Vecna's control.
And there's a secret 9th episode dropping tonight. If you type secret ending into Netflix, it takes you right to Stranger Things. The Morse code literally translates to "You did not stop me."
The Duffer Brothers wear two very particular t-shirts.
Right after Steve falls, the screen goes black for 7 seconds.
Why did Netflix release a trailer?
Their graduation colors are orange.
And why are they selling a flashlight?
Did we just predict the biggest plot twist in television history?
That's right. This finale was fake. They made the whole season bad on purpose to get us to let our guard down. But the real 9th episode is coming out on January 7th. January 18th. Sorry, what I meant was during the Super Bowl halftime show.
His face goes dark at 8. Super Bowl halftime starts at 8 o'clock. We're gonna see the real ending.
So this is on Backlit, which is like a casting website. The ability to wear a costume that fully covers the body. My brain went right to Demogorgons.
You know, at first I watched that and I was like, does she think the only full body costume on Earth is Demogorgons? That there's not a single other character they could possibly be dressing up as? But then I went back and watched the show and I noticed something. Hidden in the background of just one frame for a mere moment is a Rocket Money logo. And that can only mean one thing. This video is sponsored by Rocket Money. As more and more one-time payments turn into never-ending subscription services, it's never been easier to lose track of where all your money is going. Today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is a super useful tool to help prevent that from happening. I've been using Rocket Money for like 3 years now, and in that time, they've helped me keep an eye on my budget, realize what subscription services I forgot I was even paying for, and they've even helped me cancel some of them. Instead of being hounded with follow-up questions to make you feel guilty about canceling something, just click a few buttons and let them do all the hard work for you. The great thing about this app is you can see your upcoming recurring charges before they happen. A lot of times you won't remember that you're still signed up for a subscription until you get the credit card notification that you've just been charged. You're like, shoot, yeah, I was supposed to cancel that. Oh well, I'll just do it next month. Oh my God, I did it again. But with Rocket Money, you can avoid that altogether by seeing when and exactly how much you're about to be charged for. And on top of that, they might even be able to lower some of your monthly bills. I pay less for internet now because I clicked a few buttons on this app and they were like, yeah, no problem, we'll take care of that for you, big guy. So if one of your New Year's resolutions was to get a better handle on your finances, downloading Rocket Money is a great place to start. You can go to rocketmoney.com/Drew Gooden to get started for free. You can also scan the QR code on the screen or click the link down in the description and unlock even more features when you sign up for premium. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video.
Honestly, I have to hand it to some of these TikTok editors. These videos are so well put together. For about a day and a half, I was fully on board. I don't want it to seem like I'm making fun of these people because really they were just disappointed in a thing that they love and they were still in the early stages of denial about it. If you go back throughout the show, there's so many lines and visuals that seemed to be foreshadowing something. That's why people had such high expectations, not because they're delusional, but because they thought that all the time they spent paying close attention and analyzing every little detail would be rewarded at the end. But once the time passed and it became clear that episode 8 was in fact the true finale, all of these secret hints that everyone hyper-focused on turned back into what they always were. Bad writing and production errors. And all of that charged up excitement and anticipation turned into rage. Fuck the Duffer Brothers. These guys aren't playing 4D chess. They probably don't even know how to play checkers. It was so interesting to watch all of this unfold because at its core, Conformity Gate was not that different than a lot of other conspiracy theories, almost all of which are simply born out of dissatisfaction with a given answer. I'm probably paraphrasing that ContraPoints video here, but as human beings, we don't like randomness. We would rather ascribe intentionality to something than accept that the world we live in is just full of chaos. It's scary to think that a random person could assassinate a president, so there has to be more to the story. The show I've loved for half my life can't have a bad ending. There has to be more to the story. But sometimes there isn't. Will saying he misses drinking milkshakes at Melvald's, even though they don't sell milkshakes, is not some 200 IQ misdirect. It was just a writing mistake. The color of this dial changing from gray to red was not an Easter egg for the audience to pick up on. It was just a continuity error. Maybe they shot it one way and then decided that red would pop better on camera and assumed nobody would care enough to make a viral TikTok about it. Regardless, the obsessive nature of Conformity Gate and the collective anger that ensued when these admittedly cool fan theories turned out to be fake almost definitely would not have happened if the finale was just good. If this final episode wasn't so underwhelming, it wouldn't have given millions of fans the motivation to go digging for clues. So while I'm sure the Duffer Brothers never expected all of this to happen, it is still kind of their fault. And now they'd have to deal with the consequences. So then comes time for the press tour, where Matt and Ross would go from podcast to interview to television appearance, addressing everyone's burning questions with answers like, "We don't know. We never thought about it like that." And if that did happen, it happened off screen. Every day for about 3 weeks, I would wake up and see some new quote from the Duffer Brothers that had absolutely no substance. What is even the point of doing all these interviews if you're not going to say anything?
Oh, what happened to Robin and Vicky?
I don't, certain things are open to interpretation. I don't know. I truly don't know.
I don't know what happened to them.
Ross and I know.
I don't know.
No, for sure. I don't know. We just don't know.
And to be fair, not every question demands an answer. You should certainly be allowed to let your art speak for itself and leave some ambiguity in the things that you create. But some of these questions do raise some pretty good points. Like, I thought it was weird that after blowing up the portal to the Upside Down, the military seemed to just go away. Like, sure, they're not chasing 11 anymore, but the rest of the kids did kill a bunch of them. So I think this is a perfectly fair question for an interviewer to ask. Here's Ross's answer. My guess is they just sort of left. Your guess? Brother, you wrote the show. Hey, what happened to Murray? I don't know. And why did Vecna need exactly 12 kids? No reason. And how come Will didn't feel anything while the Mind Flayer was getting killed? He just wanted to focus on the other guys. Even when they did give answers, there certainly doesn't seem to be a lot of confidence in them.
A lot of people want to know about who unlocked the door in season 1, episode 1, let the Demogorgon in, definitively. Say now?
Yeah, I mean, that's Vecna using his psionic abilities through the demo.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Although Vecna didn't exist yet at the time. Sure, he canonically was alive during that scene, but when they were writing it, they hadn't come up with him yet. So what was the justification at the time? It kind of feels like you're just retconning a mistake you made and trying to act like it was the plan all along. Which, to be honest, is not that big of a deal. I'm not gonna grill them on every little inconsistency from season 1 to season 5, because at the time they never expected the show to go on as long as it did. The only reason I'm annoyed about this is because they said it would be answered. Months ago, unprompted, they were like, in season 5, you're finally gonna know who opened that door. I was willing to move on from this. You're the one who brought it up. Is this what you meant, though? That question would finally be answered on a podcast? I guess I thought you meant you were gonna do it in the show.
Cut me some slack.
I think generally speaking, the reason why people are so bothered by these errors, even the minor ones, is that the Duffers have spent years telling everybody to pay attention to everything. There are no such thing as coincidences. These details that seem random might not be random at all. They're actually small pieces woven into this intricate fabric we're waiting to unveil. And then the show ended with the most cookie cutter ending of all time. So what the hell were you talking about? Another disappointment with the overly simplistic final fight sequence is that all of these creatures that have terrorized these people the entire show, that we know live in this abyss, just completely disappeared when it came time to fight Henry. It feels like such a huge missed opportunity. So why weren't any of them there? Well, it's because Vecna wasn't ready. How was he supposed to know they were coming? It's not like he's some kind of mind reader. Oh wait, I guess he is. I'm sorry, the omnipotent, telepathic devil creature who can see into people's brains from anywhere in the world didn't know what they were up to. They spent half the season talking about their plans. You didn't want to pop into one of those meetings and take some notes? I'm pretty sure the only time he actually used this power was to figure out where Max was. She was in the hospital, Henry. He knows where she is now. I don't think you needed telepathy to find the girl in a coma. Where the hell else would she be? I remember liking a lot of what they did with Vecna in season 4, but by the end, this became such a stupid character. He's all powerful and all knowing, and yet he got tricked by a bunch of kids. He's bulletproof and indestructible until he merges with the giant monster. Then you just have to jump through his neck hole and hit him with an axe. I liked this show a lot better when the antagonist was more mysterious, when the threat was a demonic alternate dimension and not just the Grinch, but evil.
Yes. This does not bite me in the ass.
But as bad as all those interviews were, nothing made the Duffers seem more incompetent than the documentary that Netflix released about season 5.
Today's a very interesting day. We are shooting episode 8, which isn't completely written yet, so we don't even fully know what's going on.
We went into production without having a finished script for the finale.
Oh, okay, well that makes sense. The reason everything seemed unplanned and rushed was because it was. It's so funny that they're like, man, a lot riding on this finale. We cannot fuck this up.
You see these shows that people love and the ending falters and they just discard the rest of the show. You can't leave anything dangling. You have to wrap everything up.
And then they wasted all the time they had to write the script and had to rush it out after they started filming.
I never read a script and we're just shooting it.
I mean, they know how it's gonna end. They just have to, write it down.
It's not like we don't know the ending. It's like it's all plotted out. I just have to write it.
There are multiple crew members stressing out about the timeline that's been thrust upon them because Matt and Ross have procrastinated.
Do you have a script? No. We don't.
They have all these meetings to try to get some idea of what they need to do, but since none of it is set in stone yet, they might end up wasting a bunch of time.
Inevitably, it's going to change as we keep writing it.
All right.
And they just
have
do
to
a
know
whole
exactly
new
what's
concept of
happening.
like what the floor is like. We're gonna get a script and it's gonna be like, oh, there's the other like 70% of business that we couldn't account for.
I feel like there's moments where you can even see the actors starting to lose faith in the show. Like Natalia asking if there's any scientific logic behind something.
It's all very realistic.
Or this clip of Maya giving the blankest stare while watching the footage they just shot. It's really funny to juxtapose some of the responses they've given in interviews with footage from this documentary. Like the answer about there being no Demogorgons in the final fight because Vecna, didn't think to ask for their help is only an attempt to justify the fact that they just didn't want to write about them anymore.
Yeah, I guess I maybe wonder about demo fatigue at the...
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
That's such a funny thing to say because no, I'm pretty sure anyone who's stuck around this far into the show is not tired of seeing the creatures that have been in it since the beginning. That would be like spending the entire Star Wars trilogy building up to a fight between Luke and Darth Vader, and then right when you get to the end, you're like, wait, don't you think people are gonna be kind of bored of lightsabers at this point? And then Darth Vader turns into a spider. I love their response when one of the writers tries to point this out.
There have to be some monsters in the abyss.
I agree.
There has to be Demogorgon, bat, dog, like something. It's crazy if there's nothing there, I think.
Wrong. Okay, well, guess that's the end of that conversation.
I mean, the thing that's cool is the giant monster.
Of course, as with most behind-the-scenes documentaries, it is really cool to see how a show this big gets made. The amount of time and physical labor, the creativity from so many different departments, the extremely delicate balance required to maintain all of these moving parts, and in this instance, how these two doofuses fucked all that up.
And then I don't know what the fuck happens to him.
I found this quote from them in an LA Times article that I thought was pretty funny. They were talking about how they went into production of the finale without finishing the script, and obviously they're describing it like it's a good thing because they have to defend their process. But they say at the end, we're not sure if this is our fault, but Netflix won't let anyone do this anymore. They don't want to start filming before the script is done. Surely that has nothing to do with us though. Now, look, generally speaking, I'm gonna take the side of a creative team over the studio that they work for. I think a lot of what these executives push can be antithetical to the process of making art. In almost every other situation, I would put more of the blame on the studio. But they're talking about how Netflix is breathing down their necks.
We were getting hammered constantly by production and by Netflix for episode 8.
And it's like, yeah, you had 2 years to write it, and you didn't.
It was the most difficult writing circumstances we've ever found ourselves in.
The only reason there's this much of a time pressure is because they wasted 80% of the time they were given. This isn't like a workplace comedy where you could leave a couple scenes open-ended because you're gonna leave room for your actors to improvise. This is the grand finale of a high-budget, narrative-driven sci-fi show. No matter what you write, there is so much production work that goes into it. There are giant sets to build, visual effects to bring to life, the quality of which will almost directly correlate with how much time the artists are given to create them. There are hundreds of people who work on this show, and none of them can do their job until you finish yours. And you've been dicking around for 2 years. I've seen a lot of people be like, why would the Duffers even put out this documentary when it makes them look so dumb? And an important thing to note here is that they're only credited in this for their appearance. They're not listed as editors or producers. I don't think they had any control over what was shown here. Obviously, the show itself is their creative vision, but it certainly seems like this documentary was done entirely by a separate crew who came in just to film some of the process. And who knows what their motive is behind this? Going forward, the Duffers are no longer a part of Netflix. They signed an exclusive deal with Paramount that's about to kick in, so Netflix really has no reason to be loyal to them. In fact, I'm sure they loved the idea of sabotaging them a little bit before they left to go work for one of their competitors. Watching this documentary through that lens, it really seems like they did everything they could to blame the issues of season 5 solely on Matt and Ross. Because really, there are so many things in here that make the Duffers look awful. One of the hardest to watch is this conversation where one of them is talking about how he hasn't had any time to work on the script because he has kids now. And he asks one of the other crew members if he has kids, and he's like, yeah.
I was working when they were young, and, you know, I mean.
That's never stopped me from doing my job, though. Dude, I don't think anybody should be forced to work 7 days a week. And that's awesome that you wanted to spend some extra time with your kids. But, like, I can't stress this enough. You had 2 full years. I'm pretty sure there was room in there for some work-life balance. You know, I think the reason I'm so drawn to this, the common thread between the Duffer brothers and some of the other people I've talked about on my channel in the past, is I think I'm just fascinated seeing someone get too successful for their own good and then end up way out of their depth because of it. Like, just because Jake Paul was good at making YouTube videos for 9-year-olds doesn't mean he should write a book. Just because Ninja was really good at Fortnite for a couple years doesn't mean he should teach a master class about it.
My hair was blue.
And just because the Duffers are pretty good directors, which I do think that they are, doesn't mean they're great writers. They talked pretty openly about how that was never what they wanted to do.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
That to them, writing was more of a means to an end, that they would only be given the opportunity to direct if they wrote their own project. And clearly, they're good enough writers. They started this show with a really good idea, but I think it's clear that the difference between a good writer and a great writer is being able to finish what you started. It's a lot easier to throw out a bunch of ideas early on in a show than it is to tie them all together at the end. In early seasons, you can do almost anything. You can introduce whatever you want. It almost doesn't even need to make sense yet because you'll get the benefit of the doubt that it'll all get explained later. You can just keep kicking that can down the road, and that's all great. Until you get to the end and you're surrounded by all the cans you've kicked and you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with these? It's too late to come up with answers for all of them, so you just have to focus on the ones you think matter the most and hope to God nobody notices all the ones that you didn't. And unfortunately for Matt and Ross, this show was way too big for that to happen. A lot of these fans paid more attention to it than they did. They noticed so many mistakes that they convinced themselves that they were following the intentional breadcrumbs of a massive conspiracy theory. But watching this documentary only makes the idea that the Duffers are some super genius writing duo with this giant trick up their sleeve honestly kind of hilarious.
We wanted to get it right. It was the most important script of the season.
The thing that's cool is the giant monster.
That these guys were about to subvert the entire medium of television by releasing a secret alternate finale in a way that nobody else ever has? No. It was always going to be the safest ending imaginable. A finale meticulously engineered to ruffle as few feathers as possible. And ironically, by being so unambitious, they actually did make a lot of people upset. I think what the finale and the interviews and the documentary all made clear is that by the end, the Duffers just didn't really care that much about this show anymore. I think more than anything else, they were just ready for it to be over.
In 10 years, when we're talking, are we talking about more stories with these characters? If you're betting men, what do you say?
I mean, I hope not. We don't want to. I mean, we really don't.
I honestly understand the procrastination because I'm sure it was so overwhelming to sit down and try to write their way out of the corner that they had painted themselves into. When you realize, oh wait, people are gonna remember all the things I've been saying for the past 10 years? I don't even remember all that shit. I think they were so stressed that they were like, you know what? Let's just wrap this thing up, do a big fight, everyone will live happily ever after, and then we don't have to think about this show ever again. But unfortunately, in their rush to move on, they've kind of retroactively damaged the rest of the show. Turns out if you abandon a bunch of plot lines and butcher most of your characters, it leaves a pretty bitter taste in people's mouths. To this day, I've still never watched Game of Thrones because I know how much people hate the ending. No matter how good the rest of the show is supposed to be, it's hard for me to want to watch it when I know I'll just be bracing myself for what's waiting for me at the end. The Duffers said their worst fear was doing that to this show, so it's probably eating away at them to see how people are talking about it, especially since everybody is still judging them on the fake ending. How are you gonna say Conformity Gate isn't real when the evidence is literally right there? Episode 9, Super Bowl halftime show, stands full of Demogorgons, Bad Bunny turns into Vecna, Sam Darnold turns into Finn Wolfhard, and Stranger Things fans everywhere will finally get the ending we deserve. Also, 34-17 Seahawks. Thanks for watching.